Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I haven't been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what's the app. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
You gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Hello.
And the big test.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
No. I mean, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there we are. All right, we're great. Okay, good to see you.
All right. Oh man.
Sorry about. I know the phone's more annoying, but I'm not surprised that this. But yeah, this has been my experience. So, for those of you who waited a bit, I appreciate it. I'm Perry Bacon. I'm the host of the New Republic show right now. I'm joined by Thomas Zimmer. He's a historian. He grew up in Germany. He spent some time in the States a few years ago. We got to know each other. He's back in Germany now. He's a really great historian, and he's done a really great job writing about this period of American Trumpism and this question about democracy. But I think he asked it in a really much smarter way, which is we're not always debating democracy as such. We're really debating how much democracy and for whom. How much democracy and for whom? That's a phrase he's used a lot, and I've borrowed it from him. So, Thomas, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. And again, apologies for keeping people waiting, but
That's all right. So what we're going to do today is, I want to talk about the democracy authoritarianism question, but I want to talk through, because you're a historian, just talk through this first year of Trump and go through some incidences that have happened and sort of think about them in this democracy context. I think that's important because so much has happened, so much bad has happened is what I would say, but I want to think through some of it. So I want to start at the beginning and sort of ask it this way, which is DOGE and this general layoff of federal workers, destruction of USAID. I want to ask you what you thought about that at the time, and then to some extent, if there's anything different, or it was I'm sure you think it was bad at the time, anything different, think about it now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, DOGE, that started immediately. And I think the first few weeks, the first 2 to 3 months really of after Trump took power is when I was, generally speaking, the most concerned, the most alarmed, the least sort of optimistic about the fate of the Republic, really. Because I think 3 things stood out to me. One is the speed and the scope with which sort of the DOGE destruction happened. I mean, it was so aggressive. It was so, it's just historically completely unprecedented level of self-sabotage. No country has ever done that to itself, right?
Meaning no country has laid off its federal workforce in this way, is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no country has ever just deliberately, for absolutely no external reason whatsoever, sort of went on this sort of rampage to completely sort of destroy its own state capacity, right? Because that's basically what's happening, right? It's completely unprecedented destruction of state capacity, which I think will the consequences of that will be felt in the United States for decades, really. The second thing that stood out to me, at the same time, it was not just Elon Musk and the Doge boys. It was also Stephen Miller. It was also Russell Vought. All of these different factions, MAGA factions, just basically a feeding frenzy, right, from all the different corners of MAGA world that had all been unleashed at the same time. Just go destroy the system, right? Just the completely sort of unleashing of the destructive energies of MAGA, which I don't think necessarily, there was no necessarily a sort of cohesiveness to it, but it added up to this sort of vast destruction. And at the same time, we didn't see any kind of sort of systematic pushback, at least not from sort of America's civic institutions, America's civic elites. There were protests from the ground up, But on this sort of civic institutional level, there was this pervasive tendency to acquiesce and go along and align with the regime. That all happened within the first 8 to 12 weeks or so. So I think by the end of March.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. It is Thursday, and for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee, apparently. Look, the reason there was no pushback, in my mind, there's still not much pushback, and the no kings protests aside, Donald Trump is the most American president we have had since Andrew Jackson, and I guess Andrew Johnson as well. America doesn't really have that big a problem with Trump. Even the left doesn't. If the left or the anti-MAGA folks have a problem, it's because they're being inconvenienced. Look, Trump is fine. America is fine with Trump. Why would they resist? It's one of these things. Well, I'm glad Trump's doing it because, the left didn't have the balls to do it.
Early April or so, 2025, I was thinking, wow, they seem to be actually succeeding with this strategy that they seem to be. They had this strategy coming in. Look, we're gonna go quick. We're gonna destroy. We're basically gonna wipe away the system. We're gonna overwhelm the system quickly, right? And it looked like I think in the first 2 or 3 months, it looked like they would actually succeed with that. And since, if you ask me today, I'm feeling sort of less pessimistic about this. I think this initial strategy of overwhelming the system, of overwhelming sort of any kind of resistance, has largely failed. The societal resistance, at least, has hardened. We've seen a significant counter-mobilization from American society. And I think now, in terms of how close did they get to actually consolidating authoritarian rule across all spheres of American life? I think they're further away from that now than they were initially after the first 10 to 12 weeks.
Let me follow up to ask, were you one thing that happened immediately was, I guess, Elon Musk at some point, Elon Musk was running, he was very involved in the government for about 2 months and then sort of walked away. Was that because of the protest, you think, or was it because he got bored, or what's your sense of how that happened?
No, I think what happened is that if you look at what these different factions, the different factions of the MAGA coalition, right? So Trump is basically a representative of this sort of tech feudalist, sort of the tech right, these sort of weird tech feudalism that they want to install, right? Yeah. And then you have the Christian nationalists, you have sort of the America First nativists, and if you
okay, I prefer to call these tech feudalists a plutocracy because that's kind of what it is. Oligarchs, yeah. For me, plutocrats just seems better. But like I said, Trump is probably the most American president we've had. And when I say American, I mean in all the bad ways. He is the worst of us.
If you really think through what kind of America they are envisioning, they're not all envisioning the same thing, right? Yeah. There's actually quite significant sort of tension between the different visions that they are pursuing. Now, initially, in the first few weeks, it all worked out for them because initially it was all this sort of what they always called a counter-revolution, right? They weirdly think there's been a left-wing revolution and now they are the counter to that, right? So initially it was just about go destroy the system. We're doing counter-revolution. Don't even think about what comes after. So initially that worked. But I think quite quickly they realized that they were not all on the same page necessarily. Like what Russell Vought wants to do with the administrative state, which is not just destroy it, but also use it to impose a kind of reactionary order on American society. That's not what Elon Musk was doing. That's not what Doge was doing, right? So I think these tensions they quite quickly got to the point where Elon got a little bit of pushback from within the MAGA
Yeah,
coalition, right?
yeah.
And then he got sort of all annoyed about it. And all these people have incredibly thin skin, right? The least amount of pushback, they're like, okay, I'm out. If you don't want me here, I'm out. So I think that probably didn't have much to do with protests. It had more to do with Elon had no idea what he was doing. He thought he was going to go in and just, I don't know, do what he did when he overtook Twitter, destroy everything,
Right.
lash out and destroy everything, and declare victory. And I think that wore thin pretty quickly. And then you had someone like Russell Vogt and Stephen Miller saying, "Hey, maybe this is not exactly what we want to do," and so Musk quickly sort of lost interest.
So I'm going to do the second thing, which was like, I'm going to call it the great capitulation, which is that you saw
Yep.
all these law firms, universities, the moment Trump threatened federal funding, they immediately closed their DEI office or stopped representing various liberal clients. So you saw this, I think, law firms and universities particularly, but a lot of sectors of American life, corporations were just sort of like bowing down very quickly. That
Yep.
was the most disheartening part early on, where it seems like not only was the Democratic Party not resisting, but I think the whole civil society was not either.
Yep.
And so talk about how you felt about that then, and then talk about where we are now.
Absolute disaster. I mean, that really was the thing that initially I thought it made me was most pessimistic. Really made me feel like they're gonna succeed with this authoritarian project, because any assumption of democratic resilience in the United States, right, which a lot of like very sort of smart observers thought, look, there's no question that the Trumpists want to install authoritarian rule, but they're dealing with a system with sort of relatively strong, at least on the level of civic society, right? With a lot of institutions, with a lot of resources at their disposal to push back against this kind of authoritarian project. Like universities with like billions and billions of dollars, right? Rich law firms and like media companies, the most powerful media companies in the world.
Right.
And like a lot of observers, I think, quite reasonably assumed the Trumpists will struggle when these types of civic institutions, which a country like Hungary, right, just didn't have when
Right.
Orban got the power.
Let me tell you what's actually going to wind up destroying MAGA. They're incompetent. Trump made a point this second go round of hiring sycophants versus people who are actually smart. Smart people have this weird quirk that they're smart, and they're not going to accept, they're not going to accept turkey and cheese on their sandwich if they ordered ham and cheese. Trump will fail because he hired a bunch of people that are as incompetent as he is. Trump is good at many things, but actually like leadership, actual managing processes, actually understanding a big picture outside of himself, he's not good. Dude, the Trump organization has been around since what, the late 70s? And the motherfucker just barely became a billionaire like recently. They were wondering whether he was really a billionaire back in that 2015, 2016 timeframe. Dude, if Trump were actually smart, he'd be the richest man in the world. Between the fame and, his name recognition, that he's not the richest man in the world. No one ever asks that question. He's not that, but he is very American. If Trump hadn't been born with the silver spoon in his mouth, he would not be rich.
But the United States did have, at least on paper. And so you thought they will struggle with this. But then you realize, no, they're not struggling with this, because all of these elites who are in charge of these institutions, there was this pervasive tendency to just acquiesce and align with the regime for, I think, different reasons. Some because they felt the pressure was so high, some because they fully bought into this idea that Trump really represented the quote unquote will of the
I think
people.
that's an important one.
Right? Yeah, no, absolutely. They bought into this, which is the key assertion behind sort of the MAGA, this MAGA assault. It's all built on, hey, we represent the will of the people. We can do whatever we want because the will of the people ultimately is above the law, above the Constitution, right? And I think a lot of these people in charge of these institutions kind of bought into this whole thing. And then finally, I think there was also a lot of people, like someone like Bezos at the Washington Post, who were quite glad that Trump got back to power because they really thought, oh, hey, all these quote unquote the woke radicalism, right, of the sort of the Biden era had just gone too far, and you needed to push back against this. So I think all of this combined.
Okay, this woke fake news that, everybody from idiot John McWhorter to, Trump and all the rest of them, I'm still not convinced that woke is a thing. There is absolutely nothing wrong with social justice. And the problem that these people who are against woke basically understand that they will have to take a haircut. Okay, social justice basically means you're not going to be able to maximize profit with your company. You will have to take a haircut. But these little fucking idiots like Patrick Deneen, talking about the common good, dude, social justice is a common good, but dumb fucks like Patrick Deneen, they can't square that circle.
To make this sort of pervasive tendency to acquiesce, and that was so disheartening initially, right? Because I mean, you can have on paper, you can have all these powerful institutions. If the people in charge just don't do anything to push back against authoritarianism, then you get authoritarianism.
And now I feel like the capitulation has declined a bit. Do you agree that these institutions have gotten, they're not where I want them to be, but they've gotten back their muscle a little bit? How do you see that from where you are?
I agree. I think you see it with universities, for instance, where initially you had sort of the complete surrender of Columbia, right?
Right.
But not all the universities have followed the Columbia model. Harvard has not, right? So Harvard is like, no, maybe we're not just going to surrender. They sued the administration. Everyone who sues succeeds in court against this administration, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's sort of it's a very mixed bag
true.
still, certainly, right? But I think that's still better than what we got in the first 8 to 10 weeks, where it was not a mix.
Let me the perfect example of this Trump administration's number one and first administration and second administration, dude, they have failed in court because their lawyers are fucking second rate. They haven't been able to sue Comey, Adam Schiff, Letitia James, Hunter Biden, the quote Biden crime family. They are batting zero when their lawyers go up and try and sue. The Trump administration can't even hire a U.S. attorney or get one nominated that just doesn't get shot down. And they don't seem to notice this. Pam Bondi, and I honestly thought Pam Bondi would be better. I thought she was smart. And boy, was I proven wrong. Donald Trump's Justice Department, this motherfucker literally figured out how to ruin the Justice Department. And that's the only reason the State Department isn't a laughing stock is because of Marco Rubio. And I'm telling you, Marco Rubio if Trump actually decides to go after Cuba, Marco Rubio is, in pun maybe intended, Rubio is going to meet his Rubicon. Okay. Marco Rubio is not popular in Cuba. And I guess he's popular in Florida. I was listening to some interviews, like man on the street interviews in Havana. Oh, they fucking hate Marco Rubio. They think someone called Marco Rubio a fascist. I'm like, dude, Trump has managed to self-destruct. And I think Iran, it's going to be part 2 of Trump self-destructing. Trump self-destructed with COVID, and I think he's figured out a way to self-destruct again with Iran.
Back, which was just pervasive surrender. And now I think it's more, again, on the university level, you see it's a mixed bag. On the media institution level, it's a mixed bag. And yeah, I think what all of these institutions are sort of starting to realize is that this whole will of the people thing is just not true. Right. I think they got enough data points now to realize that this whole lasting rightward realignment of American society, that just didn't happen. That was a myth. It was never true. And I think they are more reluctant now to go along with Trumpism than they were initially.
But it's not great that our civil institutions had to wait for the poll numbers, right? That's what you're sort of hinting at. That when Trump went down from 49 to 42, they were like, okay, that's not, like, we want our institutions to be strong no matter what the president's poll. Even if they were in the 70s, you'd want them to resist authoritarianism. They might not do it, but this is not a good sign for our institutions, right?
Oh no, it's a disaster. I think again, I would really distinguish between. I've been quite I think on the level of sort of pushback from below, like a mobilization of just people, the American people in the streets, right, have been out there protesting right from the start. There was always this sort of myth that there were no protests. That was never true. Right. There have been protests all over the country, much more sustained than during the first Trump administration. So like the people from below were like, no, we don't want this. But the civic institutions on the level of the people in charge of these civic institutions, just a disaster of a performance. Absolutely.
So the thing that when I think about authoritarian, I think about dictators, I think about military in the streets. And there was definitely a period where they deployed the National Guard to LA. They had, I think, the National Guard and ICE all over Chicago. DC had the National Guard. I used to live in DC. So that was the one that sort of felt more, there were troops on the DC metro where I spent a lot of time in. So that was the part that really bothered me the most. So that to me is it's just the simple way to think about authoritarianism. That to me was the most alarming. And so talk about how you saw the deploy. It wasn't military deployments all over the country, but it was in major cities. So how did you see that then, and how do you see it now? We'll come to Minnesota later, but I want to talk about these other cities right now.
Yeah, I mean, when in June they deployed the National Guard to Los Angeles, I think there seemed to be a clear path towards like straight up autocracy, right? Yeah. They would use sort of aggressive immigration raids to basically provoke violent. Oh
wow, what just happened here? Well, let's try this again.
To basically provoke violent confrontation.
I have no idea what happened there. Interesting.
In the streets, and then they would use the violent confrontations in the streets as an excuse to say, hey, look, this is an emergency, we have to send in the troops now, right? And I think, again, at the time, it really felt like, oh, this is just another step, another sort of, another escalation on the path towards authoritarianism. But we also have to remember that that didn't quite happen, right? That's not quite what happened, because I think the regime's strategy of deploying the National Guard, that reached an impasse quite quickly. The court said, you can't do this, right? They wanted to send the National Guard to Portland. They wanted to send the National Guard to Chicago. The court said, nope, can't do this. The administration wanted the Supreme Court to override the courts, but the Supreme Court in December, even this Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to let you send the National Guard to Chicago. And then Trump, I mean, again, let's remember this. Trump basically ended the year by announcing he would no longer be attempting to send the National Guard into Chicago and Portland. So again, I think what you see there is a dynamic where, I mean, look, absolutely no question about the authoritarian intentions of this regime, right? Limitless authoritarian intentions, but their ability to impose their authoritarian desires on the country, that has run into limits and sort of obstacles. And I think that's sort of where we see this kind of dynamic play out.
Let me play, because you made me think. Actually, I remember him saying we're not going to deploy the Guard very much, but I don't. And I guess the court rulings were somewhat limited. I guess I'm relieved he's not using the National Guard on other places, but I'm not totally sure why. Is it unpopular? Is it legally complicated? Some of the governors were objecting. What do you think is it a combination of those things? What do you think is stopping him from doing it?
Definitely a combination, but I think what stands out here is that while the Trumpists have basically been talking about not sort of needing to sort of follow court orders and look, we have a right to ignore the courts, and because we represent the will of the people, we stand. The courts have no right to interfere. I mean, they explicitly, even in court, DOJ started making that argument even in court about a year ago, in late March, early April, when it was all about Alien Enemies Act and sort of the disappearing of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador. And all of a sudden in court, they argued, we don't have to follow court orders. We represent the will of the people. Now, they said this, but it's just not, they've not actually done that, right? They've not actually started ignoring the courts. Now, they try to go to the Supreme Court to get the Supreme Court to sort of overrule the courts. But it's not true that the Trump administration completely ignores the court, right? So the federal district courts, who are overwhelmingly deciding against the Trump administration, they are slowing down this administration. And the administration is sort of being slowed down by the courts. And here again, right, you had a district court say, you cannot deploy the National Guard to Chicago or to Portland. And the Trump administration felt obligated to kind of accept that ruling, right?
Let me ask a comparative question. Can I interrupt you to ask? We mentioned Orban already. Is Trump not as authoritarian as them? Because they do seem to care about, yes, they do seem to actually care about court rulings most of the time. And I'm surprised by that. Is that what were Bolsonaro?
Well, there's a whole conservative legal movement, the Federalist Society, etc. Trump kind of has to.
Bolsonaro and Orban, other people ultimately accountable the same way too? Or is Trump, while a terrible person, not as authoritarian as other people are?
Oh, no, I mean, no, he's definitely at least as authoritarian, right? So again, I think his authoritarian desires are limitless, right? Okay. On that level, no question about it. But I think he's in a much weaker position than someone like Orban. When Orban came into power in Hungary in 2010, he was extremely popular. Like, he had overwhelming support. Like 75, 80% of the people supported what he was offering, right? And so whereas Trump, and I think here's where people, sometimes I encounter this where people say, oh, but who cares about public opinion? Trump doesn't care about public opinion. But he has to care about public opinion. Even if he thinks he can ignore it, right? It's just not true. Even the most staunchly authoritarian regimes in history had to care about where.
And why is that? Help me understand that. I don't totally understand that. Why do they have? Because you can impose policies on people as long as there's not an election close by without losing the election. But why do authoritarians care about public opinion? I actually don't know the answer to this question.
Right. So first of all, America still does have competitive elections, right? They're not free and fair, but they are still competitive, as we just saw in November. That's the first thing. Now, the second thing is, right, in a modern society, in a complex modern society, every government just has to rely on a certain level of not complicity, just a certain level of going along with the people. They need millions of people to do their jobs, right? Otherwise, society collapses, right? And so they have to rely on, to a certain extent, on people going along with the regime, right? So again, theoretically, an authoritarian regime could ramp up oppression dramatically, right? To the point where just by pure oppression, they get the people to go along. But the Trumpists don't have the sort of the necessary apparatus to do that, right? The American government does not have an apparatus of like millions of ICE agents that can just occupy every city.
Right.
That's just not where we are, right? Again, they tried in Minneapolis, which is, I guess, let's say a mid-sized American city.
Yeah.
And they mobilized most of ICE and Border Patrol operative capacities, and yet still they couldn't get the protests to stop even there. They do not have an apparatus that is vast enough to just occupy the whole country, right? So they need people to go along to some extent. So if you are vastly unpopular, like at some point that does become a massive problem, even for the most authoritarian regime. Look, even the Nazis cared about their public standing, right? Again, you have to care about public standing.
I'm going to move to a fourth issue, and I think it was in August, but there was a period in the summer where they started getting U.S. attorneys. Trump would fire whatever U.S. attorney that was there in an area, and then they would file indictments. So they indicted Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York. There's an indictment of James Comey, the former FBI. In other words, we were seeing the thing that is scary of the government was using its prosecutorial power to take on its political enemies and sort of declaring that, and that was very worrisome. They're definitely a sign of dictatorship and authoritarianism. So that was very worrying to me in August and in the fall. So talk about what you thought about that then and what you think about that now.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Again, something that in the moment definitely looked like they're taking the next step on that sort of escalation ladder that ultimately leads to like full-on autocratic rule, right? Absolutely. That's what autocrats do. I mean, Trump specifically sees the DOJ entirely as his sort of instrument to go after his enemies, right? And so, again, in the moment, extremely, extremely worrisome. But you always have to not just look at, oh, they go after James Comey, right? But also what becomes of that? Because it didn't succeed, right? It didn't
exactly,
work, right? In all of the cases you just mentioned, either, I mean, usually what happened is some judge just threw out the charges, basically.
Or the grand jury wouldn't indict, I think, in a couple of cases, yeah.
Either the grand jury wouldn't indict in the first place, or a judge would throw out the charges. I think that happened in December. And it's the same with, for instance, when in January when they arrested Don Lemon, right, former CNN journalist Don Lemon. They arrest him clearly on bogus charges, right? Obviously bogus charges. And again, you think this is so dangerous. The regime is now, and then people will say, oh, look, the regime is now in the arresting journalists phase.
Yes.
Okay, yes, that is true. And it is absolutely an indication of how staunchly authoritarian their desires are. But then you look at what becomes of that, and it just doesn't work, because what they're trying to do is just basically, they're trying to make Don Lemon or James Comey into a warning to everyone else, right? Look, this is what's going to happen to you if you don't stop resisting or whatever, right? But it hasn't worked. It's not like journalists like yourself have not stopped covering this administration critically, right? Because I'm assuming everyone looks at Don Lemon and thinks, yeah, no, that's bogus, and they're not going to get through with this, right? And so I think it's really important to not. A big part of like fighting back against sort of this type of authoritarian assault is not to buy into the idea that the authoritarian regime is omnipotent, right? They're lawless. They're absolutely lawless, right? But that doesn't make them omnipotent. They still have to deal with the.
You hear that, Brian? They're not omnipotent, meaning Trump. Well, basically, he's fallible. He's not that bright, and he has made sure to hire like Pete Hegseth level uh, cabinet members. Let me tell you something else that I've been meaning to say. Raisin Kane, Dan Kane, the current Joint Chiefs of Staff, he retired as a lieutenant general, and Trump brought him out of retirement and gave him a 4th star. The military, at least in my experience, in my opinion, it is extremely, and it's not perfect, by the way, but it's probably one of the most meritocratic institutions in America. Now, once you make your star, it becomes a lot of politics and who you hitch your wagon to and all that stuff. But I will say up to 06, it's pretty meritocratic. And if Kane did not make that 4th star, it's because his peers and the president at the time didn't think he merited that 4th star. So even the Joint Chiefs, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he didn't earn that 4th star. Trump gave it to him because he is a yes man or yes general. Think of it. These white boys in Trump's administration did not earn it. The Trump administration is not a meritocracy. So you want Viktor Orban? Of course you do, Brian. But in my opinion, a Viktor Orban would be so much easier to crush, like the grape he is. And Trump is in the process of losing because mostly he's self-sabotaging.
Realities of a very complex sort of modern society and a complex political system. And I believe, again, if you look back at, say, the James Comey indictment now, right? I think this is more indicative of the limits of the authoritarian assault than indicative of the authoritarian assault succeeding.
I'm going to move to a 5th topic. This is a more challenging, complicated one. The 2025 elections, where the Democrats won in New Jersey and Virginia by a lot, and won a lot of other places and overperformed and won. You saw it throughout 2025. Democrats did really well. So, and I want to talk about that because I remember in 2022 there was a midterm election and the Democrats did well, and you had a lot of people saying, "Okay, democracy saved, everything's fine, Biden's going to be fine, Trump is going to be dethroned by Ron DeSantis." And you and I were doing a podcast back then, and you were like, no, too much celebrating here. Trump is fine. And then 2 years later, Trump has won the presidency. And so I'm curious what you made of those elections. Do you think, because what do you think about them then and what do you think about them now? Was there too much celebration, the right amount of celebration? Or give me a sense of how you see those elections.
Right. I mean, look, it doesn't change the fundamental reality of American politics, which is one of the two major parties is in the hands of a staunchly authoritarian movement, right? And that means in every election, it's basically democracy itself is on the ballot.
Can I interrupt and ask one question?
Yeah.
Is one of the parties in controlled by an authoritarian, I think is what you phrase it, or is one of the parties authoritarian? That's a distinction worth thinking about. Because JD Vance or Rubio or whoever, I just want to understand what you mean. Yeah.
No, it is absolutely an interesting distinction. Although in practice, I think it's the same thing because that authoritarian movement, broadly speaking, MAGA or Trumpism, is now so fully in charge of the Republican Party that they have become one, right? But technically speaking, this was sort of an authoritarian insurgency, right? Sort of, or the right wing or the radical flank of the Republican Party, which had always been part of the Republican Party, but never so fully in charge. And now they are basically fully in charge, right? And so that problem doesn't go away just because.
I disagree. If you're not familiar with the subtleties, I honestly don't think that MAGA has taken over the Republican Party, not to the extent that they're indistinguishable. I think MAGA is still a faction of the Republican Party. And the reason I think that and I did not cover it yesterday, but Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, which is just north of where I live in Georgia, it has come down because they did like a jungle primary, because this office is, the term of the seat that she gave up, only runs through next November. But a Democrat, a black Democrat, actually is in a runoff with a white Republican who is Trump endorsed. And I never thought I'd see that. And the black Democrat is actually, if I recall, he's raised more money than the Trump-backed Republican. So it's going to be a race. As popular as Marjorie Taylor Greene was, up in that Rome, Georgia area, that district, there is a black Democrat in play in Georgia. So I don't think the MAGA is the Republican Party. I think they're just controlling it.
Because Democrats win some seats or they do well in a midterm election or whatever. But here's the but. I do think this election result really mattered because, again, the main sort of claim that the Trumpists have built their sort of authoritarian assault on is the fact that they represent the will of the people, right? And we've seen just too many people on the, broadly speaking, center, right? Center right to center left, kind of buy into this idea that, yes, there was this sort of rightward alignment in American politics. Yes, Trump did represent something like he is the tribune of the people. He does represent the will of the people. And I think the election result in November was an important data point to remind people who were inclined to sort of buy into this idea that it's just not true, right? It's just not true. And the majority, the numerical majority of the American people are not on board with this idea of a sort of white Christian patriarchal dominance across all spheres of American life. It's just not the case that a majority of Americans, if you ask them, do you think America should be a pluralistic kind of society, or should it be a white Christian patriarchal like homeland? It's just not true that the majority of the people say it should be the latter. And it's really important to remember that. And to the extent that the election result helped people remember that, I think it really mattered.
And you probably still feel that way today, right?
Yes, no, absolutely. I think it was an important moment, and I think I probably even think that even more so now because let's say the data points keep accumulating, right? We had this sort of No Kings protests in the fall, right? 7 million people out in the street. We had the election result just a few weeks later. No Kings was in mid-October, election result in early November, and then you had sort of the mass mobilization on the ground in Minneapolis, right? And then also really across the country wherever ICE shows up, right? The people stand up and say, hey, we do not want you to just kidnap our neighbors. And I think if you take that all together, we've now had a sort of a significant period of several months where we over and over again, I think, the American people, I don't want to sound like too patriotic here, I'm German. Yeah. But the American people are clearly sending the signal here to their own elected officials, by the way, especially in the Democratic Party, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, guys, we don't actually want this. Can you please fight against this? And I think that matters.
So Minneapolis, having two people, citizens killed on video was really like, a searing experience. And seeing, I'll be honest, seeing that the Trump administration would have all those federal forces descend on a city that's, I'll say it, not perceived as Black or Latino. Like LA is perceived as an immigrant, has a lot of immigrants in it. Chicago has a big population and perceived to be a sort of a Black city, DC too. So to see them go after and I think partly because it's like he doesn't like Tim Walz or Jacob Frey, but to see them crack down on that kind of place was scary to me when it started. The killings of Alex Preddy and were failure too. And obviously the protests happened and that was strong, but and that was good. But how did you see Minneapolis when it started? And I guess only a few weeks from now, but how do you see it now?
Yeah, so I think again, I want to make sure people don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying things are fine, right? I'm not saying, because I think what you saw in Minneapolis, that is exactly what, unfortunately, I think we need to expect more of, which is a regime that will escalate its assault in the areas where it believes it still has the power to escalate, and that is immigration, and that's also foreign policy, right? So areas where the president has more power, or where it's more difficult to sort of curtail the power of the president, right? And so again, like traditionally, the president has a lot of leeway on immigration, or the executive has a lot of leeway on immigration. They obviously have a lot of leeway on foreign policy. So what you see now is a regime that is sort of escalating and lashing out in those areas, right?
We'll come back to that because it's an interesting point. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think, and that will cause tremendous harm and tremendous damage, right? And it will be bloody at times. So I'm not saying, hey, things are fine, awesome, don't worry about it. I'm extremely worried, right?
Yes.
But I think it is important, and I felt this at the time, and I'm feeling this more strongly now. It is important to realize that they failed to achieve any of their objectives in Minneapolis, right? Clearly, this type of paramilitary occupation, which this really was.
Salute, Nightish. Brian, it was a simple question. I think I know that you can answer that question. And you know what? I'm actually having a good time hearing this critique of the Trump administration. So this is longish, but in my opinion, it's worth hearing. And after this, there are news articles, and at the end somewhere there are a couple videos. So I appreciate all the birthday wishes. I am enjoying myself. And before Bobby asks the question, because I know Bobby Perkins will ask, yep, I'm sipping on some Coors Light, having a blast. And you know what? I did not post the link. I guess I could do that. Sorry, I forgot to do that. So here is the link. And this link is a special invitation for Brian Nichols, because I'm very curious why all of a sudden the UN, what the UN says is important to a MAGA black. Dude, it kind of shocked me when you quoted something that the UN said. Brian, what happened? You becoming a liberal? Dude, do you respect the UN or not? Is my question. If you don't want to answer it, just say, hey, I don't want to answer it, because if I say yes, I'm damned. And if I say no, I'm damned. I painted you into a corner, sir, and I'm having a good time watching you squirm away from a simple question. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun show. There we go. There's the link, folks. And Brian, consider this a special invitation for you to come up and explain your love for the United Nations.
Yes.
Was intended to send the signal to the rest of the country. Look, this is a warning. This will happen to your city if you don't go with the program, right? And what they ran into was
walk to the whoopty wop. She walk in. She looking good. I mean, she looking fly. I mean, she looking real good. You feel me? Cause I'm that guy. My name is Sky. If you didn't know, now you know. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, she got 7 G's out this nigga. Like, what? $7,000. I'm cool with that. Shit, she came back and counted it all. Put it right in him hand, you feel me? And I was like, where's my Hawaiian punch? She left it at the whoopty wop. She left it at the whoopty wop. She said, I left it at the whoopty wop.
As a local population that decided, no,
Oh, damn it. You know
we
what?
will not let you kidnap our neighbor.
I was having so much fun. Brian, the Trump administration has indiscriminately attacked civilians in Iran. Correct? And if you say no, I will go back to what I was talking about on mute. The Trump administration has done nothing but attack Iranians, civilians.
Neighbors, regardless of their color of skin, regardless what gods they pray to, right? These are our neighbors. And I think you mentioned of the racial dimension of this, right? Minneapolis is Minnesota is an overwhelmingly white state, right? And this was an overwhelmingly white protest, mostly because people of color were too threatened, too acutely endangered to even go out and protest. Right. And so they faced these ICE agents faced white people in the streets. And I think that is fundamentally basically that's just proving the very theory of the case for this MAGA regime. It's just proving that that's wrong, because MAGA fundamentally believes like multiculturalism, multiracialism, pluralistic democracy. It's all a lie. It doesn't work. No one actually wants this. And ultimately, right, fundamentally, white people will ultimately side with other white people and sort of whiteness over pluralism. And then, like, on the ground in Minneapolis, they ran into a population that decided, no, that's actually not the case. We will prove to you exactly the type of social cohesion that MAGA says is impossible in a pluralistic society, right? Because social cohesion, if you believe them, only works in a sort of homogeneous, like racially, ethnically, culturally homogeneous white society, right? Then you can have social cohesion. And then they run into this sort of mobilizing protests where the people say, no, we will not let you kidnap our neighbors. So I think this is fundamentally a threat to the very theory of the case that is behind sort of this sort of white nationalist project. And so it really matters, I think.
Finally, we can't do it before. We can't do it back and before and now because it just happened. But the overthrowing of Maduro and now the Ayatollah and these sort of like unilateral invasions. You said the beginning I hadn't thought of before, because they don't have as much power domestically. They are lashing out abroad. I hadn't really thought about it though. That seems correct, and we can never prove it, but that sort of seems right to me. But that was interesting. But so I mean, talk about these. Us in like I don't want to celebrate the Iranian government or Maduro. But I remember what the Venezuela day, my wife got up, was like, what happened? We threw a leader of another country. I didn't know we were thinking about that. Because she was sort of, Iran was more expected, I guess, but she was sort of stunned by it. I think a lot of people were. And I was not surprised by them because they had been hinting these things, but I was sort of outraged by, I know we don't think congressional authorization matters, but I think it does matter that the public at least nominally supports a war. The Congress is bought in. We know here that neither of those things, these are wars fought by Donald Trump, and the Republican Party sort of agrees because he said so, but these are sort of unilateral wars that the world doesn't want, where we overthrow leaders. I find this to be authoritarianism not hitting me, but still very scary. Talk about it from your point of view.
Yeah, I mean, totally. I mean, look, to some extent, this is unfortunately exactly what you would expect this kind of regime to do, right? So, when faced with kind of frustrations and public pressure, they they ramp up the demonization and persecution of vulnerable groups at home, and they throw themselves into quote unquote adventures abroad. That's just what authoritarian regimes kind of do. And I think the more they run into kind of hurdles and they fail to overcome the kind of protest or resistance at home, I think the more they will look for areas where their desire to dominate, to plunder, to punish is more easily put into practice. And I think that is, again, that's immigration and that is foreign policy, where unfortunately the president's power is a lot harder to restrain, right, than on the domestic front. And I think to me, illegal wars abroad and sort of ICE concentration camps at home are kind of, those are the same thing basically. They're escalations in areas where this regime can still escalate, right? And I think, again, the big fear to me would be, can they sort of use this illegal war abroad that they just started, can they use it as an excuse to ramp up the oppression at home, right? Can they use it to escalate the crackdown against the domestic opposition? However, what we're seeing is, they have not done any effort to sort of justify this war at home, right? Just no effort at all to get the American people on their side. It's extremely unpopular what they're doing, right? We have seen very little of the kind of rally around the flag effect that you would usually expect. Very little of that. There's not been any systematic effort so far to use this as an excuse to ramp up the oppression at home. So I think, again, what we're seeing is escalation, yes, absolutely, and it is terrible, and it is causing tremendous damage. I mean, not just to the United States, but to the entire rest of the world. But from the perspective of, is this a like is this a plausible path towards consolidating authoritarian rule? They're just not doing it right, because I think they're too incompetent. This is too haphazard. It's too sort of, there's no planning, there's no strategy. So again, I don't want to tell people it's fine, don't worry about. What I'm saying is, a smarter, more competent, more sort of nimble regime would do a lot more dangerous things at home with something like this, which they're just not doing.
Yes. And that literally goes back to a short that I released a couple days ago. Let me see, can I find it?
Let me ask some kind of a hard question, but we've talked about this a year. Is there anything you're in Germany? Where in Germany are you? You know what I mean?
I'm in Hamburg, in the north of Germany. Yes.
Is there anything you think you're seeing about, or you understand, or people who are outside the U.S. might understand about what's happening that maybe those of us in the U.S. don't see as clearly? Just curious.
That's an interesting question. I think the rest of the world, I'll say this. The rest, as you just saw, there was just the Munich Security Conference a few weeks back, right, where Marco Rubio gave his speech. And I think what you saw there is that the rest of the world is still sort of struggling with grappling fully with what's happening in the United States. A few years ago, I would have said maybe the rest of the world has a clearer understanding of the type of authoritarian threat that the United States is facing, because maybe they're not so sort of willingly buying into sort of ideas of American exceptionalism, and America is sort of the soul of the nation is democratic and freedom and liberty and whatever, and it can't happen here, right? So a few years ago, I would have said maybe foreigners are slightly more immune to the kind of, exceptionalist sort of mythology of the United States. But now I would almost say it has flipped to the point where what I'm seeing here when I talk to, and I write for German newspapers, I talk to German media, and I think now I still struggle with sort of getting these people to fully grapple with who is in charge in the United States, right? That it really is a fundamentally authoritarian regime that really wants to consolidate authoritarian rule and really wants to destroy the liberal international order, whatever that may be. And I think what you see now is the rest of the world is quite rightfully, I think, just scared, because it is a scary proposition. The United States is too powerful in every respect, economically, militarily, culturally, for the rest of the world to not be immediately affected by whatever happens on the domestic front in the United States, right? It's just not possible for anyone in the rest of the world to say, whatever, if they want Trump, let them have Trump. What do we care? Well, we care because the every collective action problem the rest of the world faces, right? Say, think climate change or whatever you want to look at.
Right.
Nothing can be solved without.
Yeah, what idiots like the Trump administration and a lot of more I don't know, America First people don't understand is that colonialism was the first globalism. It has been, thwarted, it has been slowed down, but dude, technology itself, the industrial revolution itself, it is inherently globalist. You're not going to be able to stop it, even if you are a white nationalist. Globalization happened pretty much back in what, the 15th century, when Portugal decided to go down the west coast of Africa. The die was cast. Marco Polo, the die was cast. You're not going to stop globalization, MAGA America First dummies.
A functional US government that is somewhat willing to actually contribute to sort of solving these problems. And I think the rest of the world is sort of beginning to understand, like, what does the world look like if the one sort of superpower that is left is in the hands of a government like this, which is at best fully dysfunctional and at worst just like a fully authoritarian regime. And I think that's almost too scary for the rest of the world to sort of fully grapple with.
Let me have two questions about the Dem. We talked about the Republicans and Trump most of the time. I want two questions about the Democratic Party, and then we'll close up here. The first is, when you and I sort of met early on, was when Biden had become president, and it helped me understand
Nella.
something, which I used the phrase, "How much do?"
Hey there.
Hi, Stanley. I think I got background noise, so I'm here to learn.
No,
If
you
you have,
sound fine.
oh, good. Yeah, I want to hear about colonialism, the origins of colonialism. I want to hear about it because a lot of people have selective memory. They're not understanding the patterns of colonialism. They're not recalling, or rather recollecting, the pattern throughout history. This is the pattern that we're experiencing. This is not a
Well,
far.
I
This
think
is nothing new.
Well, I think that you could go back to the hunter gatherer days. It's kind of what it's an animal instinct. Now,
Exactly.
and again, I'm not an anthropologist, so I'm just kind of going off of what I've learned over the years. But, back in the hunter gatherer days, you wander out and you take over another tribe's territory. I mean, that is essentially colonialism. Animals stake out their territory and then they'll fight over territory. It's kind of what animals do. But colonialism, the way I'm talking about, say, the origins of a Trump administration or the origins of the United States. Look, Portugal was the first. Portugal had African slavery first. They wandered down, and it is so funny to hear that they were too fucking afraid to go all the way around the Horn of Africa. they it took them like damn near 80 years, almost 100 years, just to make it all the way down the west coast of Africa. They were inching their way, and as they were going, this bullshit, and I'm digressing, but I'll focus back in just a minute. This idea that Africans were not kidnapped off the beaches is bullshit. It happened. Now, it didn't happen once the triangle trade started. It got a lot more organized, etc. But don't ever let these Thomas Sowell MAGA blacks tell you that Europeans, Portuguese especially, and the Spanish too, yeah, they fucking come ashore and kidnap your ass right off that beautiful beach. Colonialism was the first globalization. Again, I'm going back to Nagone, who hit me to a book called The Empire of Cotton. I had no clue how important cotton was. It was the first kind of global industry. It pretty much led.
It was an important commodity. And sugar
Well,
too.
it was way more important than I ever thought it was. There would
People gotta wear clothes.
basically it was the first product of the Industrial Revolution, and I had no clue it was that essential. But anyway, where I'm going with this is, as soon as there was a spice trade, as soon as there was like Marco Polo going all the way to China, dude, globalization has been happening for millennia. And for people like Donald Trump and his little sycophants to think they can reverse something that's been a slow roll for millennia, that is literally mighty white. Especially since Donald Trump's ancestors were the ones who started it. Dude, you can't stop the whiteness that your fucking great eighth great grandpappy started. So anyway, it's a little bit of a diatribe, but globalization started.
You're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. I always forgive the truth, no matter how hard it is to hear.
And honestly, Mela, why people on this YouTube can't, dude, it's gotta be a lack of education. It's gotta be a lack of education, because if you've ever taken a U.S. history course, dude, how the fuck do you think America got started? It was part of globalization.
The first clue, Stanley, is how they articulate themselves. That gives you the first clue as to how intelligent they may or may not be. And then you can work from there. You know what you're doing.
See, I don't think it actually takes any special intelligence. All you got to do is read your high school history book.
It's not
and
that
have the
simple.
right teacher, I guess.
Anyone that doesn't have the capacity to articulate themselves is lacking the confidence to educate themselves. It's like 1 + 1 is 2.
I have to say, I am going to recommend a book. It's called Born in Blackness. And they're probably better books, because the guy who wrote it is not like an academic historian, but I've really never read a whole lot on pre-colonial African history.
I want to make a disclaimer quick. That doesn't mean that motherwit, quote in quotation marks,
absolutely,
is not significant. There are people that are innately intuitive, right?
Well,
but they don't know how.
Talk about my parents, right?
They don't. Yeah. I got to catch up with that. But my point is that I want to make a disclaimer alert that just because you're formally educated doesn't mean that you're the cat's pajamas. What I'm indicating is that I got to take back the fact that there is a population of people who exist that have instinct, intuitiveness, um, um, observation skills that go beyond formal education. So I want to put that, I don't want to make a blanket statement like unless you're educated, you ain't got it going on. That's not true. So
Well, let me emphasize your point. My father, who I just got a text from, believe it or not, um, believe me, he used to talk about a guy named Chuck in Savannah, Georgia. Chuck had a PhD in psychology, and every
and
time,
didn't know how to hang a picture.
well, hold on. Every time, we'd see him at
Didn't
that
know how
gas
to change a
station.
car tire.
We'd see Chuck. Back then, it was West Broad Street. Now it's Savannah's MLK. And right on that corner was a gas station we used to go to all the time to gas up the cars. Well, Chuck would be on that corner, the PhD, and my father would always say that can happen to people with PhDs. You can have a PhD and still fuck up because you don't. I don't think he would say that to me at like 8 or 9, but um common sense was something, dude. My mother could be harsh. It would be like your nose has been in a book all goddamn day and you couldn't figure out how to do so and so. Dude, my mother especially could be brutal. And she, to this day, not this week, but the week after I'm going home, every time I go home, that bookshelf that is so fucking huge with probably 500 books in it, I go to every day.
500
My
books?
parents were adamant that you have to have both. You have to, the ultimate, and my father used to call it a renaissance man. You can do both. You can be someone who has common sense and book knowledge. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It should be both, if possible. And, I probably can honestly say I was probably, when I hear people go, well, all you know is in a book, motherfucker, I'm like you. The military gave me the common sense because all of a sudden I'm making life and death decisions
Right.
sometimes on a daily basis. Dude, do you know how fucking dangerous
Yeah.
you wake up in the morning and dude, if you actually think about it, if you have some form of responsibility in the military, it's literally life and death almost daily, especially if you're in a war zone.
Correct.
Your fuck up could cost lives. You better have common sense or people are going to die.
Right.
So, I and my son, I'm constantly, well, not these days because I don't see him on a daily basis. Believe me, I'm one of these black men who understand that book knowledge is not enough, but common sense is not enough either, especially if you're going
I
to hop
remember.
up on a YouTube panel and talk some bullshit about globalization.
Is
You got
there
to know both.
is there such word as relationality? I'm trying to introduce.
Relatable.
Okay. Well, like say for instance, your male child, in the event you're a single mother, right?
Mhm.
And you're
Mhm.
trying to introduce the concept of being conscious to your male child. because there are a lot of single women, with their male children, and you want to try. Anyway, my point is that my relative, she was complaining about how aggressive, her, my 9-year-old nephew is, right? Like he
Hmm.
just has a heavy hand with everything, Like I asked him to put the groceries together, and he's smashing the bread, and so all I heard was he's smashing the bread. I said, "This is what you do. You tell him, don't smash the bread. What if that was a baby?" And you appeal to his capacity to be compassionate, and that will implant an understanding of of his strength. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, as a boy discovers their strength, they just roll with it. They just roll with it, and it takes
Hmm.
an understanding of compassion to rein it in. Like, oh, this is when I go heavy-handed. This is when I don't, and that way they don't become monsters. You know what I'm saying? And so when I explained it to her like that, she said it worked like a charm. She was like, "Don't, don't pack the groceries carelessly. What if that loaf of bread was a baby?" And she just kept reiterating that, you know. But she had a tough time raising him on her own because she was crazy. Let's just keep it real, you know. She was overwhelmed with poverty and responsibility, and we did what we could, but she was too proud to accept our, you know, to accept things.
Right.
So what we did was we would just accept her calls and just listen to her complaints, and every once in a while we would give her advice, but she would frustrate people by rejecting the advice, right? And and one fine day she was like, responding to my question of how you doing, what you doing. That's how I, talk to her. How you doing? What you doing? It was like, I'm at the grocery store and he busting these groceries. I said, what you mean busting the groceries? I didn't know what that meant. And she was like, every time he put the groceries in the car, he messes up the eggs and the bread. I said, oh, he's being heavy handed. Well, he's a male child, and it's time to introduce him to the concept of having compassion for what he can overpower. And she was like, okay, there you go talking that educated bullshit again. What you talking about? It's like, just tell him, like, be careful with that loaf of bread. That could be a baby. What if, no, what, I said, what if that was a baby? The whole what if thing. Now, people are a lot more educated now, Stanley. They don't fall for the what if shit. But back then, they did, And I said, just tell him, what if that was a baby? And that would paint a picture, because men are visual creatures. So that would paint a picture in his head about, wow, I wouldn't want to damage a baby. So he would be thoughtful. He would have that thought in mind. Because whatever you tell a young sponge mind, they're going to absorb it. Okay. And we're talking about brains that are like not fully organically developed yet. So yeah, you can program them with compassion. You just have to know how to do it.
Mm.
So that's my speech about an experience I had with a man that's now I wouldn't say he's Barack Obama, but I mean he's doing really well. He's not a womanizer. He's not a criminal. He's he doesn't yield to his impulses. He's an upstanding man. And I'm not crediting myself with that. I'm just saying that when it comes to a woman raising a male child on her own without guidance and yielding to the understanding that he is a male and she will never understand what it is to be a male, right? Right? Then she,
I'm not so sure. Of course,
I
but
want to hear you.
you
I want to
know,
hear you. Okay, go ahead.
well, it's kind of funny. You can never understand what it's like to be someone else. Period. I raised a boy, and I guess you could say he's a man now. I have no clue what it's like what it's like to be my son. And he obviously has no clue what it's like to be me. You have to understand that I understand the point that a man can't understand a woman or a woman can't understand a man, but um a man can't understand another man. You're not inside their head. You may have, instincts, or men may do things a certain way as a trend, but we're all human. Males and females all have X chromosomes. These arguments about, oh, a man can't understand a woman, and well, who understands anybody, whether it's a man understanding another man? Sometimes these arguments are kind of specious. Um, Bottom line is, who really understands anybody else? So you know what? Let's move on. I think we've gotten as much out of this video as we're gonna get. Let's do some news stories. And I have not refreshed this. Let me refresh this. See if there's anything. So Israel bombs central Beirut in expanding attack. Of course they are. Earlier, it was Iran shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. Iraq vents anger in strikes on former militias now under government control. This is slowly but surely expanding, folks. Where shit's happening in Iraq, shit's happening in Beirut. Iran has attacked UAE and Bahrain, and yeah, this is not as contained as I think some folks would hope it would be. New Iranian supreme leader had fractured foot and face lacerations on first day of war. Well, he survived it though. Let's see. Iran appears to have conducted a significant cyber attack against a U.S. company, a first since the war started. Interesting. Let's see what this video is about. Trump to tap strategic oil reserve to bring down gas prices. You know what could have kept gas prices down? Not attacking Iraq. I'm sorry, not attacking Iran. Oops.
To slow the surging gas prices in America. President Trump late today announcing he plans to tap into the strategic petroleum reserves, which is essentially fuel the U.S. stores up for dire situations. It comes just as Iran crosses a new line, attacking at least 3 ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz, a vital passageway for oil. This is a Thai tanker burning, a fire smoldering inside its hull. Iran apparently hitting energy infrastructure on land as well. You see it here. New video showing the moment a drone slams into an oil depot in Oman, causing that massive explosion. Oil is now clearly a major front and Iran's preferred target in this war, with a new commitment today from dozens of countries to release a record-setting amount of oil into the marketplace, hoping to ease the prices. We'll break down how much impact that will have for drivers here in the U.S. All that as war rages on several Middle East fronts. This new video showing Israeli bombs dropping relentlessly on southern Lebanon tonight, targeting Hezbollah. We've got this covered from all angles tonight, and we start with Garrett Haake at the White House.
You can see the drone above the oil depot in Oman before it makes impact, as the Iranian regime unleashes new attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz, including this Thai cargo vessel. Iran vowing to drive oil prices to $200 a barrel by stopping tankers from using the strait. And now, in an urgent effort to keep oil prices down, the International Energy Agency and its member countries, including the U.S., agreeing to release 400 million barrels of oil from emergency stocks. Tonight, oil prices holding steady around $87 a barrel, with the president explaining why he's tapping into 172 million barrels from the U.S. Strategic Oil Reserve.
We'll reduce it a little bit, and that brings the prices down. We have to get rid of the evil. There's great evil taking place in Iran, as you know, and our military has been unbelievable.
The president recently warning the Iranian regime against blocking the strait, just 20 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point, a critical corridor for more than 20% of the world's oil.
If Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level.
Iran turning to unleashing these new attacks on oil after the Pentagon says it has decimated the Iranian military.
To date, we have struck more than 5,500 targets inside Iran.
President Trump saying he will end the war, quote, soon, because there's practically nothing left to target. NBC's Peter Alexander with the president today.
What more do you need to do militarily for this operation to end?
More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all. They have no radar. Their leaders are gone.
Most Republicans support the operation.
The president's been very clear about those goals, about destroying the missiles and the drones, destroying the nuclear program.
But the president facing pressure from some allies.
He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
All as inside Iran, a top security official now threatening that police are ready to shoot anyone who protests the Iranian regime after a deadly crackdown in January. Though tonight, a key advisor to Israel's prime minister is hopeful Iranians will take to the streets again.
Over 85% of the Iranian people detest the Ayatollah regime. All of these people have the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do the right thing, and I'm sure they'll do it.
Garrett joins us now live from the White House. And Garrett, another headline we still have not seen or heard from Iran's new supreme leader, and the reason may not just be his security.
Yeah, Tom, another factor is that he was apparently injured on the opening day of the conflict. That's according to Tehran's ambassador to Cyprus and the son of Iran's president. At a government rally on Monday, he was represented by just a photo on stage.
Tonight, jaw-dropping video of this monster tornado barreling across.
Yeah, okay. The point is, this is going to get a lot more complicated, and I'm going to go back to my point. Trump did not hire the brightest people into his administration, and of course they gave him bad advice. Of course they said they could do what they don't seem to be able to do. Let me say once again let me just say this with as much of a heartfelt sentiment as I can possibly muster. MAGA blacks, I told you so. I told you that this dude, I told you this would happen. So let us move on. We asked 1,000 Americans if U.S. strikes on Iran should continue. Here's what they said. What do Americans think about the U.S. war with Iran? And how have their opinions shifted since the conflict began? A Washington Post poll of 1,005 Americans finds less opposition to the U.S. military actions than when they began, although more people still would prefer that the strikes stop than continue. A steady majority say, a steady majority say the Trump administration has not clearly explained the war's goals, and most say the number of U.S. casualties, including 7 service members reported killed in action, is unacceptable. Many Americans are still making up their minds on the military campaign or hold a mix of positive and negative views about it. Well, let me tell you, most Americans have not served in the military, so they are due their opinions. Do you support or oppose the U.S. military campaign against Iran? 42% support. Unsure, 17%. Oppose, 40%. So essentially, we're split. Why you would support this unnecessary action? I think 42% of that 1,000 obviously are just they're listening to Donald Trump, and they should not be doing that. A Post poll shortly after the strikes found 39% supported President Trump ordering airstrikes against Iran, while 52% opposed them and 9% were unsure. I don't know whether these numbers are before. I don't understand how we went from 42 to 52%. That's not a clear transition. But the new poll asked generally about the U.S. military campaign against Iran, finding 42% support, 40% oppose. Okay, I see where they're going with this. The absence of President Donald Trump in the new poll's question may have led more people to say they're unsure. Wow. As views about the president tend to color people's opinions of his actions and policies. Who the fuck started the war? I don't even understand how that part works. The overall split in support for the campaign contrasts with recent polls, which have found Americans opposing U.S. strikes 50% to 38%. According to a Post average of 10 polls since the war started. When the polls have offered unsure as an option, between 7 and 30% of respondents have taken it, suggesting opinions are still in flux less than 2 weeks after the military operation began. You know what? I will never understand why there's doubt about why this shouldn't have happened. And I wonder if it's not intentional. Trump not explaining why this happens tends to encourage people to go, I'm not sure. Americans are still in the mood to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt. And dude, this Trump is going to disappoint some motherfuckers. Now, this is interesting. You're cleaning your air fryer? Wow. I didn't know they ever needed cleaning. All right. Well, let's move on from oh, wait, hold it. You know what? I skipped something. I want to hear what Francis Fukuyama has to say. And yes, I have been leaning heavily on Francis Fukuyama. Seems like I've found a kindred spirit, though I'm nowhere near as fucking smart or educated or any of that stuff. We just seem to be kindred spirits, though.
How not to do regime change. Nearly 2 weeks in, it's clear just how well thought through Trump's regional war is. By Francis Fukuyama. It is hard to overstate what a complete shambles American foreign policy has become since Donald Trump launched his war against Iran on February 28th. Trump clearly believed that the initial decapitation strike would lead to the collapse of the Islamic regime and its replacement by a new leadership willing to work with the United States. He seems to have had Venezuela on his mind as a model, as he referred to it several times during the war's first week. He and his associates failed to anticipate Iran's capacity to strike back, as it launched rounds of missiles and drones at U.S. allies and bases in the region, disrupting Gulf economies and raising gasoline prices in the United States. What is particularly maddening about this is that anyone who has lived through the last quarter century of U.S. Middle East policy should have understood that war would produce multiple unintended and devastating consequences. After the Twin Tower attacks on September 11th, 2001, the United States had good cause to intervene against the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, since it had sheltered al-Qaeda terrorists who were directly responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans. The apparent success of this regime change operation emboldened the Bush administration to intervene in Iraq in March 2003 and topple Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist government. The United States then had two collapsed regimes on its hands. The problem was not one of democratic nation building. Before you can have a democracy, you need to have a state, and the United States was completely at a loss as to how to create a state that, by Max Weber's famous definition, could exercise a legitimate monopoly of force over a defined territory. Both post-invasion Afghanistan and Iraq hosted multiple militias and power centers that challenged the authority of the friendly governments that the United States tried to install. This mistake was then repeated by the Obama administration during the Arab Spring, which used air power to stop Muammar Gaddafi's attempt to reassert control over Benghazi. The Libyan civil war that broke out thereafter is still ongoing. The Taliban is back in power in Afghanistan, and Iraq is ruled by a corrupt and shaky government that has been more closely aligned with Iran than the United States over the years. The single lesson that should have been drawn from these debacles is that military power itself is not sufficient to bring about the kinds of political change desired by U.S. foreign policy. This was true in Afghanistan and Iraq, where the United States was willing to place hundreds of thousands of boots on the ground. Air power by itself has an even lower chance of directing political outcomes. Let's be clear. Regime change is often the only solution to the problem of rogue states that oppress their own people and spread instability to wider regions. The disruption they cause can be contained by other means, but containment does not solve the underlying problem. The Iranian Islamic Republic is one such regime, whose nearly 50-year reign has produced brutal oppression inside the country and seeded dangerous Shiite proxies throughout the Middle East. The problem is thus not the concept of regime change, but what is required to bring it about. Despite its deep unpopularity, the Islamic regime is rooted in parts of Iranian society. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, and basage that sustain it have strong self-interests in not losing power. Such a loss would mean not just an end to their economic livelihoods, but an end to their lives as popular forces take revenge. It is hard to judge the strength of the religious ideology that remains today, but it clearly motivates a certain core of regime supporters, and is something that did not exist in either Latin America or Eastern Europe after their experience with military dictatorships and communism. Conversely, the opposition in Iran is highly fragmented. There is no organized leadership, much less a democratic one, comparable to Maria Corina Machado's movement in Venezuela. Like Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan, Iran is ethnically divided with Kurdish, Azeri, Baloch, Turkmen, and other ethnic minorities clustered in different regions. During the Eastern European transitions, the United States was working with a European Union that served as an inspiration to democratic opposition forces. Today, it is working with a right-wing Israeli government that is widely distrusted and detested in the region. Replacing the current regime with a more US-friendly one is thus an enormous task, and one that cannot be accomplished by air power alone. Indeed, earlier experience indicates that it could not be accomplished even with large numbers of ground forces in the country. As I noted in a previous post, the United States and Israel have by now taken out most of the visible military facilities in Iran, and are moving, for lack of other targets, to attack infrastructure that serves ordinary people. These include oil storage facilities, electrical grids, desalination plants, and other dual-use civilian targets. This shift puts the United States directly at odds with the Iranian people that it claims to want to support. The United States has thus far avoided strikes on Iran's major oil terminal at Karg Island. Why it has done so is not clear. Perhaps some in the Trump administration think that they could have access to Iranian oil under a new regime. But the temptation to go after the economic base of the Iranian regime's power will only increase over time as the regime fails to capitulate. The Trump administration is behaving as if it were born yesterday, innocent of any of the accumulated understanding of regional politics or of the sources of earlier American policy failures. Indeed, it has expressed contempt for experts coming out of the establishment, diplomats, intelligence analysts, military officers, and many others, and sidelined them. Instead, it has relied on a small circle of sycophantic Trump loyalists, none of whom are likely to give the president realistic assessments of the way forward. Consequently, the administration is making it up from day to day. At one moment, Trump says the war is essentially over. The next day, Pete Hegseth says it will continue for some time. One day, President Trump says the U.S. objective is unconditional surrender. Another day, his press spokesperson Caroline Leavitt says that it is America that will decide when Iran has unconditionally surrendered. I can just imagine the contortions she will resort to at the press conference after such a declaration, when Iran is continuing to lob drones and missiles across the Middle East. The world has become a very dangerous place because its most powerful country is under the control of a 10-year-old boy. That boy discovered a flamethrower in his parents' backyard and is now enjoying the ability to burn things up with it. His parents need to get him under control. Francis Fukuyama is the Olivier Nomalini Senior Fellow at Stanford University.
Wow, I love that. America is under the control of a 10-year-old boy. Well, he should have said 10-year-old miseducated, ill-bred white boy. Oh, that is so funny. Oh boy. Well, let me Brian Nichols talked about how wrong Iran was to strike Bahrain and Abu Dhabi and places like that. His thing was, they're targeting civilians. How dare they? Well, I hate to do whataboutism, but in this case, I feel justified in doing it. Iranian school was on U.S. target list, may have been mistaken as military site. The strike killed at least 175, many of them children, and has raised questions as to whether the military's use of AI to identify targets was a factor. Okay, desalinization plants, collateral damage, not double checking, shit on your target list. How is the United States not targeting Iranian civilians? And Brian, I don't know if you're still in the audience or not, but son, how is the United States less culpable? A mistake? Why would a school be on a target list by mistake or not? My guess is Trump and incompetence are symbiotes. Incompetence is to Trump as stink is to shit. You can't separate the two. All right, well, let's move on to more domestic stuff. President pushes economic message in two-state trip. What economic message? Hey, we're going to have to tighten up. We're going to have to tighten our belts. Is that his economic message? And he went to two states. You know what? Which states were those? Let's see. Kentucky, of course. And what was the other state? I don't see what the other state is. Well, maybe Kentucky's. Oh, Ohio and Kentucky. Okay. Yeah, well, they're linked. All right. Mortgage rates rise as Iran war ripples through financial markets. Of course. Of course. Why would this war not fuck up an already kind of soft economy? Let's listen to this.
Mortgage rates rise as Iran war ripples through financial markets. This article is by Kaylin Rohn and read by an automated voice. Mortgage rates in the United States are rising again, ending, for the time being, a decline that had offered hope to home buyers struggling to afford housing. The average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage rate in the United States rose to 6.11%, the mortgage financing giant Freddie Mac said Thursday, the second week in a row that rates have risen. The average had slipped below 6% for the first time in years in late February, raising confidence among buyers and sellers that the long-frozen market might finally begin to loosen. Days later, the United States and Israel attacked Iran, setting off an energy crisis and raising new inflation concerns in financial markets. The result has been a jump in the yield on government bonds and falling expectations for interest rate cuts later this year. The yield on the 10-year Treasury note, which acts as a broad reference interest rate that underpins the U.S. mortgage market, climbed to 4.25% on Thursday, up from below 4% before the war began. Homebuyers have already been struggling with high prices, as well as rising insurance and property taxes. Mortgage rates were one source of relief, having fallen from much higher levels in recent years. Even at 6.11, rates are well below their recent peak of 7.8% in October 2023, which was the highest level in decades. Back then, the yield on the 10-year Treasury note was approaching 5%. But if the recent uptick continues, mortgage rates will add to a list of concerns that could keep home buyers on the sidelines, said Hannah Jones, a senior economic research analyst at Realtor.com. Spring feels very uncertain, Ms. Jones said. This definitely feels like we're back where we were a year ago. Tariff uncertainty, economic uncertainty, geopolitical uncertainty. All of this is making the path ahead seem really unclear. The housing market has been stuck since the pandemic. Record low interest rates during that period kicked off a buying frenzy that sent home prices soaring. Millions of homeowners refinanced their mortgages at those low rates, many below 4 or 5%, leaving them reluctant to sell and take on a new mortgage when rates later rose. A recent New York Times Siena poll found that a majority of Americans feel homeownership is out of reach. As a result, about 1 in 4 Americans are delaying major purchases like buying a home, according to a recent report by Redfin. The strain in the housing market has become a key political issue, and President Trump has raised a number of ideas for how to address the costs, like introducing 50-year mortgages, barring Wall Street investors from buying single-family homes, and directing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to purchase $200 billion in mortgage-backed bonds. His administration has yet to follow through on most of them.
Well, let's see what this is all about. Trump administration live. Senate passes bipartisan housing bill, but it faces obstacles. So the Senate passed a sweeping housing bill that would make it easier to build and finance new housing while bolstering existing federal assistance programs. That sounds like a bunch of nothing. The plan would tackle a critical cost of living issue months before the midterm elections, where Republicans hope to keep control of Congress. But the bipartisan bill still faces major hurdles as Republicans feud over what should be included, and President Trump signaling that it is not a priority. Of course it's not. Let's see. The package, which passed by a vote of 89 to 10, aims to boost the supply of new housing, a critical step in bringing down housing costs by removing regulatory barriers, providing incentives, and preserving the existing supply. It would also set new limits on the role institutional investors play in the single-family housing market, the top goal of Mr. Trump, who who signed an executive order on the issue in January. Interesting. While Mr. Trump has indicated his support, he's also cast considerable doubt in recent days on its chances of enactment. He has said he will not sign any legislation until Congress delivers him the strict voting restrictions that are stalled in the Senate, leaving Republicans who were divided on the housing bill with little incentive to come to terms to push it through. Yeah. It's a SAVE Act, and we'll talk about that. Well, you know what? Actually, let's talk about it next. So, MAGA melts down over Thune Save America Act betrayal. Essentially, Thune wants to bring it, the SAVE Act, which is basically about voter ID, and it's basically Donald Trump tried to fix a problem that doesn't exist. There is no voting security issue. Voting is secure, and Donald Trump is just a weirdo in suggesting it is. And his little sycophants in the Republican Party are allowing this weird behavior of Trump. So Cornyn flips on the filibuster to pass Save America Act as Trump weighs endorsement. Essentially, the Republicans want to force this bill through. They want to basically subvert the 60 vote rule. They want to be able to pass this on a simple majority, and they would have to change the rules to do so. Only like budget type bills can do simple majority. All others have to have a 2/3 vote. So let's listen to this, because I'm not sure how Cornyn figures into this.
Senator John Cornyn flips on the filibuster to pass Save America Act as Trump weighs endorsement. This article is written by Frank Thorpe Fythe, Sahil Kapoor, and Brennan Leach, and is read by an automated voice. There may be mispronunciations. Washington. Senator John Cornyn, Republican from Texas, reversed himself on the Senate filibuster Wednesday after years of unflinching support for the 60-vote threshold to pass most bills. Now, locked in a competitive Republican runoff for his Senate seat and eyeing President Donald Trump's endorsement, Cornyn says he'll support whatever changes to Senate rules that may prove necessary to pass the Save America Act, a sweeping election overhaul bill that Trump has called his #1 priority. Cornyn's comments are part of an op-ed he wrote in the New York Post, published Wednesday, titled, "Why the SAVE Act Matters More Than the Filibuster." The legislation would impose proof of citizenship requirements to register to vote, require photo ID to cast a ballot in person or by mail, and require states to run voter rolls through a federal database kept by the Department of Homeland Security. Cornyn supports the bill, but his GOP runoff opponent, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, has aligned with Trump in calling for abolition of the filibuster to pass it, and criticized Cornyn for refusing to take the same stance. NBC News reported Tuesday that Trump had seemed ready to endorse Cornyn in the race just 1 week ago, but that the president's decision is now in a holding pattern as Trump emphasizes that Congress must do everything in its power to pass the Save America Act. Cornyn denied Wednesday that he shifted his position on the filibuster to win Trump's endorsement, telling NBC News, "I would say that's not true." Cornyn later told reporters of his reversal, "Hopefully the president likes what he sees, but this has really been sort of an evolution in my own thinking." The legislation has passed the House, but faces a tough path to 60 votes in the Senate, where Democrats have promised to filibuster it. Non-citizen voting is already illegal and very rare, and Trump has now asked Congress to add other provisions to the bill that would ban transgender people from women's and girls' sports. After careful consideration, I support whatever changes to Senate rules that may prove necessary for us to get the Save America Act and Homeland Security funding past the Democrats' obstruction through the Senate and on the president's desk for his signature. Cornyn wrote in his op-ed, "This could be a talking filibuster that removes the obstructionists' free pass and makes them defend their indefensible views on the Senate floor, or it could be a different reform," Cornyn added. But when Democrats floated changes to the filibuster in the past, Cornyn strenuously defended the 60-vote threshold, like in early 2022 when Democrats sought to pierce the filibuster to pass their own election overhaul bill called the Freedom to Vote Act. "Power is fleeting, and at some point the shoe will always be on the other foot," Cornyn said at the time in January 2022. Liberal activists may like the idea of nuking the filibuster today, but they'll soon find themselves ruining the day their party broke the Senate. He said in another speech that same month, "Not only are our colleagues trying to seize the authority given under the Constitution to the states to manage their own elections, they're willing to take a wrecking ball to the United States Senate itself, and particularly the Senate rules." And he defended it on Fox News in 2022. "That's what the filibuster does. It requires us to work together," Cornyn said. Cornyn addressed his past defense of the filibuster in Wednesday's op-ed. "I spent years defending the filibuster because the 60-vote threshold was a net benefit to Texas and our nation," he wrote. "Before moderate Democrats went extinct, the rules worked." The Democrats' recklessness and radicalism have changed the landscape. Asked Wednesday specifically about his past statement that changing the filibuster would take a wrecking ball to Senate rules, Cornyn replied, "I said I'd be open to reforms." When asked follow-up questions, Cornyn put his hand in front of NBC News camera and said, "Go away." After a Republican lunch meeting, Cornyn said it remains to be seen whether there will be votes on amendments to the current Save America Act to add new provisions that Trump wants. "I don't know," he said. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican from South Dakota, meanwhile, has repeatedly said that there are not enough votes in the Senate to undo the filibuster or pass the bill. Senator Cornyn is one of 53 Republican senators, and the opposition to nuking the filibuster runs very, very deep in our conference, I think, as you know, he said Wednesday. Thune told reporters that he will bring the Save America Act to the floor, but that Democrats will vote it down. "I can guarantee the debate. I can guarantee a vote," he said a day earlier. "I just can't guarantee an outcome." For more news, go to NBCnews.com or download the NBC News app.
Let me take some time here because I probably should have done it at the beginning of the show. I want to give heartfelt thanks to the Brooklyn Watson. My goodness, she is so supportive. I don't know what I have done to deserve friends like Brooklyn and Savage Entertainment and Deacon Dave and the DiCapriono, who is possibly the first person ever to say hey in my chat low these 2 years ago. I cannot express how much I've had fun these past few days with the show. You know, I'm trying to make it a little bit less arduous as far as hours for a couple reasons. You know, if I can keep these shows to like 4 or 5 hours, StreamYard will clip the shows. So, you know, because I'm too lazy to do it otherwise. And then the other thing, I've just, you know, we've crossed the 300 threshold. I pretty much knew that, you know, it's never gonna be like, you know, an Izzy Bands or a Sharon or a Nightish. I'll never be that big because I'm just too prickly a personality. So that makes me appreciate the 307 subscribers even more than, most people do. I do not take y'all lightly because you guys are really kind. Because I don't want to say I'm an asshole, but I could be prickly is the word I like to use. So, on my birthday, I am 61 today, folks. I want to just send out a heartfelt thank you so much for, being so kind and, putting up with my stupidity. I do try and put out, something that's at least a little bit beneficial as far as news. And I think I have some good points on American culture. I try and bring some history and stuff like that. Something relevant, maybe useless, but at least it's stuff that's interesting to me, and I kind of hope that other people kind of find it interesting too. So once again, the sponsors of, and essentially it's going to be sponsorship of the Saturday show. I'm still trying to kind of figure out details, but it's mostly going to be about Black American subculture, the culture within the culture, which I actually think is a driving force. Black culture in the United States is as much a driving force as, Southwest kind of Chicano culture and, that Northern European culture. For such a small population, Black people actually are a cultural force. And sometimes I think Black Americans, legacy Black Americans like myself, lose sight of that. We are the man, as it were. All right, so let us move on. I don't want to see the SAVE Act get enacted. The Constitution is clear on who controls elections. And I'm sorry, Chicken Little Donald Trump wants to make something out of nothing. It's childish. And speaking of old people, James Clyburn to run for House again, defying push for generational change. I think this is a huge mistake. Maybe this article will explain why he's making this decision.
James Clyburn to run for House again, defying push for generational change. This article is by Annie Carney and read by an automated voice. Representative James E. Clyburn, the 85-year-old Democratic power broker from South Carolina, said on Thursday that he planned to seek an 18th term, breaking with other former congressional leaders and aging lawmakers who have announced retirements and testing his party's desire for generational change at a crossroads moment. His decision to stay comes at a moment of peak confidence among Democrats that they are well positioned to win back control of the House in November's midterm elections. And Mr. Clyburn had signaled an interest in witnessing the election of the first Black speaker, a milestone that Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, the minority leader, is on track to reach should Democrats win the majority. Mr. Clyburn, an old-school Southern politician, served for years as the number 3 House Democrat and the highest-ranking Black member of Congress. In 2022, alongside former Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Representative Steny H. Hoyer of Maryland, her longtime number 2, he stepped down from that position to make way for a new generation of party leaders. But unlike his 2 peers, who have announced they will retire at the end of this term, Mr. Clyburn even then made it clear he wanted to stay on. He ran for a newly created position of Assistant Democratic Leader, which he held for another 2 years. Speaking at the party headquarters in Columbia, South Carolina on Thursday, Mr. Clyburn said his decision was a natural extension of a life spent in public service. He said his time in Congress had been driven by a desire to help people and guided by a mantra he had instructed his daughters to put on his tombstone. He did his darndest to make America's greatness accessible and affordable for all its citizens. Addressing his age, Mr. Clyburn said, I do believe I'm very well equipped and healthy enough to move into the next term, adding that he planned to run a vigorous campaign. He said Mr. Jeffries had encouraged him to stay, had made me feel necessary, and had said he could have a seat at the leadership table if Democrats win the House majority. And Mr. Clyburn made it clear that he did not feel any pressure to end his time on Capitol Hill. This could very well be my last term, and it could very well not be, he told reporters. Mr. Clyburn had kept his plans under wraps, not informing top Democrats of his decision, even as he had begun to speak openly about eventually retiring. He recently told the Washington Post that should he leave Congress, he would want his daughter Jennifer Clyburn Reed to succeed him. But on Thursday, he said it was conversations with that daughter and his two others, plus a poll he recently commissioned that showed remarkable approval of him by his constituents, that ultimately convinced him he should stay. He said he had asked his daughters what people were saying about him, amid the push for aging Democrats to stand aside. They told him, Mr. Clyburn said, that people felt invested in me. They had voted for me, and I should not be listening to the Washington pundits. For all his longevity in the House, Mr. Clyburn is perhaps better known as a power player in presidential politics, hosting an annual fish fry that has long been a necessary stop every 4 years for any Democratic presidential candidate. He was never shy about taking credit for Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s presidential victory in 2020, and he prides himself on loyalty, as Ms. Pelosi helped lead the effort in the summer of 2024 to persuade Mr. Biden to drop his re-election bid amid questions about his age and health. Mr. Clyburn proclaimed until the bitter end that he was riding with Biden and that the president should not be pressured against his will to leave the race. On Thursday, Mr. Clyburn suggested that he, too, should have the ultimate say on when to step away from Congress. If I were not up to it, he said, I would not do it.
No, I think this is a huge mistake on Jim Clyburn's part. It's going to come back to haunt him. That's how these bad decisions work. We've had too many Ruth Bader Ginsburg moments in the Democratic Party. So we have reached the end, at least so far, of of news articles. And Clyburn actually does look good for 85. He could pass for 60 something. So but bad decisions, they tend to come back and haunt folks. I do not understand why people don't know this. So anyway, let us move on. Black conservatives, roots, race, and culture. This is PBS Utah, and I have not watched it.
Roots, Race, and Culture is made possible in part by the contributions to PBS Utah from viewers like you. Thank you.
Well, let's hope this isn't copyrighted.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Roots, Race, and Culture, our new show on PBS Utah, where we bring you into candid conversations about shared cultural experiences. I'm Daner Gerald.
Hey, and I'm Lonzo Liggins. According to the latest data from the Pew Research Center, roughly 80% of Black voters in America are registered Democrats. Many Black Americans tend to shy away from Republicans. However, over the last 6 years, Black conservatism has garnered a lot of attention. In a recent article for Newsweek, it said the Republican National Committee expects a record number of Black nominees for the House. But there are some liberals who say Black conservatives are being used by white conservatives to weaken the Democratic Party and dismantle the strength of the Black vote. While there are some conservatives who say liberalism is destroying the Black community and conservatism is the answer to Black America's adversities. Well, joining us to unpack this topic is James Evans and Carrie Bartholomew.
Thank you for having me.
Carrie, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I moved here recently from Seattle, Washington. I thought that I would be seeking refuge in a red state. I've been a conservative for a very, very long time. And it's been interesting to see that things in this state are not the way that I thought they would be. And so I find myself standing up to the plate and speaking out on behalf of Blexit and Utah Parents United and other parent groups.
Awesome. And then the legend, James Evans. James, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, I don't know about legend, but yeah. So I was a former chair of the Utah Republican Party, served in the state Senate, first Black Republican to be elected to the Utah State Senate, and former military, former captain in the U.S. Air Force. So after getting out of the military, I relocated to Utah, very red state. I hope it continues to be a red state. You know, Carrie is pointing out some concerns, which we all have, and hopefully we can make.
And by the way, I've been to Utah a couple times. My wife's family, her mother's side of the family out there. I fucking loved it. I have zero problems with Utah except the cold. We actually talked about moving out there, and in the end, I saw those motherfucking snow rods up in the mountains that were like 12 feet high. and I found out about their yearly snowfall. And I was like, dude, my thin Savannah blood will not survive a Utah winter.
Sure, through these processes, continue to educate voters why conservative choices tend to be better choices.
And you went to Tuskegee.
Tuskegee graduate, yes.
That's awesome, man. I love that. I love that so much.
That's right.
Nice. We got to jump right into this. I think the first question we have to ask is, what is the difference between Republican and conservative?
Well, Republican is a political party. Okay. So you can be a conservative. You could, as a conservative, you could be a Republican or a Democrat or libertarian. Conservative is a philosophy. Okay, it tends to focus on traditional values, modest and government spending, and that's a philosophy. Republican is a political party, and our ideals tend to align, but we do have Republicans that are moderate and also liberal. On social issues, they may be more conservative on fiscal issues, just like you have some Democrats that are very conservative on social issues, but more liberal on fiscal issues. So conservatism is a philosophy.
I hear this term traditional values. What does that mean?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I break it up a little simpler than that. I think that there are Republicans and Democrats that pretty much share a line in their values, and I would go as far as to say it's the difference between populist and being kind of for the people. Which I think the new kind of conservative movement is much more for the people. We're much more focused on just your everyday person. Like, what is the person at the grocery store going through? What is the person at Walmart?
Ooh, listen to this silly girl. Ooh, let's see. Let me see when this was. This is 3 years ago. Oh, okay, that explains it.
Through, and forever that's been a Democrats have said that is their line, and it's really, I think there's a shift.
Yeah, I think that's important because to me the value in the political process is all about
look at this motherfucker,
people, right? By people, like the founding
dude. There is nothing more annoying than a cheap Argyle vest. This motherfucker looks like a reject from Chess King from like 40 years ago.
Fathers, set things up so that people could have a voice. That's like what America's all about. So I really think that's a good thing to point out.
But we have to make sure we understand the traditional values from the founders of this country is that the individual American is the sovereign, not the government. And what has happened with the Democrat Party in particular is that they believe in a larger government, which basically takes sovereignty away from the individual American and transfer that power to the government. And so when you have a larger government, you're going to have less freedom and fewer rights. And so conservatives want to focus on making sure the individual American is the sovereign and has the authority.
This dude literally sounds like a moron. So a government of the people, by the people, for the people. If you make that government bigger, it takes power away from the people. Dude, literally the logical framework of such a fucking idiotic argument. You got to be more specific if you're going to make that claim. Dude, Tuskegee? Really? I don't think so.
And that is essentially what the founders of this country, that was their sole focus, because they left Europe and they saw how corruption happens at the government level. Yeah. And we're starting to see that now because our government has gotten so massive that's why everyone is just upset. And I can just point it out. Big government, little people. Right. Big people, little government. It's that simple.
And I want to get into that. I really want to get into that, the larger government question there. But before we do, I want to ask you a question, and I want to start with you on this one, James. Why is it that Black people are Democrats in this country? Why is it the vast majority, like I said, roughly 80% of Black people are Democrats?
Because I believe the Democrat Party back to Roosevelt focused on identity politics. So they put all of their constituencies in boxes. If you're a woman, if you're Black, if you're Hispanic, then they focus on what they think your needs are. And Republicans don't like to put people in identity boxes. It's just like, what do you believe? I've always been asked as a Republican by other Republicans, tell me what you believe. They want to know, are you a liberal, are you a moderate, are you a conservative based on your values and your political philosophy? They could care less about your skin color or your gender. And that's the fundamental difference. So when you have a party like the Democrat Party, and this is important to note, you can go back to FDR. Did you know that Black voters and Blacks that have to be very pragmatic, they were in a party where the Klan was the dominant force in the Democrat Party, and Blacks joined the Democratic Party during that time. So politics makes strange bedfellows, doesn't it? So the Democrats have always been very good at appealing to what they think the needs are of different constituencies. Whether they deliver on it or not is another issue. And Republicans have just focused on, these are our core values, this is our political philosophy, we want a limited government, we want economic freedom, we want personal freedom, individual liberty, all of those sorts of things.
So it sounds to me, and just consider me a layman because I don't really follow a lot of politics personally. It sounds to me like what he's saying is that the Democrats were able to target different groups demographically and use that as their ability to pull people into their party versus the Republican philosophy. They weren't necessarily saying, okay, how do we break out these cross sections and give them what they need so that they'll vote for us? Is that?
Yes, but I think, excuse me, I think that a lot of that has to do with preconceived notions of what it is that African Americans or other identity politic groups need. So for me, for an example, I became a conservative when I was 18, and I was in foster care, and I asked my favorite teacher, I said, what political party should I be? And she goes, well, that's easy. She's a white woman. And she said, you're Black and you're poor, you're a Democrat. And just to automatically assume that being Black and poor meant that I always wanted to be that, or that I always would be that, was that low expectations.
Wow.
And I feel like that is what has happened over and over and over again. When I listen, it was awful.
That's a horrible thing to say. There's so many things not right about that.
I was only 18, and I was just like, oh, okay. And then I walked out of the room and I was like, I don't want to be poor forever, so I guess I'm not a Democrat. And that's the way that I looked at things. But when you have these preconceived notions, when you go back to traditional values, to assume that our preconceived notions are the same as what their ideas are not correct. Like African Americans still, probably more so, and I don't know the statistics on this, but probably more so than other racial groups, we're still people of faith. We're still people who lean a lot towards our Christian or Muslim background, right? And to some of the things that they want to bring in, that the Democrats want to bring in, that they're saying, you know, like a man and a woman, it doesn't set well. It's like, what are you saying? And to assume that you know where we're coming from is going back to what James says. It's putting us in these boxes, and you don't know us on an individual level.
Right. Well, I think like with a lot of Black Americans, okay, I can't speak for all Black Americans, but I think when you look at the Republican or conservative parties today, it feels from the outside looking in that there's hostility. Okay. When I see guys driving up and down the street with big American flags rolling up and down, and I see there's just a lot of hostility towards Black communities. If I go onto Twitter, if I go onto Instagram, and I start maybe arguing a point with someone who may or may not be a conservative, may or may not be white or Black or whatever, instantaneously within a few exchanges, I'm getting these daggers thrown at me. Why don't you people do this? Why don't you be there for your children? Why don't you do that? It seems like there's a lot of hostility that's aimed at Black people for voting Democrat, when there may be legitimate reasons for Black people voting Democrat. Like maybe that's a logical solution in their community. Maybe someone in their community said, hey, look, this is what we're going to do for your community if you vote for us. They've given them those options. But when you go online, it seems like you're getting attacked for being a Democrat. And that may feel like a safe place. I don't feel a lot of safety with conservatives right now. I do see some solutions that I like, but I don't know if I feel safety. What do you guys think about that?
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, because how do you know that those were even conservatives or Republicans that responded to you?
Because they said they were.
Oh, okay. They said that they were.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I mean, we won't go into how the left can pretend to be conservatives just to attack, to keep you focused on being a Democrat. But not that you're a Democrat, but I'm saying the generic Democrat.
No.
But let me make this point. The part of when you asked the question about Blacks being Democrats, being a Democrat has become a part of the Black culture. And that's rooted in the fact that the Black church has been a place for social change. And so Democrat politicians would always show up. And imagine a young child in church listening to the preacher, and then there's a Democrat politician, and their mind are going to start melding these things. And that's why so many Blacks feel like somehow it's a sin or to not be a Democrat. So it's so cynical at its nature that the Democratic Party knew what they were doing when they, adopted this strategy. So they have socialized Blacks into being Democrat. So when you put solutions on the table, you can literally put a solution on the table, and it's a conservative solution. But if you say it's by the Democrats, a Black would say they support it. But when they learn it's from a Republican, then they don't support it. So it's at a visceral level that we have to get to. So your sense about safety, Republicans tend to say what we need to hear, and Democrats tend to say what we want to hear. We want to be validated. We want people to, it's like, no, sometimes you have to have the hard truth. I value my parents for always telling me what I needed to hear more than what I wanted to hear. And my friends that do that. And that's what you have to do. And that's the fundamental difference, I think, between Republican and Democrat.
I wanted to ask. Oh, go ahead.
When you were talking about using the church for political things, the first thing that came to my mind was this idea of separation of church and state, right? Which, I mean, that may not be the same type of thing, but that's what it made me think about. So that's interesting.
Well, I wanted to go back to the flag. I don't feel unsafe by the flag.
I don't feel unsafe by it. It just feels very hostile, right?
No, I'm sorry. When people say right, I always feel like you want me to agree, but I can't agree with that, because when I work for a charter and we say our Pledge of Allegiance every single day, and it's injustice for all, and I take that exactly as it's meant to be. I take that as every single person, every single identity that you fit in, including the African Americans. So I find it extremely disheartening that so many people would feel like America is not for them. And where were we taught that? Because I think that's ultimately what comes down to why we tend to be Democrats. We were taught to be Democrats. We were told whether or not the idea was whether or not that idea was something that had good intentions, or whether or not, because sometimes I feel like it was from the plantation to, oh, you're a victim and we need to take care of you.
I want to stop. I want to
Sorry.
hit on that victim thing, but I want to go to the solutions. You mentioned solutions, James. You had written in an article that you think a lot of the solutions are in the black or in economics in the black community. What do you two see as solutions to some of the problems in African American communities around the country?
Well, we can just follow. I mean, we have some great examples that we can follow. First, we can go back to our history, and when slavery ended in 1865. From 1865 to 1910, blacks accumulated 10 million acres of land in the United States. Okay,
and how many acres had whites accumulated?
Well, no, I'm only talking about what blacks accumulated because the population would have been a lot smaller. Okay, so but I'm going to compare that to today. So from 1865 to 1910, blacks accumulated actually I think it was 19.8 million acres, and today blacks own less than 10 million acres. So you have to ask yourself, how were blacks able to accumulate that amount of land during that time, where there were two things that happened? Number one, government was much smaller, so you had individuals.
This is like the dumbest Negro who does see. He's doing what a lot of people that I tend to run into day in and day out on YouTube. He does not feel the need to actually answer the question by doing research. What he feels like doing is taking the latest motherfucking MAGA theory. Essentially, he's going to come out with a John Galt type of analysis. The reason black people don't own as much land is because they're lazy. In history, caught up with a lazy Negro people. Dude, go back and look up the land speculation that happened in the Sea Islands of South Carolina when blacks were given a bunch of land after the Civil War. Dude, I'm just going to let this play because I'm kind of doing what I normally do. I think I know where this argument is going to go. The motherfucker is an Uncle Tom.
Just doing commerce. You know,
commerce.
The only color that tends to matter in the private sector is green. You have something to sell, I have something I want to buy, and vice versa.
Dude, in the South for 80 to 100 years, blacks weren't allowed to do commerce.
So
in the
that
South,
kind of, you have to say, well, then maybe society wasn't what we thought it was after slavery. But more importantly, it was.
Society wasn't what we thought it was. Dude, America is racist, was racist, is racist. Black people weren't as stupid as you sound.
It was blacks that knew that they had to go out and do it. There was no other option. Sure. And it's that mindset that we have to get back to. Our ancestors have showed us this over and over and over again.
Oh my
Even
God.
though, yes, as government got larger and opposition became more organized.
So historically, Black Americans' problem has been the government is too large. Oh my dude. And then in his little MAGA black friends are letting him get away with this dumb shit. God damn it. Lord, 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 somebody save me. As I get older on this 61st birthday, I'm starting to wonder about the young'uns. The young'uns don't know their history.
By people misusing government, because every time in every I would say disadvantage that you have seen in the Black community through the Black Wall Street riots, Jim Crow, and all of that, it has been because of a misuse of government power. It has never been individual Americans, white Americans. They could never do it by themselves. They've always had to use government. So we have to understand that government, the misuse of government power, is our greatest threat. And what Democrats want us to focus on is that it's individual white Americans, and it's not. It's where Democrats focus. They want more government. And when you have more government, you're going to have more problems because you're going to have the misuse of government power. So what Blacks have to
This
recognize
motherfucker
is that we have to economically
sincere.
cooperate. But step number one is that we have to recognize we must do it. No one else is going to do it for us.
Right.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah, I think that we need to champion education again. You know, when after BLM and they made so much money, I was like, okay, where's those charter schools? Where are these lifting of our Black children? Because we've taught our Black children
Oh my
that
God.
to succeed
It's
is
Pat.
greatness. This is a problem. You know, I feel like the solution is teaching them that, hey, there's amazing books out there. They don't all have to be about, you know, some kind of studies. They don't all have to be some kind of ethnic studies. They can be an amazing book. They can be classical literature. These things are cool. And we need to turn it back and turn our kids into that achieving is awesome. We need to go to our prisons and we need to have options for these people when they get out of prison, that you don't have to go to do fast food or you don't have to go back and repeat a crime again. Instead, here's other options for you. I wondered, well, where are our junior tech colleges? Like, why don't we have these things? Because these would be solutions. Instead, the flip side of that is, let's lower the bar so that Black and brown kids can compete. That's the Democrat side. The conservative side is, no, we want them all to have a seat at the great table. We want them all to have the best, most powerful education. We want them all to have the best chance at succeeding in life.
So you think that, I just want to make sure I'm getting this
Sure.
right. So you think that the answer to the issues in the community would be education and also
economic cooperation.
But how do you speak to the masses of the Black population and say this is how it needs to be done? And it seems to me kind of odd that we would be the only community that wouldn't require any government, because I look and I see people, in particular white communities, using government all the time. I see them using government right now for critical race theory, to be able to get to be able to get those laws passed, to have that outlawed. So I feel like what's happened a lot of times is that we're telling the Black community, do it on your own, even though we don't do it on our own.
But now that's not what I'm saying.
But you have to have a government to be able to take care of, because there's obviously the law enforcement issue that's happening, because there's crime that's happening. Not every Black person's out there committing crime.
Right.
A small percentage of Black people committing crime. So you have to tackle that issue in Black communities first, and then you got to tackle how we're going to get jobs and how we're going to revitalize the communities as well. We've been able to do that in this country. I mean, look at what happened with the New Deal. I know that's a controversial topic, but that was big government and it worked. That was a larger government solution that happened to help out America after
it helped out white America.
Right.
Blacks were not a part of it.
America. It was a government solution, though.
No, it was a government solution for white America. And this is the point that I keep saying, is that the government will never make us economically successful.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that at all.
Their job is to make sure that we're treated within the bounds of the law. You know, if we're transgressed against that, you know, then the law will come and protect us.
And make sure that an ideal government.
No, but that's what the government's supposed to be.
Right, yeah.
And so we can't look to government for our economic liberation. That's not going to happen. If they can just make sure society, we're treated fairly in society, on our own devices, we can lift ourselves up because we have done that over and over and over again. Through we have there are 42 million blacks in America. Our collective GDP, if you want to use that term, is $1.5 trillion. So we would be larger than Canada. Okay.
Absolutely.
So the resources are there. We just have to decouple ourselves from this victim mentality that the Democrat Party has basically thrusted upon us, and say that somehow we have to look to others for our salvation. And it's like we're happy to partner and have.
So this motherfucker is essentially saying black people are stupid. Thank you, dummy. Black people are stupid. They can't decide for themselves. The Democratic plantation, we're all slaves on it. Really? Black people can't figure out that Nick Fuentes having Thanksgiving dinner with the current president sends the wrong vibes that black people don't want to vote for? Thank you, dummy.
Allies, great, but it has to be on an agenda that will lift us up and not someone else's agenda of saying, we'll come help you, but we need you to do the following. It's like, no, what we need to do is to make sure that each child can have two parents, that we can have safe neighborhoods, that we have the opportunity to engage in.
And here's the other thing. So black people have to do what white people aren't doing. Dude, this dude is just fucking respectability, Thomas Soul Brother, MAGA black ass kissing. Black people have to be magical Negroes. We have to do better than them white people. White people don't give a fuck about two-parent homes, but we needs to, sir.
Commerce, create our own businesses. There are three things that freed slaves did right out the bat. They bought land, they built churches, and they built schools for their kids. Okay, those three things right there.
My grandfather was one of the first black educators at a black school in Mississippi, so principal of that school. So I can definitely attest to that. Even
Granddaddy didn't tell you to get a goddamn haircut, apparently, though.
though conservatism isn't necessarily a unique find in Utah, as this brother and sister are showing us, we did find a place that is unique and interesting. Twisted Roots is a local business that offers an eclectic shopping experience with an owner who says that teranga, not politics, can help bring people together. So let's watch and find out what he means by that. Check this out.
My name is Ibu Fall, owner of Twisted Roots. I am originally from Senegal, West Africa. This is kind of a world market. Luckily, we are offering a bunch of stuff that's for everyone. We have stuff from Senegal. We have stuff from the Caribbean countries. We have stuff from US. Every year, I go home and pick out stuff.
What in
that
the
are
fuck?
that represent me. Senegal is on the coast, so we have that island vibe. Even though it's not
look
quite
at
an
her.
island,
I can feel that in here.
we
I
do
approve.
have that lifestyle. There's a term we have that's called teranga.
Teranga.
Yes, means welcoming.
Welcome.
You know, how you deal with people, how you welcome people into your culture, how you take care of them, how you host them, how you accommodate them, how you feed them, you entertain them. That's something that's huge in our
Entertain them.
country. That's one of our creeds.
When you moved here, did you have any cultural shocks or anything that was difficult to overcome?
Difficult, but still, possible to overcome. Yes, that was 20 years ago. The state was pretty homogeneous, right? And as we went, more people are moving in. I brought so many friends. Utah is a growing place. It's a growing state, and you have people coming from everywhere now. So it's getting more rich as far as diversity now.
What do you want people to walk away with when they come into your store?
Well, I want them to live the African experience when they come in here. I want the minute they step in, they get this great welcome, right? And they feel comfortable. A lot of people never seen a store like this, so I want them to give us a chance. So the best way to do it is to
A lot of people
accommodate
not
them,
seeing
bring
a
them in
store like
and,
this.
welcome them and make them feel comfortable and ask us questions about, what they think about our store. My contribution in the culture in Utah is being here and making sure this business survives and is here for a long term.
Whoa, I love that place.
Yeah.
Twisted Roots. It was a good spot. Nice. So we want you guys to stick around because we want to talk more about this subject in our podcast. And I'm really getting into this conversation quite a bit. I want to have you guys get some of your final thoughts before we wrap up. Let's start with you, Carrie.
Sure.
About 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I think that the most important thing that people need to realize, if we're going to survive and if we do consider ourselves all like true Americans who love this country, is that we need to see ourselves as individuals. I think that we need to be more about the individual and less about the collective, because the collective stops us being able to think for ourselves, and thinking for ourselves is how we rise.
James?
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And with respect to race, I think our discussion needs to be more nuanced now. It's not so much about a skin color as it is a culture. And a perfect example is Nigerians are Black. I'm Black. But when you look at the earning power of Nigerians, they rank at the top per capita income. So it cannot be that racism is stopping them. It has to be something rooted in their culture about their desire to succeed. I truly understand why we are where we are in America as Black Americans, given our history. So that's why I think the conservative solution is what Carrie pointed out. When we think critically, individually, and not get in the way of ourselves by first believing that, I can do this, or I'm going to try. So my grandma used to say, nothing beats a failure but a try. So all you have to do is try it.
That. Great. All right. Well, this has been an enlightening and informative show. We want to thank our guests for coming in and putting up with us. Next week, we'll be talking about one of Utah's forgotten historical groups, the Buffalo Soldiers. Find out how an international song by Bob Marley was partly inspired by soldiers that were stationed right here in Utah. You do not want to miss that show. All right, guys, we are out.
All right. Well, that was interesting. Again, this show's 3 years old, and it just wandered into my algorithm, so I thought it would be interesting. But somehow, I think this is related, oddly enough.
People keep trying to take you to Germany in 1933. I do it sometimes too, so I get why. If you understand what that was, then you understand what this is, and maybe what you're supposed to do with it. But the comparison does two things that don't really help us. First, it borrows an example from somewhere else when we have plenty of our own homegrown examples of an authoritarian government using the power of the state to run roughshod over everyone's rights in a race to turn the violent exploitation of human beings into wealth for a few people and calling all of that greatness. That's not just Germany. That's the first American republic. It ran for 80 years on our political language, shaping the political culture we live with today within our institutions, under and as a product of our Constitution. Second, and this one might be more to the point, the people reaching for the Nazi comparison to imply what you should do about it. Well, resist, of course, but rarely follow it where it needs to go and just leave it hanging there in an assumption. So fine, you'd resist the Nazis, but how? Like the Germans didn't? Political opposition in Germany, elections organized and institutional, led by establishment parties, they got bulldozed early. A real resistance, operating at scale to actually slow things down, never got any traction, for reasons that also apply to us. So if you actually believe that analogy, that Germany of 1933 is like the United States today, then it pushes those of us interested in resistance to some pretty unsettling conclusions. But of course, as people have been pointing out, we don't need Germany. Let's look at one of our own examples. Same pattern, our context, our institutions, our opposition gatekeepers, our historical resistance liberals, explaining why everyone but the establishment is doing resistance just the wrong way. Think about Boston in 1859, not Berlin in 1933, Boston in 1859. What would you have done then? Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer, and I'm the author of A Resistance History of the United States. Let's play a kind of choose your own adventure with it. Imagine you are a lawyer in Boston in the fall of 1859. Not a radical. You're a professional, got a nice practice, got a family that you care about, and you have an opinion about slavery. It's wrong, it needs to end, and you've held that opinion more or less consistently for about 20 years. You're a patriot, you believe in the Constitution, you love the founders. You have believed that slavery and the power of enslavers would yield to the good old American political process, to democracy, to conscience, the will to do the right thing before God. You have believed that, and you have voted on that, and that's pretty much the most you've done about anything. But here's what the last 10 years just handed you. In 1850, the Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act. Federal commissioners were paid $10 to return a person who had escaped from slavery back to bondage, and only $5 when they didn't. The men who insisted they represented your interests and reflected your priorities, the opposition leaders, men like Daniel Webster, but not only Webster, they made the Fugitive Slave Act possible. Not the enslaver power that introduced it and pushed for it, but the reasonable men in the middle who compromised, pushing it over the finish line. Webster stood on the Senate floor and said he was speaking not as a Massachusetts man or as a Northern man, but as an American. And he delivered the argument that brought it all home, that delivered those votes, declaring that the founders had protected slavery and their judgment outweighed any man alive and always should. Newspaper editors then held Webster up as the measure of principled statesmanship. And the gatekeepers of the time explained to you that his patience and his process were not only the only viable path, but a mark of courage to hold the line against the radicals who were intent on tearing the Union apart. The next election, they told you, that would make things right. Well, the next election produced Franklin Pierce. From New Hampshire, Bowdoin, one of yours, people said to you. What they didn't tell you was why the Democrats landed on him as their presidential candidate. After 48 ballots, they needed someone with no enemies, which meant someone with no positions. Pierce said he found slavery abhorrent, but he also said the Fugitive Slave Act was the law of the land, so he would enforce it. And once he reached the White House, he followed the enslavers' line. He signed the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which repealed the Missouri Compromise and opened the Western territories to the expansion of slavery in the worst possible way by leaving it up to whomever would vote for it, popular sovereignty. He recognized the fraudulent pro-slavery government that armed men from Missouri installed in Kansas after riding across the border to stuff the ballot boxes and drive off anyone who voted wrong. Now, when anti-slavery settlers worked to remove that government by voting, Pierce expressed outrage at the resistance. Stay patient, though. The next election, the gatekeeper said, that one is the answer. Well, you sitting there in Boston, something's starting to lose you about that. Not enough to do anything with it quite yet, but it's starting to bug you. You had begun paying attention to ideas circulating at the edges, transcripts of sermons by a guy named Theodore Parker, some essays by Thomas Wentworth Higginson, and they were making a different argument than the ones you'd been hearing. Not about slavery as a labor question, free labor against unfree, which is the way most people talked about it, but about power, about the power that enslavers held over the American Union. Not just over the people they enslaved, but over the courts, the Congress, the presidency. Was that what sent the U.S. Army to invade Mexico in 1846? To expand the enslavers' territory? Someone put an old pamphlet in your hand written by a writer from Concord named Henry Thoreau called Resistance to Civil Government. He had called out who was responsible for that. Not only the enslavers defending the invasion and demanding laws like the Fugitive Slave Act, but men like Webster, followers, Thoreau called them, servants of the men of '87, who made a career out of constitutional deference while people were dragged back into bondage. Politicians, lawyers, editors, writers. Then Thoreau escalated in the early 1850s. A man who had freed himself from slavery, Anthony Burns, had been arrested in Boston. The enslaver power reached into New England, captured him, marched him through your streets under the guard of soldiers from your army, and then shipped him back to Virginia. The threat had come to your home. The abuse of authority was on your doorstep. Thoreau called his next piece Slavery in Massachusetts. And in it, he reserved particular fire for the media, the men who had made the newspaper the new Bible, a moral authority outsourced to editors and essayists. So now, you're no longer convinced that ending the power of enslavers demands a purely political solution, and you're paying attention differently. Then your world was shaken even more. In May 1856, a South Carolina enslaver and a member of the House of Representatives walked onto the Senate floor and beat your senator, Charles Sumner, unconscious at his desk. And Sumner's you. He's Boston. He's middle class. Harvard made possible only by his father's somewhat small salary as a sheriff, the leading opponent of slavery in that whole Senate chamber. But you knew him, as everyone in Boston did. He was 6'4". He's got a big voice. You voted for him probably without a second thought. When that enslaver beat him down in the United States Senate in broad daylight, enslavers beat Massachusetts. They beat Boston. They beat you. So the Gapers now have a different message going into the next elections that fall. The old opposition party, the Whigs, finished, but there's a new party. It's formed around opposition to the expansion of slavery. Not opposition to slavery itself, of course. Don't believe that from anybody. Not the power behind it. Still not that. Strenuously opposed to its expansion, which of course meant strenuously committed to leaving 4 million people in chains exactly where they were. They call themselves Republicans. But this time will be different, the clever opposition people were saying. Then the votes come in after the election. John C. Fremont, the Republicans' first presidential candidate, carried 11 whole states. The new party had made a real showing with its message, progress. But the Democrats, having thrown Pierce overboard in favor of James Buchanan, kept the White House and the Senate, and they took back the House. The party that had been the political instrument of enslaver power since Andrew Jackson, that gave you the Fugitive Slave Act, that embraced the enslaver insurgents in Kansas, ran the table. The election that was supposed to be different produced the same result. In fact, things actually got worse. A few months later, after the election, Buchanan told you in his inaugural address that the question of slavery in the territories would be settled by the Supreme Court, not through politics, not through elections. And that had a certain logic to it that you were beginning to understand. The Democrats held the White House, the Senate, and the House. Nothing was going to change through any of those. They would make sure of it. So Buchanan deferred to the one institution left, the court, under Maryland's Roger Taney. Buchanan would cheerfully submit, he said, to whatever those justices decided. What Buchanan did not tell you was that he already knew.
Ola, I might have missed something in the chat. Norway is irrelevant. Recidivism in Norway is, why are we even bringing it up? So help me out there. Norway is nothing like the United States historically, currently. I don't even understand why Norway, Finland, where's the point? They're literally nothing like the United States. Historically, they're not even like Britain. So I'm confused. Maybe I missed something, though.
Knew what a majority of justices were going to do. 2 days later, they issued the ruling in Dred Scott versus Sanford.
I'm saying
7 justices.
Oh, goddamn.
5 of whom had been enslavers themselves.
Societal pressures are not similar. The societal pressures in Norway have never been like they are in the United States in the past, in the ancient past, in the future. Norway is so dissimilar to the United States, it might as well be another planet. I don't get your point.
Ruled against.
What's up, John?
It was not even close.
Thank you.
Taney wrote the opinion and he gets all the heat, but 6 other justices joined the judgment. And a majority agreed to use Scott's case to declare that black people were not and had never been intended.
Anton, I won't even fall for that bait. I'm not being that reductive. What I'm saying is what makes Norwegians Norwegians are not the same stuff that makes United States citizens United States citizens. Totally different histories.
Intended to be citizens under the
And the reductive argument, this like lowest common denominator bullshit, I don't fall for that silliness.
Constitution, and they never would be. Moreover, Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in the territories. 2 years later, mostly the same justices, one was swapped out.
Ola, hit the fucking link, okay? I'm saying you don't have an argument. All these questions you're asking, like you saying being able to live in a society, living in Norway, living in Norwegian society is not the same thing as living in US society. Norway might as well be a different planet. There is no similarity, there is no simile, there is no metaphor. And why are we even talking recidivism? You can't tell me what the original crime rate is. Recidivism is putting the cart before the horse. What are the crime rates? And then we can talk about recidivism later. Norway being a homogenous society is just, I don't even know why we're talking about it. It's a dumb argument. Let me just be blunt. Nothing to do with United States recidivism.
Ruled in Abelman versus Booth, unanimously this time, that state courts had no power to obstruct federal enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act. That was not the law drifting
depends
to a bad
on
result
location.
just to piss off
You're
people in
getting
Wisconsin.
close.
It was the constitutional order declaring, as plainly as it could, what things had always been, what it had always meant. So now, you in Boston, you're beginning to understand things a bit differently. The men who led every branch of the federal government had spent a decade showing you what it was all for in the first place. The reason none of it was going to change was sitting in the Constitution the whole time. The 3/5 clause counted enslaved people as 3/5 of a person for the purpose of representation. People who could not vote, who had no rights, fully serving the men who enslaved them. The Constitution gave enslavers more seats in the House, more power in the Senate, more votes in the Electoral College, more presidents, and more justices and judges, and no incentive whatsoever to ever change any of that. In fact, that would take a constitutional amendment that could never pass without their support. They hadn't captured the government. They built it. The institution wasn't drifting toward justice. It had been designed from the very beginning to prevent it. That was the American Union. Not just a union with enslavers, but a union for them. That's what you're starting to recognize. And now, today, this morning, calling at your front door is Thomas Wentworth Higginson. The famous Worcester minister is in your sitting room, and he wants your help. He wants to talk to you about John Brown. He's not come to explain John Brown to you. You know who John Brown is. Everyone in Boston knows who John Brown is. You know what he did in Kansas. You know about Potawatomi. You know what Higginson is going to ask, and you know what he's going to mean. What you're trying to figure out is whether to say yes. Higginson did not go to William Lloyd Garrison with that conversation. He did not go to Lydia Maria Child. He knows what they're going to say because they've been saying it for 30 years and they've been saying it directly to him. Slavery is a moral abomination. The Constitution is in Garrison's words, covenant with death. Something must be done. Garrison burned a copy of the Constitution in Framingham 5 years ago. And Child has written more eloquent words against slavery than most men write about anything in a lifetime. They're not wrong about any of it. But what they have not done, and what they're not prepared to do, is act in a way that stops a single person from being taken, frees a single person from bondage, or costs the enslavers a single dollar or a single minute of concern. Their consciences are clean and will stay that way. The Fugitive Slave Act is still law. The damage in Kansas is mounting. Sumner's seat sat empty for 3 years while he recovered, and South Carolina framed Brooks's cane. All of it enforced, all of it ratified, all of it continuing. That's why Higginson is here with you and not visiting them. And he's not here because you have done what he has done. He's here because you have watched what he has watched, and you've not yet decided what it requires of you. So he's going to walk you through it. When Shadrach Minkins was seized in Boston, men stormed the courthouse and got him out. When Thomas Sims was taken, Higginson tried to stop it. When Burns was arrested, Higginson joined a group of black men to break down the courthouse door. He might point to the scar on his face to remind you of the cost. Each of those actions followed from the failure of the prior one. Legal challenges had not worked. Petitioning had not worked. Publishing and preaching and voting had not worked. When the courts became the instrument of the injustice, the question was whether to physically intervene or just to stand aside. Funding the vigilance committees was not the same as shipping rifles to Kansas, which is not the same as what Brown was proposing now. But each step followed directly from what the prior step failed to do. And each step followed specifically from the failure of the men who kept promising to handle it through the process. Higginson needs you to understand one thing before you decide. The men who are going to call Brown violent, and they will, and they have, your colleagues, your editors, your anti-slavery congressmen maybe, they are not making a serious argument. They're making a choice about where the argument lives. Once that argument lives on violence and focuses on that word, it doesn't have to live anywhere else. Not on what's being done to 4 million people every day, by whom, under what sanction, protected by which courts, enforced by which army. Preston Brooks beat your senator unconscious at his desk on the floor of the United States Senate. On plantations across the South, you multiply Brooks' hands by the tens of thousands. What Brooks did that afternoon in the Capitol building is done every day, at scale, under law, and with the full protection of the constitutional order you have spent a decade watching close every single door. Nobody is calling that violence. It has other names: property, order, the rule of law, American Union. Brown did not bring violence into that situation. He is proposing to intervene in it at a place called Harper's Ferry, to bring the fight home and push the final confrontation with enslaver power. It was not the existence of the crisis that escalated the resistance to the ultimate form of direct action. It was the behavior of the people who claimed to be managing it and were failing. So the question Higginson is asking you is not whether you can guarantee a new outcome. You can't. The question is whether you're going to do something anyway because it's the right thing to do. While Higginson is sitting in your parlor, though, the responsible voices, the resistance liberals of the time, the establishment opposition leaders are already having a different conversation. The answer they're saying is, and you guessed it, 1860, the elections. Nominate the right man, win the presidency, work through the process. There's already a candidate, an Illinois lawyer who ran for the Senate 2 years ago and made himself a national name doing it. Sound on the question of slavery, they say, electable in ways that more outspoken men aren't. And you know what he said in those debates, and that makes you take a pause. Well, they weren't in every paper. He said it plainly, without any embarrassment, in front of crowds across Illinois and the country. He's not in favor of the equality of the races in any way. Not in favor of black men voting, serving on juries, holding office, marrying white women. He believes there's a physical difference between the races that will always prevent them from living as equals, and he's comfortable with that. He's a fan of Thomas Jefferson, after all. He'll enforce the Fugitive Slave Act. He has no intention of touching slavery where it exists, no authority to do so, no desire to try. What he opposes is the extension of slavery into new territories, not what it is, not what it does, not the 4 million people living under it right now, just the question of whether it spreads. This is what the responsible voices are asking you to wait for. This is the best the process has produced. It is quite literally more of the same. You do not have to oppose that Illinois lawyer to sit with the question his candidacy raises. You simply have to ask what it means that this after 30 years, after the Fugitive Slave Act, after Kansas, after Dred Scott, after Sumner's empty seat, is what working through the process has delivered as its answer. Not even an abolitionist, not even a man who will say that slavery is wrong in any way that costs him a single vote, a man who has made his position on racial equality as clear as any enslaver Democrat. The responsible voices, though, call that progress, and they call it realism. And they're asking you to measure your hopes for a better future and a better future for all those other people against that. So Higginson is sitting across from you asking a different question. Not whether the Illinois lawyer is better than the alternative, whether the process that produced him is the one you've been waiting for, or the one that's been waiting for you. Higginson knows what waiting has produced. So do you. So his waiting is over, and his right man is John Brown. So now, the year is 2026. Democrats filed war powers resolutions to stop the war against Iran. The Constitution's clear. Congress declares war. The House voted them down. The Senate blocked them. The bombing with $1 million missiles against tens of $1,000 drones continues. Senate Democrats are at the microphone and all over social media declaring that what is happening is unconstitutional. They're right. They're explaining that the founders never intended this. Well, they're mostly right about that too. So they're quoting the framers, they're quoting the Constitution, but what they're not doing is using it. The president has announced he will sign no legislation until the SAVE Act is passed. All those men and women quoting the framers, yelling that the Senate is being held hostage, do not appear to know, or maybe they just don't want you to notice, that if Congress stays in session, a bill becomes law without his signature. The tool is right there in the document. Sign, don't sign. Trump will have to veto bills if he wants to stop them. That's what Thoreau was railing against when he wrote about the men of '87, the people who invoke the founders to sanctify inaction, who treat the constitutional order not as a problem to confront, but as a reason just to submit. So the answer, the responsible opposition voices, today's resistance liberals, institutional Democrats who have turned loyalty to existing political institutions into a moral alibi, are insisting this November, win the House, maybe win the Senate. The people who should be furious at Democratic inaction are busy writing and sharing posts about Republican villainy, which is real enough, and yet does not explain why anyone already in a position to act has not done anything. No, you need to act. You need to just attend the next No Kings rally. Get the t-shirt, go home. Please donate, remember to vote blue. And that's all you really need to do. But do not, for a single solitary second, think about doing anything that might materially change anything. So go back to being that lawyer in Boston in 1859. Take out a copy of the Constitution and put it in your hands. Hear, one more time, that the next election is the answer. That the right people are working the problem. That the process is slow but sound. That anything more would be reckless, divisive, dangerous. Hear all that. You know by now what that has actually delivered. You know what the courts have done. You know what the parties have done. You know what the Constitution has been made to mean by the men who claim to revere it most. And you know what the gatekeepers call courage and what they call excess. We don't need Germany in 1933 to find ourselves in that question. We have Boston in 1859. We have the lawyer. We have the men of process. We have the responsible voices. And we have the old American habit of confusing being against something with doing something that could stop it. What you're doing now is not what you would have done in Germany in 1933, not necessarily. It's what you would have done in Boston while every door was being closed in front of you. What would that have been? That's all I got for today, folks. LLZ.
I cannot figure out what's the last word that he says, Alan Z. Maybe Natasha or Dawn. Is that French? I don't get the that outro. That's, I think actually, Clarice, I have heard of the test, but I found a link for it. So we may do that before I head out of here. If the American populace lived in the criminal system that Norway has, people would be intentionally. Oh, that's what it is. You know what? I've never. Okay, I gotcha. Thank you, Natasha. Natasha, I honestly haven't had French. I took high school and college French. I've been out of college for damn near 40 years. So I don't, other than kind of the greetings, thank you. I honestly, God damn it, I bet I could pick it up. If someone dropped me in the middle of France, but that's not likely to happen. So let's see, where do we go from here? Now, I want to make an excuse for this video. I am 61, folks, and I still have a spark or two of lust in my heart. And the topic is interesting too. So yes, lust still exists in my old heart, and these are two cute girls.
Symposia. I'm Naima. I'm Zena. And this is
Mason.
Yay!
Yay!
Yes. You're too kind, Natasha.
Today
And by
we
the
brought
way,
on
yes, their show, which is kind of socio-political, wandered into my algorithm. I often say I have the most interesting algorithm. Just, I tend to be interested in a lot of things. And these two young ladies, Symposia is their show. I've subscribed, and man, are they cute.
Mason, so we could talk about a topic that we all know too well, which is how to talk across the aisle to people we are kind of politically not so aligned with. So this is our good friend Mason, also known as One Hand Politics. But Mason, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, my name is Mason. You might have seen me before on different online spaces. I talk a lot about politics and specifically like the importance of media and how it changes a lot of our political dynamics across the country. So I think it's cool to really focus on mass communication because everybody be on their damn phones now.
Everybody on that damn phone.
You got to make sure that people are getting good stuff on the phone, not just brain rot. No more 6-7s. You need politics. We need to
No more 6-7s.
Maybe a little
Only
6-7. Maybe a little.
Yeah, maybe a little. Keep them in there. A little sprinkle. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of how we all met, was talking across the aisle.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
It's kind of crazy. Like, I feel like all three of us, so I was thinking back on it, we met on a Jubilee debate.
We met on Charlie Kirk.
We were kind of like talking a little bit, but I feel like we talked a lot more after the debate,
We
for sure.
definitely did, yeah.
And then as we got closer, you invited me to USC to talk again to that same individual, where we met Zena to talk to Charlie Kirk. So it's like, that is our common denominator.
Oh my
And Charlie Kirk actually did, yes.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry his flame.
So Mason, do you feel like you are trying to make this like a full-time online career? Like, what are you doing for work?
Yeah, I mostly, like, for the online stuff, I do a lot of Twitch streaming where it's mostly just like news commentary, analysis stuff. I don't do it full time. Maybe one day, I don't know. It kind of just like waiting for the cards, but I do have a 9 to 5. Day to day, we do a lot of nonprofit organizing, and a lot of it is really fundraising, both at the state assembly level as well as just individual grassroots donors. So that involves going to college campuses. It involves going to high foot traffic areas, certain demographics within the electorate that we try to target specifically, whether or not that they've participated in elections before or we want them to in the future. Our big focus is letting them know that there are nonprofits that try to fill the space that the government is failing at right now. So the big one that we're doing is ACLU, just to make sure that while the ICE raids continue, even in like sanctuary states like California, there are lawyers, there are attorney groups, there is legal counsel that a lot of these victims of government abuse can actually seek out, both to get reunited with their families, to get compensation for lack of due process, or just ensure that there is some sort of security system for people that are struggling from state terror.
I will say that was one thing that always stood out to me about you. You actually are working on the ground, on a municipal level, on a local level, and actually like have dedicated your life to this advocacy. Because it's not just like I'm an activist while I'm on camera and then I go home to my mansion and my
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. That's really nice.
How do we feel about conservatives and talking to conservatives, and how do we approach that generally?
Yeah, my biggest distinction whenever I talk about this with people is Michael Brooks famously said, be ruthless to systems and kind to people. I think that you need to criticize institutions that are corrupt and that you can recognize are corrupt while still allowing for room for people to grow, especially that don't already understand what you understand. And so I can call out the disingenuous nature of people like a Tucker Carlson or of a Ted Cruz or of a Donald Trump. But I don't necessarily think that same sort of vitriol should be applied to a conservative voter who typically, I mean, if you think about most conservatives in this country, they're in conservative populations where their whole church is conservative, their whole school is conservative, their family is conservative. It's really hard to be the black sheep in a family that all agrees on the same thing.
Yeah.
And we can't expect people to just completely abandon what they are raised in. I think that we need to give people space to understand something from a different perspective, especially when all the media they're consuming is giving them this caricature of what the left is.
Now it's also about creating community, and it's less so, even though it should be about the facts, it's less so about the facts and more so just about like, how do we get to people's inner belief system?
Well, let me help this young man out. And he seems like a good kid. Dude, I'm sorry. we knew who Donald Trump was after his first administration. The people who voted for him the second time around, nope, I'm sorry. I am going to castigate them and I'm going to call them deplorables. You know, fool me once is my attitude towards Donald Trump voters, especially the MAGA blacks.
Need to do more work.
I will say I feel like the Democratic Party has two issues because it's an uphill battle both on ideology, like in terms of social issues, and it's an uphill battle in terms of economic policy. And while I know that racism and religious beliefs and xenophobia play a big issue, like play a big part into.
Wait, hold it. Hey, what can I say? Hola, I've got an interesting algorithm. I do a lot of I'm interested, kind of in my old age. I'm kind of into political philosophy. But, if you look at this show, and I tend to kind of try my best to live up to this show. And if you look up my show, it says here, news, politics, culture, and thoughtful conversations, characters welcome. I literally try and live up to that. I'm interested in American culture mostly. And, being kind of retired and a lot of it, I've always been kind of political. I've always been kind of a news junkie since I was a kid, news, politics, since I was in like 7th or 8th grade. I don't know why. I just always was. But I was also a science and math person. And, since after the Navy, I've just had time to kind of flex my non-math and science and engineering muscles. And now that I'm retired, dude, other than cooking, that's the only science that I do. It's almost all political philosophy and catching up on stuff that I read in college but never really followed up as an adult. So that's how I come up with these videos. They just wander into my algorithm. And I am so happy that you and others, Ola, it's all interesting to me. What young people are thinking politically, to me, is fascinating. And I have lots of criticisms, of course, but it's all fascinating.
Why certain people align with the Republican Party socially. I've never understood why
You're right,
those who
Anton.
are directly disadvantaged by Republican
I
economic
think
policies
Donald
continue
Trump,
to vote Republican. And
I'm not just kind of rabid. I think Donald Trump is the stupidest white man in America currently. And that's saying a lot. So I'm not just rabid on Donald Trump. I literally think he is a problem.
one thing that I think might be partially causing that is our country's kind of pull yourself up by the bootstraps culture, where it is like emasculating and shameful and wrong to ask for help, to need help.
The phrasing of like, we want help from the government, like that already has like the connotation implied that like the government is going to give us a helping hand or it's a nanny state, where it's like that should not be the framing. Our framing should be we deserve like what we're worth.
We want the government to do its job.
Yeah, or we recognize that the inaccessibility to basic necessities just should not be a thing with the abundance that we have. It's not necessarily that we need help. It's that, no, we recognize what the reality of our material world is, and people should have access to that.
So even though these economic policies would benefit a lot of conservative voters, how do we make those inroads?
I think that there are like a lot of pockets where you have to get good at selling leftist ideas in a way that does not include the buzzwords. Right. And for me, a lot of that has been shrouded in trying to come from places that conservatives are naturally just motivated by. So things like patriotism, that is a huge motivating factor for conservative voting patterns, whether or not somebody loves the country. I don't think we all have to brand ourselves as like USA clothing and everything like that. But even talking about issues in forms of like making America one of the best developed nations in the world, it does a lot of success for people. So when I was in Arizona, we were doing a climate action campaign. And every time I would speak to a conservative about green renewable energy policies, I would always cover it in this like conversation about America and energy dominance. I'd say things like, oh yeah, it's not that I'm opposed to fossil fuels, but I recognize that even in the name of non-renewable energy sources, eventually we're going to run out. These are fine minerals that we find within our earth. What happens in the next 50, 100, 200 years when there are no minerals that we're left to extract? We have to come up with green renewable energy sometime. So why shouldn't America be the first ones to do it? We are the innovators. I believe in America. We can have the most green renewable energy system in the country. We're going to let China beat us in green renewable energy? I don't think so. USA, baby. USA. We want to be the best education system in the world. Why shouldn't we have the smartest kids? Why don't you want the best healthcare where everybody gets quality and affordable care?
Whenever you see those man on the street interviews where Republican voters are like, I love the Affordable Care Act. That is actually my insurance currently. That is my health care. And then you ask them, well, how do you feel about Obamacare? And they're like, fucking I hate Obamacare. And they don't even realize that they're exactly the same thing. So I do think that messaging, we've seen examples of how that tactic really does work.
In general, the biggest issue I see when it comes to like talking across the aisle is just trying to escape the framework that conservatives have worked so hard to create surrounding the left. It is just so frustrating to like know that there's this like liberal crying caricature. The woke hive mind literally has like an entire branding that we did not create because we're really bad at branding and marketing. I think a lot of the people on our side are just not palatable because they don't want to be. As a minority or as someone in a minority group, it's like it's going to be hard to always come with your game face on and always come like diagnosing the problem and coming as like this helpful, morally transcendent being. Like that's not going to be accessible for all of us to kind of get into that position. But I think that it's knowing who to deploy,
Ola, that is something that's kind of one of my mantras. If you're actually going to debate politics, and many people, I'm not original in thinking this, you have to know the other side's argument as well or better than they do. Just barking back, just barking back and forth across the political fence is just a bunch of noise. You need to understand your opposition's argument, and it doesn't have to be mean-spirited or, dude, just know what they're reading, know what they're talking about, know how they're educating their kids, know their philosophers. I know Edmund Burke probably better than most of the MAGA blacks I meet online. Dude, I know political philosophy better because I've been reading it since I was a kid and I'm brushing up on it currently. It's what I do, and it happens that I also enjoy doing it. Got to know your enemy. Got to know what they're talking about. Got to know how they're educated. Got to listen to the people they listen to. That's the only way you shut folks up. Know their shit.
In the battlefield and
They
knowing
certainly
who
won't know yours.
is going to be at the right time to talk to people as people. I think that's the best way to get people on your side.
When it comes to like people's perceptions of their own economic reality, I do think a lot of people have leftist values that they just don't know are leftists. Yeah. Like I've talked to so many conservatives who are like, yeah, we do demand more. Look at all this hard grunt work that we're doing, and we're not getting fully appreciated for it. A lot of it is understanding the realities of inequalities and accessibility, but it's just putting that blame on. That's why it's all these migrants coming in. They're the ones taking our jobs. Yeah. They're the one that made our house unaffordable. They're the ones that made my wages stagnate.
That was very much our experience on the Candace Owens debate, where, you know, she was bringing up very valid problems. The problems and the addressing of what the problems are was real, but she was talking about capitalism and was just blaming feminism for all these problems that were inherent in capitalism. Andrew Wilson did the same thing in my debate with him, where he was talking about how student loans and student debt is a serious issue in this country. Again, correct. But he blamed feminism for it. Like, they always have a tendency to blame the left, when in reality, it's not the left, it's the system that was created by essentially both parties. So we've seen that we are able to make some progress and develop, you know, legitimate strategy on how to make inroads on economic issues. But I think that we have struggled a lot more as a party to make those same inroads on social issues. So do you guys have any ideas about that?
Yeah, I think it's like difficult to change people's inherent views of groups that they've never been exposed to. People that come from very homogenous communities that have never seen someone that's gender non-conforming can sometimes have these preconceived ideas of what those people look like, especially right-wing ecosystems that push this caricature. I mean, we see Elon Musk saying that cis is a slur on his site. We see that, you know, they're saying trans people are an inherent threat to women and are trying to intrude on spaces. Or Somali immigrants are causing the degradation of our economy and bringing like backwards practices, which they've spent like a whole week talking about in their media cycle.
Immigrants in general, pushing the idea that people are dangerous is a
we're
huge
not able to like be in our country. It's like incompatible with our cultures, which is crazy.
I think it's the sowing of fear that really creates that division, especially with, as we've seen, immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and with Black people in this country.
But like, you look at someone like Zoran Mamdani in New York, and everyone always says, oh, New York's a blue city, so that's why he could work there. But New York had some of the largest shifts to the right in 2024 than any other state in the country. So many voter patterns shifted towards Trump in such a percentage change. And Zoran was able to capture almost all of those MAGA counties and precincts. And that's because it wasn't just that he ignored social issues and only talked about economic issues. Yes, affordability was a key concept of his platform, but he was unashamed to support trans people. He wants to guarantee medical access to gender-affirming care. He has said that he is going to be a huge defense block from ICE raids that are happening within the city. And he's going to challenge the Trump administration's authority. And all of these things, even though he was unashamed and confident in all of it, he then goes to the White House almost a month after winning. And the authoritarian leader, is sucking his dick.
Like, actually,
unironically,
so hard.
And that's what I'm saying is, like, case after case, when we won genuine progressive candidates, they have huge electoral wins, especially among conservative voters.
I mean, I feel like Democrats, while they are in this bind where it's like they do have to, in some ways, work with Republicans just based on the way like our system is set up, there's also kind of this part of the Democratic Party that I feel like it almost is like it's capitulation in a way. It's like, well, I mean, we have nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. What we've seen, especially with people like Zoran, is like taking actual positions does in fact work, and it does garner support.
AOC is criticized a lot by the left. Zoran, also, a lot of people are skeptical of. I think you want to have skepticism about authority. You never just want to blindly put like all of your eggs in a hero worship or thinking that this person's going to save.
Turns out.
Yeah, but for me, it's like, I don't think that Zoran's going to get all of this agenda done. And I talked to a lot of leftists about that. I'm okay with that. I actually think that having a strong vision of what a better world can look like and getting people in the mindset and idea again that they deserve more is the way that you get long-term change. And we don't get that if all we get is politicians who say, that's too fantastical. We're going to take a small crumb. And I know that you're suffering right now, and I know you're going through it. But actually, like Kamala Harris said, the economy is going great and inflation's going down. And we're doing our best. Vote us in again.
I'm also excited to see a leftist politician who has actual policy and an ideology that we can trace, because I am so fucking sick of being the opposition party. And I'm sure that we are all kind of just tired of being like the not Trump party.
I feel as though our labels as leftists have really been co-opted by the right. And it's so tactical. I don't know who is coming up with these plans, but I know there's somebody in some room doing it. But it's like our words, like gender theory, gender studies, systemic racism, just like woke, like everything, they take it and they really add like this like memeified content. Like they've really turned us into a joke. Do we take that L and do we drop our terms and do we start speaking in a different way? I think that is effective, but people see it as like capitulation.
The creation of Fox News, which led to like entertainment and information being fused together, has created personalities where people get all of their opinions from. It's no longer that people want to be politically educated or understand civics or understand just the basic building blocks of their political reality. It's, oh, my new streamer just posted their opinion. Now I have my opinion. I'm so excited for that. That's great.
Social media, I feel like, has proliferated this divisiveness
100%.
exponentially, just also because there's so much misinformation. Like it's so much easier to fill people's minds with garbage now, essentially, that has them rooting for politicians and ideologies and laws and bills and all those things that don't help them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys know what Crossfire is?
No.
You at home, this is the interactive segment. Pull up a new tab, look up Crossfire. It had Tucker Carlson and some lib. I don't even know who the name was. But this was before Tucker had like his big breakout. They would literally be like just debating about the issues, and that's all it do. And it kind of reminds me of Jubilee. Jon Stewart, funny enough, was one of the guests that went on the show. He was the last guest to go on the show because he eviscerated the both of them.
Of course he did.
They asked him, like, what'd you think about this, Jon Stewart? And his thing was like, I just want to say you both are ruining our country. And they're both kind of looking at each other like, what the hell? Because Tucker and the lib, I'm forgetting his name, they don't agree on anything, but they're agreeing like, of course we're valuable. We're bringing two different sides. We're making people feel heard. And Jon Stewart's like, no, you're both hacks. All you care about is being opposed to each other. All you care about is the continued fighting. You don't want to see resolution or actual information done. You just want to sharpen rhetoric. That's all you care about. And I think it mimics what the future looks like, or I guess it foreshadowed what the future is, because all of us have perpetuated this. We've gone on Jubilee, we've gone on Surrounded, but I don't think it's because we're but I don't think it's because we are the ones that are like keeping the problem, or we think that the problem is good. I think we recognize that a Pandora's box has been opened to where information and entertainment are fused. It's not going away. You're not putting the toothpaste back in the tube. And it takes people like us who feel confident in what we talk about, who think that we are good communicators, to take the place of what otherwise would be a terrible representation of what
100%.
those values are that we care about.
Like the only reason I ever started to do what I did is because I knew that there were gaps in what I was seeing on my television, and I wanted to be there to fill that.
I think that, I mean, this is filmed in Los Angeles. You're in the film industry. Like, you understand that anybody's going to take any opportunity they can to be on a video that gets millions of views. Like, regardless of whether or not we make a pact that any principled leftist or any principled content creator should not go on a debate show that's only there to generate clicks, that's not going to change the actual making of that video. And if anything, all that's going to do is create another multimedia viewed video sphere that's dominated by the right wing. All it's going to do is create a clip farming ecosystem where naive speakers are going to talk about issues they don't really know about and give the Republicans the clips that they want. I go on there because I know that, one, I like talking about these issues. I feel confident about what my convictions and axioms are. And I think that I can have some sort of sway on people who come to these videos for political education. This is not a place where you should get education, but regardless of that, the people's doom scroll that they're going to do in their day, they're going to see a Jubilee clip. And I'd rather have it be a concise explanation of things that I actually care about than somebody putting on a face that they think they're supposed to have as a leftist or idea.
I think the issue is when people interpret it as like the news.
Yeah.
We're not a news source, you know, like we are pundits essentially in our own little tiny little way.
It's entertainment.
As we all might know, in the DNC, there's been a lot of talks about the right and left dynamic, specifically in regards to how far we should expand into the right to, in a way, make peace and make decisions. So I feel like this question that the left is really going to have is like, how far are we willing to go? Like, what is the limit?
I feel like that is my least favorite thing about liberals, is the fact that they continue to want to capitulate towards the right. It is very frustrating, I think, especially for those of us who are in more vulnerable social groups. It is very frustrating, given the fact that this is the political nightmare that we are all collectively living in. Why would the solution be to go further right?
But even if Trump isn't president, I mean, there's no empirical data that shows the Democrats moving right will expand the tent. So regardless of like who's in power, I think we need to be able to call out principles that need to be maintained from a power perspective. Now, how far should we expand the tent electorally? I think we should be able to get everybody on board or expand as much as possible. Like, I think Democrats should be campaigning in more rural areas. I think that we should demonstrate our case to people who have historically been very red counties. Because even like someplace like Kentucky, if you look at the governorship there, Andy Beshear has been governor and won significant gains amongst an entirely right-wing electorate. And that shows that conviction is what matters more than these like tribalist political parties.
While I do agree that it's important to try and target voters who maybe would benefit from left-wing policies but are not voting for Democratic politicians, I don't like the idea of making ideological changes to commiserate and accommodate racist and xenophobic beliefs.
Yeah.
The majority of right-wing talking points in general are more so a facade that is concealing in the interests of a very small class of people in general. The entire way that the system is structured is not equal or fair in any sense. So it's like, I don't see this as just like another side that we're just gonna have to get along with. I think we need to change our tolerance of the way that the right operates in its entirety.
One of the real risks is actually alienating your base and losing more people on the left than you gain by pandering to the right ideology.
But I just also don't even think pandering to the right works.
Yeah.
Like, we saw Kamala Harris bring out Liz Cheney during the election. We saw Kamala Harris say she wanted to make gender affirming care like a states' rights issue. She said in her DNC speech, we want the most lethal military in the world, and I will ensure that. And so a lot of it is like this attempt to garner more right-wing voters when in reality, like that's not substantive. That's not evidence-based. And if I'm a Republican voter and I have to choose between full-on Republican right-wing versus diet right-wing, I'm going to choose the full-on every time. I'd rather have Coke than Diet Coke. I'm going to be so for real.
Me too. And then I don't understand the obsession with Diet Coke, if I'm being honest. But the zero sugar, ugh. But to that point, it just feels fake as fuck too. It's like, bro, like stand on business.
Yeah, when Barack Obama is saying that Donald Trump is one of the greatest threats to democracy, and then a week later at George H.W. Bush's funeral, he's laughing and cracking jokes with them. Like, the American people see that this is hypocritical.
It looks really fake.
Yeah.
It's like you just have to stand on your business, and if you don't win.
Or the same thing with Trump when he's saying Zoran Mamdani is a communist threat who's going to bring Muslim jihad to New York City. He's going to create another 9/11. And then the next week, he's like, I love this guy. You can call me a fascist. It's totally fine.
The way he smiled at him.
Yeah, it's just
I've
like
never seen Trump look so happy.
a lot of people see like just the bullshit of like posturing and just like politicians saying things because they think that's what they want their electorate to hear. They want someone who's grounded in what they believe and is going to defend that.
How much political difference would you tolerate in a friendship or, a relationship? Even family members.
I mean, I'm gonna say like a cool, like open-minded, good-hearted lib is the like most I'm gonna take. Like after that, you're kind of just like, I'm not gonna start to explain basic human rights to like conservative, unfortunately.
I have a lot of Republican friends.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think that it's like, it's definitely up to each individual to see like what they're able to handle emotionally. Obviously, I'm not recommending you're not a real advocate if you don't have Republican friends. I think that kind of like purity testing is pretty annoying. Like, you should just be around who makes you comfortable. They're not my closest friends, these Republicans, but I do think that for my own advocacy, I'm not going to change their mind with one conversation. Every time someone asks me for like debate advice, they're like, I'm about to do this thing. What would you want me to do? How can I get like my wording perfect? You're never going to get it perfect. You're not going to change someone's mind in one conversation.
Don't I know it?
But what I think is you can plant a seed. And that's why I still maintain friendships with people, albeit at a distance. But I don't outright outcast people who disagree with me, because I think that if I show them like, hey, I don't even think you believe what you believe, man. And this is why. You seem like a kind person. You seem like you genuinely care about other people's lived experience and reality. Like, do you really think Steven Crowder's telling you everything that's true? Doesn't it kind of seem like he has a profit incentive to like push you into further radicalism? And for me, that sparks seeds in people of, maybe I should like question this authority source that I've seen as like good information, which can lead people to change their mind when they're ready to do so. I'm not going to force someone to change their mind. There's no way I can, but I can plant a seed that gets them to reconsider, is everything I believe objective?
Yeah.
Or maybe I should think about things more.
I do think that, you know, me and Zena's identity does make it harder to have those kind of friendships. It's like if someone is openly misogynistic, like we just can't be friends. But I will say, I think one of the most productive conversations I've had with a Republican pundit was actually with Aldo. For those of you who don't know, Aldo Botazzoni was, I think he used to be on PragerU. He's a pretty classic, you know, right wing.
That's the guy you did the roundtable today?
Yes. So me and him did a Jubilee roundtable together. He was very MAGA. We squabbled a lot in the video. And afterwards, all of us decided to get food. And then he offered to give me a ride home, which I thought was a very interesting choice. And my dad would probably be mad at me, but I did take that ride. Cheaper than the Uber. And we ended up getting stuck in traffic for like, I want to say an hour and a half.
Damn.
And me and him were essentially just stuck in a car together. And we continued the conversation that we were having on Jubilee. And when the cameras were cut and we were just able to talk to each other and see each other as people, that conversation was much more productive. I feel like we both were much more willing to compromise. We were both able to talk and recognize the humanity in each other. And he made some really good points. And I found this kind of nuance in him that I didn't expect would be there. And I really felt like I was being heard. Like, it was weird. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I want to clarify. I never look for compromise. I am hard stuck. I'm very passionate about what I believe. I have strong conviction, but that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to hear somebody's perspective.
Yeah,
I don't want to cut someone over.
And now I hate women. I think it was kind of like we agree to disagree, but I feel like I've heard your point much better.
100%. Yeah.
It's all about bandwidth. And if you're able to like, I think that having these people on like the outskirts, or just if you're able to tolerate that more and make change in their life, that's like what you should do.
The difference for me between allowing room for ideology in my friendships, again, is it's not my closest friends that I have strong disagreements with on core convictions. I think that would be really difficult to have like shared experience or vulnerability, especially, and more so like relationships. That'd be a hard line for me. I could tolerate dating somebody who isn't like 100% ideologically aligned with who I am, but it has to be at least on the same side of the spectrum. Like within the American context of what's conceivable politics or the Overton window, like I could totally date a Democrat who is like, I think if someone's like, you know, Barack Obama was the greatest president ever, or I want to go back to that, I'd be fine with that. Like, I think that there's room for me to like have more conversations or try to push them to hold leaders more accountable, or try to envision a better world than just what we're given by two political parties who really only care about corporate interests. I'm fine with that. It's just, for me, it's like if somebody completely dismisses the humanity of certain marginalized groups, or they believe that anything that's left of center is unachievable or unattainable, that's where I think it'd be a lot more difficult. My family is very conservative, so that also can that can influence my own emotional capabilities, because I deal with that on like every single time I go visit my family.
Right.
I also went to a very conservative university, so I learned a lot of the philosophical backgrounds of why conservatives believe what they believe. I think if you talk to the average Trump supporter, they can't defend what they believe. They're just like, I heard this, where'd you hear it from, and why do you think that? Oh, I don't know, but you're triggering me. And then they start to get in like that emotional debate. But if you talk to an academic conservative, they will back it up. And no, I believe in divine right of authority. I think that a lot of our moral framework comes from natural law. You have a philosophy background. You know that a lot of conservative ideas come from this rigid philosophy. And I think me being able to better interpret defenses of Republicans allows me to have productive conversations with them, because sometimes if they flounder in conversations, they can be like, yeah, so you think you probably believe this because of this? And they're like, yeah, I actually do. And that gives me more of a foundation to be like, okay, well, this is why I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
And you don't have to agree with me, but I just want to give you my perspective.
I think for me, like my family is actually like very monolithic in our beliefs. Me and my family definitely disagree on certain things. I would say my parents are definitely a little bit more center, but I grew up in a household that was very into politics. And I really loved that about my household. I really loved how informed and engaged my parents inspired me to be. So I don't really think I could date anyone who is just like apolitical and doesn't really care. And like, at least for like a long-term thing, just because that was a really important thing in my childhood and obviously has shaped so much of my life now. And I want my kids to have access to that. You know, I want my kids to be inspired by two highly educated, very politically active parents.
Yeah.
I want to add one thing, especially for like if they're conservatives or Republicans that are watching this podcast right now. It's hard, you guys. It's hard to give any credibility or charitability to Republican people. What I will say is the average Republican voter, it's not that they're going in thinking these certain people shouldn't have rights, or it's not that they're going in thinking these people deserve less. A lot of it is like a warped understanding of even like what these policies are. And I think that like from a perspective of somebody who genuinely all of their community and all of their family believes that being gay is a sin, they're legitimately in their mind thinking that like someone is leading themselves to hell by continuing to engage in this. And so there's this justification in themselves that this is not something coming from hate. This is something coming from care and wanting to change somebody so that way they get eternal salvation or whatever it is that they say. And that doesn't mean that you justify and allow somebody to think that way. But I think it's important for us to go into conversations, especially that are adversarial, on really important issues like gay sovereignty or women's ability to move in the workplace or participate in society. And we want to understand that it's about getting those core axioms in the debate rather than just like the surface level ad hocs or ad hominems of like throwing it towards somebody, because I think that never will like spark any seeds in people to get them to change.
I don't think ad hominems will ever work in a one-on-one conversation with someone who's not a pundit. I mean,
wait, hold it. Wait, hold on here.
ad
She doesn't think ad hominems will work. Ooh, she hasn't met me. They will work, and I will laugh. Ad hominems definitely work.
hominem addict myself.
But we do it in public settings.
Yeah, but I kind of disagree on the idea that there are Republicans out there, that there's no Republicans out there who genuinely don't believe that.
They're totally
Because I mean, when it
Republicans.
comes to issues about race, like at least in my DMs, people have been pretty honest,
Yeah.
especially in anonymous settings, about their belief that Black people genuinely do deserve less.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think it's just hard to, actually, it's not that hard, but it's easy to tell who, you know, is approaching it from an uneducated standpoint and who is approaching it from genuine hatred. And vitriol.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
I think it's so fascinating when we remember that a lot of our psychology is based on like these formative years, and people's formative years can be drastically different from yours. I've always been open to conversation. I think that's the biggest thing. Like having like meaningful conversation is really where I think we're gonna find common ground and see these things, you know, change. It's just hard in this certain climate.
Especially for you, Mason, growing up in a conservative family, like how did you both become so politically left-leaning?
What a question. I think growing up in I grew up in a very homogenous white Christian conservative community. And so a lot of it is just expected expectations. You know, it's like everybody kind of believes the same thing. I was never really super political growing up. It's kind of just like, oh yeah, of course Republicans want to give people more tax breaks. That's good to have more money in your pocket. Like that's kind of like the idea of just an apolitical Republican voter. And then when you actually go to a more diverse place, which I went to college in La Mirada, where there was a litany of different cultural backgrounds, religious backgrounds, economic conditions, it really opens your eyes to, maybe it wasn't just like, oh, my parents worked so hard and people who are poor don't work as hard. Maybe it's that people have been working 3 to 4 jobs and still barely making ends meet. This isn't really like a idea or a system of merit or somebody's value or their work ethic. It's more so what people have access to. Society's complicated. There's a lot of nuance. People are built different, and you just got to be able to respect that.
I'll keep my answer brief. I went from lib to leftist real quick at 14, and I did it by debating Groyper-like individuals chronically online in 2020. I just kept debating them, and I started to learn all this shit. I started to read all these books, and I became like a Marx fiend, and I really just became woke and dope. Like
not a Marx fiend. I love
it's
that.
True. I wrote like 250 pages about Marx.
Wow.
When I was like 14, 15. It was crazy. I was.
You heard it here. Schools indoctrinate 14-year-olds.
It wasn't even school. It was just me.
Yeah, I feel like a lot
You're
of
just built different. You're like that. I like that.
I'm really built different.
I feel like I got kind of radicalized. Like my family is very liberal, but I really feel like I got radicalized more towards the left. It just having like some really traumatic racist experiences, especially in like middle school and high school, mainly middle school. I got bullied a lot on the basis of race, and I was like one of like 6 Black kids at my school, and it was my first time being in a majority Republican environment. And that was the year I moved to New Jersey. So it just really woke me up to how dire the need is for real ideological change, why capitulation is not something that I can do, because I felt it. Like I felt what it means to just live in a compromise in which my identity can be constantly questioned, but I don't have that same agency.
With that being said, we have a fun game to play. So basically, if we were in office right now, what would our first executive order be?
Are we doing office or like dictator? I want to be a dictator.
Let's be dictators then.
Cool.
Okay, we're dictators. What's like your first order of business? I know you can start.
Wait, no, give me time to think.
You don't want to start?
No. Mason, you start.
So I'm going to be very contentious. Landlords should not exist, but I think if we are going to have a system that allows for landlords to exist, I think the state needs to mandate part of your land ownership means you have to work a minimum wage job for at least 40 hours a week.
Oh.
I think that is a guarantee if you're going to be a landlord.
Damn, that's crazy. Okay.
Do you debate that?
Low key, I kind of love the caveat because it kind of like completely fucks up the entire reason why they like.
Yeah, because they don't like working. That's why they're landlords.
What's my executive order? I mean, if y'all insist. Honestly, I would say we're slashing everyone's taxes who is not in the 0.1%. I'm saying like y'all, your taxes are low as shit. And most of the taxes are going to people who are making millions and millions and millions of dollars. I don't have all the calculations figured out, but just know you're not really paying taxes under my regime, like not for real, unless you're an uber wealthy lord.
I want to live there.
I think that's a short regime. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I have.
Mine's about to be even shorter. You haven't even got to mine yet.
Okay, well, let's go to hers.
Reparations. Now, first things first. Where are my 40 acres and a mule? You shall all get your 40 acres and your mule. Honestly, I'll upgrade it. I'll give you 50 acres and a horse. Yeah, that's what we about to do.
Fair. Valid. You can't argue with reparations. Can you?
Yeah.
I won't argue with that.
Yeah, you should.
Right.
I'm leaving space.
You're holding space.
Oh.
Defying gravity. I think that kind of sort of sums up our show.
Well, thanks y'all for having me on.
It was a pleasure, Mason. Thank you for being
here. It was a pleasure. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to Symposia. Make sure on any platform you're on, please leave us a 5-star review. That really helps us out. Also, please be sure to like and comment and subscribe. I'll do all the things that you want to do because you love us.
Please be sure to slide in our DMs or hit us up over email if you have any questions, comments, concerns, and topics you want to see us cover next.
Yes.
Mwah.
Bye.
Wow. Originally,
Greetings, dear listeners. This is Jonah Goldberg, host.
Well, you know what? Might as well just go with this because this is the one I said I was going to show. So I might as well just go with it. And after this, I may go ahead and sign off. Though I want to do the political compass thing. But, it's not something that has to be done tonight. May hold off until tomorrow because believe it or not, I'm getting kind of tired. These 61 years are wearing down on me.
To the Remnant podcast brought to you by the Dispatch and Dispatch Media. I am back from my exciting adventure in Switzerland and brief stint in the UK, but we can talk about all that later. I'm very excited about today's guest, and I say that without any irony whatsoever. When I heard that about this book that has come out, The Golden Thread, more about that in a moment, and I saw that Alan Gelzo was the co-author of it, I immediately said, "Oh, here's our excuse to have Gelzo back on because he's a fan favorite and I love the guy." And and so we're going to talk about the golden thread here, but I think also I will extend an invitation to his co-author, James Hankins, who took point on a lot of the first volume. This is a 2-volume enterprise. And for those of you who don't know, I should just get out of the way. I'm sorry. I'm also, not only am I jet lagged, I'm coming down with a cold. I've brought back some European strain of the cold. Alan Gelzo is a professor of humanities at the Hamilton School of Classic and Civic Education at the University of Florida. He's also a non-resident senior fellow at AEI. He has written more books about Lincoln, the Civil War era, and various and related topics than I have ever read. And he has a top 5 euphonious voice for podcasting. So with that, Alan Gelzo, welcome back to The Remnant.
Well, thank you, Jonah, and take some consolation from the fact that all of those books you were describing that you hadn't read, it's okay. I haven't read them either.
Although I will tell you, I don't know if you do this, I give the advice to first-time authors that if they...
I figure I would just interject this quick story in. U.S. military refueling plane crashes in Iraq during Iran offensive. That it's fairly rare that you get a tanker like a KC-135 crash. I'll probably talk about this. I'll probably talk about this tomorrow. But Trump, yeah, this is basically incompetence. Trump is commander in chief. Hegseth is defense secretary. Incompetence. And incompetence is one of these things that tends to be an actual trickle down effect. We ain't seen nothing yet, folks. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I meant to switch. This is what I'm talking about. U.S. military refueling plane crashes in Iraq during Iran offensive. Incompetence. Our defense folks, commander-in-chief, defense secretary, raising Cain. Incompetence. You never hear of fucking refueling planes crashing. Interesting.
They have the opportunity, they should read the audio versions of their own books if they can. And there's some exceptions to that if you have just an absolutely terrible voice or that kind of thing. But I think you would be great to read your own. Do you ever read the audio versions of your own books?
I have tried.
Uh-huh.
I have made overtures, suggestions to the publishers, and in particular, Knopf, who has published a number of the things I've written. And the response that I get is, you don't know what kind of trouble you're asking for, because the time commitment that you have to put into doing it, the process of creating the audio files is so complicated. It's not just a matter of stand there with a microphone and read into it. You have to go through all kinds of hoops of various shapes and sizes to be jumped through. So they said, don't do it. We'll have someone else read it.
Yeah.
And I haven't had a whole lot of choice but to bow to that advice. After all, it is my publisher. Although I will say I do regret one audiobook that was made of something I'd written. And I regretted it largely because the person who reading the audiobook mispronounced my name. And I thought, this is not really a good way for these people to have started this. But, once it's done, what are you going to be able to do about it? It's like reading book reviews. I mean,
yeah,
you read the review, but you're helpless at that point.
So, I mean, we can continue this off air, but I would say next time, push back. I find in the era of podcasts in particular, people have now been acclimated to hearing authors better, more. That's one of the reasons why audiobooks are more successful. But also, as author, they hate it when you exercise it. But as author, you have the ability to overrule the audio engineer or the audio editor and change the text slightly. You can't like redo paragraphs or anything like that, but there are some sentences that are just written not to be read out loud, and some phrases from French or Latin that you are going to mangle trying to pronounce. And so you can tweak little things that a paid narrator cannot. And I find it very useful because you actually have a sense of how the sentence is supposed to be read in a way that a narrator, a professional audio reader, doesn't. And for me, it also was a great way of reintroducing myself to the content that I had produced. But anyway, enough of all that, enough of the sausage making stuff. I would just say that you have a kind of voice and authorial authority that would lend itself greatly to this kind of thing.
I will remember that, and I'll try to remind my publisher of that.
Okay, so normally I always ask people, as you know, when they have a new book out, what their book is about. But this book is about just so much. So I thought I would do it slightly differently and just ask you, the title of it is The Golden Thread. What is the Golden Thread? Why'd you pick that title over everything else?
The Golden Thread takes us back to classical Greek mythology. In this case, it's the story of Theseus and the Minotaur. Theseus has been confronted with this bull monster, the Minotaur, and he must slay the Minotaur and find his way out of the Minotaur's cave. To do that, he picks up and follows a golden thread that will take him back to the surface, take him back to light. And there's a real sense in which we would like to see these books be something of that golden thread for people to step back into the light of this thing that we call the Western tradition. So it is a classical reference to the ancient classics in a book that is trying to lay out what an education in tradition and classics should be about. In the first volume, it's really a story of how that tradition is built. In the second volume, it will be a story of how a great deal of that tradition has been lost. But sometimes it's important to know what is lost, because you won't know what it is you want to recover until you actually know what has been lost. So there is a work of statement, there is a work of recovery. You might say that overall, the project itself is a kind of renovation, a renovatio, if I can lapse back into Latin. And that's what the Golden Thread is about. And the Golden Thread, it seems to us, is a marvelous symbol of what we're aiming to achieve in these two books.
And I should have, this is podcaster's error on my part. I didn't give the full title earlier. It's The Golden Thread, A History of the Western Tradition, Volume 1, The Ancient World and Christendom. So with that in mind, what is the distinction, or what distinction would you draw between, say, quote unquote, Western civilization and Western tradition? Are these synonymous terms? Is there a tension between the two?
No, and there's an important distinction here, because we use the term Western tradition because there really isn't a single thing called Western civilization. What there are layers. And there's one layer, which is the Greeks. There's another layer, which is the Romans. There's another layer, which is medieval Christendom. There's another layer, which is the Reformation. Another layer, which is the Enlightenment. These are civilizations within, they're civilizational systems, let's call them, within this overall Western tradition, so that there are significant changes from place to place and time to time and era to era. And yet there are also certain constant elements that tie them all together. If not as a single civilization, they are tied together as a single tradition, hence the Western tradition.
So, I mean, I think we talked about this briefly the last time you were on here, if memory serves. Frank Meyer was the founder of what has come to be called fusionism.
Yes.
And the fusionism is often misunderstood by mostly by its detractors, but also sometimes its adherents as well, as a simple coalitional project that brings in the three legs of the Reagan stool kind of thing. And what Meyer was actually arguing was that the Western tradition itself is a fusionist project, right? A tension between competing dogmatic goods, as I would put it. Maybe he would, between liberty and order, freedom and virtue. One might even say Athens and Jerusalem, right?
Yeah.
And that these things are in tension, but tension is good.
Mm-hmm.
But tension is revelatory, right? Is the Athens Jerusalem distinction part of your story? And how should how should normal people who don't really even know what it means, how should they think about that?
Within each of these layers of civilization, there is exploration, there is contest, there is conflict. For instance, if we talk about the Reformation as an era of civilization, there certainly is no shortage of conflict that occurs within that, culminating in the horror of the 30 Years' War, which drags on through those 3 decades until finally, in 1648, everyone breathes this deep sigh of exhaustion and says, all right, we're not going to settle this. We're going to have to come to some kind of, shall we say, fusion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you get in the Peace of Westphalia. So within each of these layers that we've talked about, there are these moments of contradiction, of debate, sometimes of resolution, but other times when it continues onwards from there. And the debate between liberty and order that you might find amongst the Greeks, that gets a different twist. It's extended into the Roman civilization, but with some significant twists. And then you can take that into medieval Christendom, and then further through that all the way up to the Enlightenment. What we have tried to do is to emphasize both the common elements and the distinctive elements. What makes the Greeks different from the Romans? What makes the Romans different from the Middle Ages? What makes the Middle Ages different from the Enlightenment? I deal especially in Volume 2 with the transition that is marked by the Enlightenment. And in that respect, I have to say right up front, I'm inclined to view the Enlightenment as a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rather favorable to it. It had its moments plus and minus, but on the whole, I'm as happy for that as I am for aspects of reformational civilization, the renovation that occurred then, which is also a renovation in learning. And then likewise, I'm happy.
He would have been happy as a slave owner as well. Happy for the Enlightenment. Interesting. The Reformation had a part in slavery as well. So all I have to say is, happy, happy, happy in that big house.
Happy with medieval Christendom, much as I recognize that there are questions and problems and conflicts there. So we're not shying away from the conflicts. We're not shying away, in fact, even from the inequities. Because this is not a story about how all the sisters were virtuous and all the brothers were gallant. No. There are moments in Western civilization when human nature has, as one humorist put it, busted out. And there are moments to be ashamed of in this Western.
Hey, Natasha, what is French for dandy? He is a dandy.
Tradition. There are moments of oppression. There are moments of genocide. We don't hesitate to identify those as such, but what we do want to point out is that those are common aspects of the barbarity that human nature is capable of, and that barbarity can break down the barriers even of the noblest aspects of civilization. Within civilization, it's not a moment where you simply say, it's finished, it's done, it's over, we're here, we've arrived. No, that all too frequently is a moment when you have invited all kinds of grief for yourself to creep up and to visit you. So we're very conscious. We're very conscious of the moments when the Western tradition has fallen short of its goals. What we find remarkable, and one of the reasons that I think motivates us for having undertaken this project, is that within the Western tradition, there is this resilience. There is this capacity for self-criticism, for comparison, for dealing with conflict and contradiction, even if dealing with the conflict and contradiction is something that doesn't get easily resolved and that continues through the various layers. There is, in that respect, a tremendous amount of creativity in the West as these questions go back and forth and back and forth. It is that ability to pick oneself up from a stair that you have fallen down, morally speaking, and climb back up the stairs and keep on going to the next flight of stairs. That is part of the story too. And I'm afraid that in many places, it's that story, that resilience, that renovation, that part, that capacity for self-criticism, which has been entirely subtracted as though it never existed. That is to miss something tremendously dynamic in this thing we call the Western tradition.
Yeah, so this is music to my ears. Part of my argument in my last book was about which is not unique to me, that we tend to look at the past and the American tradition, and by extension, sort of the larger Western tradition. We judge it by a standard that is set in some idealistic future, rather than judging it by the standard of, was it an incremental improvement on what came before?
Yeah.
And one can point to all sorts of terrible things that were done in the name of Christianity. The question is still, was the rise of Christendom an improvement by some objective standard of what came before it? Similarly, it is fine to talk about slavery in the United States. In fact, it's vital to talk about the existence of slavery in the United States, because unless you talk about the fact that we had it, you can't talk about or take pride in the fact that we got rid of it.
Yeah, because that is the other side of the question. One side of the question is, how terrible is slavery? And you can go on at some very great lengths, because there is a tremendous amount that is awful in the very concept of owning not just the labor, but owning the person of another human being. But the other side of that question, and the one which also deserves attention, is, how did we ever stop thinking that that was good? How did we ever stop thinking that it was tolerable? Because for centuries upon centuries upon centuries, almost literally from time out of mind.
Listen to this motherfucker justify it. Okay, what the little old dandy doesn't understand is there was a motherfucking choice. Okay, those laws did not pass themselves. It wasn't like one day we're like, hey, you know what the root of slave is? It's Slav. Let's be like the Slavs. Dude, these laws were deliberated. How did we ever think it was wrong? Really? Motherfucker, the reason was economic. Okay, the economics are what determined whether slavery was a good or something that shouldn't be done. This suave motherfucker, it's important to talk about slavery because we need to be proud we got rid of it. Bitch, it shouldn't have happened in the first place. Stop that. There was a choice that was made in the United States. Evil was done. We chose evil, that we got rid of evil. Motherfucker, slavery would still be here. People did not voluntarily give up slavery in the United States. People fucking died, in my opinion, unnecessarily. Ooh, we should be proud we gave it up. Motherfucker, slavery would still exist if there was no Civil War.
The assumption was routine. Slavery was.
And when I say slavery would exist, I mean here in these United States.
Simply one point on a long spectrum of forced labor. And there were various kinds of forced labor, the assumption being that in order for labor to take place, you had to force people to do it. And slavery is one stop on that spectrum. How did we ever arrive at the point where we stood up and thought, no, this is bad? Because in doing that, we were departing.
Oh, dude, this smarmy bullshit. It is, these people have self-hypnotized that, oh, everybody had slavery. Dude, it defies the American exceptionalism argument for starters. America was not exceptional if it had slavery like every damn body else. And once again, slavery was literally instituted. In Maryland and Virginia, they debated during the Constitutional Convention. It was a debate and a compromise. Okay, if you want to understand how slavery became okay, it's because people decided that compromise, that having a United States, getting a constitution passed required compromise, and Black people were the compromise. Hey, we think having a United States is more important than Black people's freedom. It was a goddamn choice, and these little pussies who want to act like it was some great moral dilemma, the people were fucking evil. That's how people thought it was okay. It wasn't them.
From what was almost a constant in the human experience. What actually explained the conclusion that, no, this is bad. And not only is it bad, but we need to undo it completely. And in the process of undoing it completely, we will, in fact, go to tremendous lengths. We will interdict a transatlantic slave trade. We will suppress the movement of slavery.
Khan Shonery, you are so fucking right. These people, little dandy dude here, he would have no problems. You're absolutely right. The compromise was more important than the humanity. And yes, America's not exceptional. This American exceptionalism, it doesn't apply to human rights. That's for goddamn sure.
Across the African continent into Asia. We will, in fact, fight a stupendous civil war to put an end to slavery. How did we do that? And how did we arrive at that conclusion in what it really amounts to less than 100 years? A tick of the clock on history's time. How did we do that? How did we come to that conclusion when everything that amounted to previous human experience pointed in the other direction? How did we come to that conclusion? A lot of it comes right down to this whole.
Dude, these two are an embarrassment to the American conservative movement, or whatever you want to call it. They're a fucking disgrace.
Whole question of the capacity for self-criticism that is hardwired into this thing we call the Western tradition. We are willing, in sometimes very costly ways, to examine what we are doing and to come to very different conclusions and move in very different directions. That's one of the things worth remembering and worth celebrating in this thing we call the Western tradition.
So I want to get back to why you start with the Battle of Marathon, but since we're on this, I think I talked about this briefly before as well, but I struggle with figuring out whether ideas are lagging indicators or leading indicators in a lot of historical moments, that sometimes the events are actually driving things and people will grab ideas to justify their position rather than being inspired by the idea and moving to a position, right? And I think it's a both and thing, and history's complicated and all of that. But there's been a lot of talk in the last 5-6 years, decade or so. There's various movements of what they call themselves post-liberals. and they will say, to one degree or another, the Enlightenment was a mistake, that liberalism was a mistake, that we need to get beyond. That's what post-liberalism, get beyond liberalism. Industrial revolution was bad. There's some people who say feudalism was better, which I just find mind-bogglingly ridiculous. But our friend and colleague Yuval Levin will make the point that in Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America, he gives basically 1,000-year or 2,000-year history of liberalism, and basically doesn't even mention the Enlightenment. And so this gets to this question that I have, which is that how much of, like, I think I've fallen for it a little too much, but how much of this idea that liberalism comes from the Enlightenment is wrong, and that liberalism is in fact a product of this much longer Western tradition. I mean, you mentioned how, there's that decision to stop putting questions of faith or conscience to the test of the sword after the Treaty of Westphalia. Well, the Treaty of Westphalia predates, what we would call the Enlightenment and liberal period. How much of this is that sort of, what's the phrase, rights come from wrongs, that people that we've learned, the ideas of Western civilization inform how we learn, this resilience and adaptivity that you're talking about, but it's less the ideas driving things and more learning from events to find best practice.
What makes things happen? Is some inevitable cycle that human beings are condemned to follow? If that's the case, then Polybius was right in his histories when he talked about the 3 stages of every human society. 3 stages, each of which has its own corruption stage. So you might want to say that there are 6 stages. All right, fine. You can take the view of Polybius, and this is simply going to happen, and it's going to happen inevitably. How do you stave off the negative aspects of it? Well, perhaps Polybius says, you might want to do like the Romans, and you might want to create a constitution which has one aspect of each of these 3 things. That might forestall the kind of corruption that undid previous regimes. And Polybius is especially thinking about his own fellow Greeks. How did the Greeks wind up in the pickle they were in when Polybius is writing? I mean, Polybius himself is quite literally a hostage in the hands of the Romans. So his advice is, well, here I am in Rome. Let's do as the Romans, because that's going to ensure stability, and we're not going to do a repeat of what happened before. All right, is that the story of human society and human culture? That is something which, in fact, exists almost entirely apart from, let us call it civilization or tradition or ideas in the most general sense. On the other hand, let's take a look at the Greeks themselves and what they had to say. And incidentally, here's one major reason why we are beginning with Marathon. Because Marathon occurs at a point when the Greeks, for the first time, self-consciously asked themselves, why are we fighting the Persians? I mean, the Persians, they're big, they're mean, they're threatening. Why don't we just curl up and cower? And Herodotus provides us with an answer. And he says, this Greek love of the thing he calls eleutheria, of freedom. And that's what impels the Greeks to their resistance. And Herodotus is a chronicler of this. Not only Herodotus, Xenophon. When Xenophon's talking about the Greek legion, so to speak, that was fighting at the command of Cyrus, the contrast between these Greeks and the Persians is the most remarkable thing as far as Xenophon is concerned. So what is guiding the Greeks at a place like Marathon? For the first time, there's a self-consciousness. We have a goal outside simply one tribe at war with another tribe. That goal is this thing for the Greeks called freedom. That self-consciousness, in a sense, is the start of the Greek civilization. And from there, we see it through the golden age of Pericles. We see it through the development of Hellenistic civilization. Then we have its successor, which is the Romans. Romans who are great imitators. The Romans never saw anything they did not want to imitate in their own fashion. The Romans pick up the threads of the Greek civilization. Hellenism becomes the roaring fad. Any Roman who wanted to look like they were halfway to being civilized would like to have busts of Greek heroes in their mansion, or have Greek books that they can claim they're reading. All right, then that takes us up through the Romans. We move then into medieval times. It's the same thing. It's the borrowing of books. And one of the great moments toward the end of the Middle Ages is the great influx of Greek texts that come into European hands. Some of it generated by the fall of Constantinople, but others of it simply rediscovery. For the Reformation, again, it is a Reformation based upon a recovery, a reappropriation of learning from the past. The Enlightenment is more of a decisive break, and yet even with the Enlightenment, there is in many places still this abiding concern with freedom. So there become these constants. The constants are ideas. So I want, first of all, to say that for both Hankins and myself, we regard ideas as having the priorities, that we are not simply the victims of cyclical motions of social development and evolution over which no real control. No. What does it say in the old book? As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So we take that as a guiding point, that ideas are what make the individual. We ask the question, I ask the question in class, what have you ever known that is not an idea? So we start with the ideas, and then we watch how people cope with the ideas and how they build from those ideas. And the ideas that I think are central, one of them absolutely unquestionably is this idea of freedom. And that has been a constant at each level of development of the Western tradition. But in addition to the pursuit of freedom, there's the simple fact of how important language and literature is. The Western tradition is not an oral tradition. That's why, in many respects, we start with Marathon, not with Troy. The Western tradition is a written tradition. It is getting events, it's getting ideas, it's getting description, it's getting narrative down in a way that can be read and accessed generation after generation after generation. It's also a tradition which has tremendous respect for philosophy, for thinking, for asking questions, for challenging, for making what is sometimes called the argument for the sake of heaven. It's also a tradition that at every level has had a profound respect for knowledge, for the pursuit of truth, and for accumulating that knowledge in the form of education. And we can move on from there to talk about how the impulse for freedom has shown up in how people regard the freedom to speak, to disagree, the freedom to exchange. That is an idea too. The freedom to associate. All of these begin with ideas. And I have to say too that these are also ideas about spirituality. These are ideas about religion. These are ideas about God. And we debate these as well. And they are, in fact, all of them tied together because they're written. They're based and incorporate natural law. And they are about a pursuit of truth. All of these aspects of the Western tradition, going back to Marathon, at this first great self-conscious moment, all of these are bound together. And you might say that both of these volumes are, in a way, a history of Western ideas. This is not to say that there are not events that we don't have to cope with. The Great Plague, for instance, of the 14th century, was a terrible challenge to the survival of this Western tradition. We almost don't survive it, quite frankly. And that was because of, quite literally, a microbe against which our ideas, all of them, were powerless. And then there was the fall of Rome itself. I remember as a teenager watching Kenneth Clark's wonderful old series on what was then educational television, that series entitled Civilization. And I remember just being entranced by the thing. I had never thought of things in this way. And the one thing which had always stuck with me was that opening chapter entitled By the Skin of Our Teeth, where he's talking about how with the fall of Rome, we've very, very nearly lost the whole thing. And we survive only because of isolated institutions, isolated individuals who hold on to the threads of things. And civilization does, in fact, endure, said Clark, by the skin of our teeth. So yes, there are moments of invasion, moments of threat, moments of pandemic. But taken as a whole, what we are tracing here is the power of ideas to move, the power of ideas to reshape, the power of ideas to enter into dialogue and debate and conflict with each other. That is what ties together all these varieties of civilization and all these varieties of challenge into a thing that we can describe as the Western tradition.
So I have zero objection to that whatsoever at a relatively high level of abstraction, because I think you're absolutely right, and it was quite moving. On the flip side, look, events, dear boy, are one thing, right? And we can talk about events, and you can't, you have to acknowledge the plague, right? But things like you say, the Western tradition puts a heavy emphasis on writing things down. Well, writing things down is a technological change, right? The ability to write things down and then the ability to disseminate them at scale is a technological thing. And I think that sometimes I say this as someone who's struggling with the fact that I love intellectual history more than any other form of history, but technology is, I don't want to sound like a vulgar Marxist and talk about the means of production, but do you get a Protestant Reformation without the printing press? And so and I think we both agree the Protestant Revolution profoundly changes Western tradition. Maybe not so far as like bringing ideas from outside of it, but privileging certain strands of Western tradition over others because it can with the printing press, including the idea of individualism. So let me ask it this way.
My response to that,
Yeah.
and let me continue that as an example. For one thing, the printing press was invented substantially before the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation did not wake up one morning and say, "Oh, well, let's see, we need a printing press." There had to be an impulse, first of all, that is going to give us the printing press. We usually date the printing press to Gutenberg.
Mm-hmm.
We're pushing things then back close to a century before the Protestant Reformation. In truth, there were other forms of print even before that. You could have had a Protestant Reformation earlier than you had it if we are thinking purely in terms of technology. In fact, you could have had a Reformation even without that technology, because all through the Middle Ages, there are successive moments of contest about reform and renovation. And you see this, for instance, in Thomas Aquinas. The use of Aristotle, the deployment of Aristotle, there was ferocious controversy about the use of Aristotle. You only have to go back to the denunciations in Paris in the 13th century. So there was contest, there was disagreement, there was opportunity for reform and the implementation of reform. Many other places, you might say in some respects that every monastic movement was a kind of reformation, because every monastic movement, whether it's the Dominicans, whether it's the Franciscans, whether it's the Augustinians, they're all talking about, we need to reform. Things have gone downhill. There needs to be a reformation. We simply call the thing that happened in the 16th century the Reformation with a capital R, because for one thing, it was so widespread and has had such long innings in so many different places around the world. But in truth, there have been reformations before that.
But isn't the point? But I take your point. I mean, Jan Hus is considered, the John the Baptist of the Reformation, the different.
You can take it to Wycliffe. You can take it to many, many others. You could even suggest that Francis of Assisi that way. And there's a real sense in which, and don't read this as being snarky on my part, that the big mistake of Pope Leo X in dealing with Luther was not to give him a monastic order of his own. There was much more wisdom in some of the earlier popes in being able to accommodate these movements for reform. Leo X did not really demonstrate a whole lot in the way of, let's call it, mental acuity with Luther. And what you then wind up with is not a movement of reform, but in fact, a movement of division within Western Christianity. But once again, what we're dealing with here is a movement which grows out of ideas. And if there had been no printing press, if there had been no Gutenberg, there would still have been a Luther. Just as there had been a Francis, just as there had been a Thomas Aquinas.
But would he have succeeded?
I'm sorry, what?
Would he have succeeded? Because you can point to all these precursors to the Protestant Reformation. The reason why we call the Protestant Reformation is because it was successful in a way that Jan Hus or Wycliffe or these others were not. And I mean,
why was it successful? Because there was a printing press in one place and not in another. Actually, I think an argument could be made that the Lutheran Reformation is a success. Is much more tied to the fact that Luther is German.
Mm-hmm.
Huss was not. And Luther is able to speak to the German princes in a way that is very persuasive, and in an environment in the Holy Roman Empire where power is so decentralized that an emperor cannot simply command the obedience of the princes. What are we talking about? We're talking about Luther being persuasive in ways that some of these other reformers were not. The printing press certainly helped. It helped expedite the spread of these ideas, but it was the ideas themselves that had to be persuasive. You could put a great deal of gibberish into print, and that would have changed nothing. What mattered was Luther himself and Luther's persuasiveness. And anyone who underestimates Luther's power of persuasiveness has not come to grips with the way that Luther was able to speak to the electors of the empire and to the Emperor Charles V at that day at Worms. Do not underestimate the way that a Luther is able to deal with the confrontation of ideas. That's what makes things persuasive.
Again, I'm teasing these threads in part to elucidate this point. I think the ideas are crucial and vital, and I think that the chicken or the egg problem is complicated in all sorts of ways. But let's take an easier example that is less to do with ideas. And I don't want to get all contrafactual and what if Hitler had the bomb or anything, but there are plenty of wars that are won that are not figurative battles of ideas. They are literally battles of technology, of resources, and the rest. And I believe, all things being equal, there's something about the Western way of war that is superior to a lot of other kinds of war. But even within the Western tradition, one can see history going lots of different ways if certain wars had gone differently. And surely that's an example of how material forces, technology, economics, so forth. I want to jump ahead of where you're going to move your rook to like put me in check here. I agree that those things have a very dependent relationship with the ideas that generate it. If you have a better idea about the economy, you're going to have a better economy. If you have a better idea about scientific innovation, you're going to have more science. I agree with all of that entirely. But there are moments where, a lot of innovation comes from luck, and there's a lot of innovation from freedom-loving societies. China's one. Nazi Germany was another. I think the case for Sparta is overblown. My only point is that I think it's sometimes not always. I think from 30,000 feet, the idea that ideas drive are in the driver's seat, I think, is right. But that doesn't mean in a specific chapter of history that other things don't swamp those ideas.
Why were the Germans Nazis?
You want my theory, or is this a rhetorical question?
Why were the Germans Nazis? Was it because of technology?
No, not necessarily. No, I mean, unless there's some, I'm not a military historian or military history buff to the extent, but unless they lost World War I because of a failure of technology, I would not say it has to do primarily with technology.
No. The Germans go back to war 20 years after Versailles because they are governed by a set of abhorrent ideas. They are governed by a set of romantic ideas that are an assault on the Enlightenment. Hitler is the triumph of the anti-Enlightenment. Short-lived triumph, I'm happy to say. But still, it's an attack upon the virtues, a frontal attack on the virtues of the Enlightenment. And it is in the interest and in the service of those ideas that the technology of the Panzer tank, the technology of the V1 and the V2, that's what calls them into being. Had the Weimar Republic had a happier time of it, had decisions been made better, had the Germans themselves a better tradition
as much as
of liberal self.
As much as I find our dandy annoying, he's absolutely right. And Jonah Goldberg, dude, he's not doing well today, apparently. Dude, Nazis weren't Nazis because of superior technology. And Jonah Goldberg just said he's fond of intellectual history. Dude, ideas are literally the bulldozer of history. I don't get this technology argument that Jonah Goldberg is trying to push.
Government from 1848 onwards. Might that have been different? Yes, but that's to say.
By the way, the other thing that our little dandy, another good point, and really we need to stop calling these Patrick Deneen post-liberal people. They're anti-liberal, they're anti-enlightenment. Deneen, it's anti-liberal, not post-liberal.
Had the ideas at the helm of the ship of state been different? That's the question. The technology is there. The development of technology is wonderful and interesting, but the technology does not make things happen on its own. The technology is a tool, and the tool is at the service of the ideas. Always.
Dude, this
at the
dude is
service
so
of the
right.
ideas.
Again, his outfit betrays his intelligence. I hope Natasha is listening to that snide comment I made, and hopefully she appreciates it.
The technology can give some ideas an edge, but at the end of the day, bad ideas will destroy themselves. And the Western tradition has...
that can't be an original statement. I literally just thought of it for some reason or another. Technology and bulldozers came to mind. I'm going to use it as a show title, though. That's not a bad one. And I'm not going to claim it because I don't know that it's original, but it might be original. Who knows? So,
been a particular example of that within the Western tradition, yes, technology has put power into the hands of some people that we wish it had never been put into. And yet at the end of the day, those are people who have lost, because at the end of the day, there are ideas that we can appeal to that are hardwired into human nature itself. We call this natural law, and we call these things natural rights. This is what Jefferson appeals to in the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
draw a line from there to Churchill standing
one of these days
in the path of the Nazi juggernaut. What does Churchill do? Does Churchill climb into a Spitfire and try to shoot down a Junkers bomber? No, I'm not sure he would at that age have actually fit into one.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing.
Certainly, the cigar would not have had room for that.
He might have spilled his drink too. So, there's that.
What does Churchill do? He goes on the floor of the House of Commons. He goes on radio. He rallies people with words. Do you remember what Benjamin Disraeli said? Words are what we rule people with. And Disraeli certainly knew he was a great master of words. He'd been a novelist before he was a politician. And that, I think, captures the importance of the ideas. Yes, the technology is great. The technology is innovative. There are ideas that govern the technology. But at the end of the day, the things that turn out to be the hinge moments are the ideas themselves and how they speak to people. And if they speak well and they speak accurately, and if we give them a chance to get sorted out, that's when we move forward. So yes, I come down to the primacy of ideas from the 30,000 foot level, and I ask how the ideas govern even how we do things at the ordinary day, the ordinary interchange of day to day. And I think that's there too. And you may say to me that I'm not being sufficiently materialistic. And my answer is, that's right. I am not sufficiently. But because human beings are not entirely materialistic either. We have these things, these real things called bodies. I'm not a Gnostic. But we also have these real things called ideas. Those ideas, those are what are on the bridge with the steering wheel in the hand. If we want to understand where history has been and where it is likely to go, examine the ideas. How different would our modern history have been had Karl Marx fallen off a horse in 1846 and broken his neck?
Right.
How different would things be? How different would it be if that mustard gas had asphyxiated Adolf Hitler instead of merely given him a spell in a German hospital? How different would things have been? Not because of technology, but because of what it would have done to the ideas of people. It took us a long time. It has taken a great price to deal with bad ideas. But even that is a testimony to the power of ideas. So what do we want to find? What we want to find is that capacity for self-criticism, for renewal, for renovation. And it is in that environment that Hankins and I believe that there are things here that we need to appropriate ourselves, that we are not merely the cat's paw of material circumstances, that culture, the arts, music are not merely, as the Marxists would say, superstructure to the materialistic conflict of classes and labor. No, there is a realm of the arts, there is a realm of music, there's a realm of ideas into which we enter, in which we live and move and have our being. That is where we find our real humanity. And the Western tradition has celebrated that, and in its flexibility has given us marvelous ways of enjoying it, of living with it, and of prospering and flourishing in its shade.
So I want to move off my atypical venture into vulgar Marxism with my emphasis on materialism. But you brought up, what would the world be like if Hitler gulped a little bit more mustard gas, or if Marx had fallen off a horse? I have a hard time believing Marx was a big rider. I kind of feel like a better example if he had been hit by a horse. But regardless, if Marx...
Maybe if he fell overboard into the Rhine.
Yeah, or he was visiting Engels and fell into a factory or something. But
surprise you. This will surprise. There was one point at which Marx was desperate enough that he was thinking about emigrating to Texas. There was a sizable 19th century migration from Germany to Texas.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And Marx was at one point toying with the idea of joining it. Now, I want you just to imagine Karl Marx as a Texan.
That'd be awesome.
It could have happened.
Yeah.
I deal with the what ifs myself. Right behind me is an example of a what if. All right. What if Lincoln had lived? That's a question I am asked out on the speaking circuit more often than any other single question.
Yeah.
In fact, I can almost guarantee it. Wherever I go, someone in the audience afterwards at the Q&A is going to ask that question. And frankly, if I had been at Ford's Theater on the 14th of April, 1865, the thing I would certainly have made every effort to do would have been to have locked John Wilkes Booth in the men's room. Of course, they didn't have a men's room, but that didn't happen. It didn't happen. I can be sorrowful for the fact that it didn't happen. Do I know exactly what would have happened if? Lincoln had lived, if Booth had missed, because he only had a single shot Derringer. I don't know. I can speculate. But what I'm always in the business of telling my students and warning my students about is resist the temptation to speculate. Because for one thing, you weren't there, so you don't know all the factors that were in play. Also, the problems of Reconstruction in the post-Civil War decades were so enormous that maybe even the talents of an Abraham Lincoln might not have been equal to them. That is a possibility, too, that we have to deal with and factor in. On the whole, we've got enough trouble just trying to keep track of what did happen as history people without allowing ourselves to wander off into the murky dark of what might have happened or what would have happened. It's not a question that I want to encourage history people to ask, and I'm not sure that it really does a whole lot for us today. I don't know what would have happened if Hitler had breathed in a lethal dose of that mustard gas. Maybe things would have been better. Maybe things would have been worse.
Right. But so my point wasn't so much to go all Philip K. Dick and do contrafactual history here. It was to simply illuminate the point that the great man theory of history is not, one can certainly exaggerate it, but it is, to me, obvious that Churchill's matter, Lincoln's matter.
Yeah.
Even Marx matters, right? Hitler matters. It is entirely possible that Russia would still be a backward, authoritarian, crappy country today without invading Ukraine, but for the fact that Vladimir Putin specifically made the decision to do it. And so that the only reason I bring it up is that the contingent argument about the driver of specific chapters of history, I think you can be right about the theme that ideas drive everything, and that it's turtles all the way down eventually when you're talking about ideas. I basically agree with that.
By the way, this has about 13 minutes left, and I'll see where we are at the end of this. But speaking of intellectual history, I actually have someone that I totally ran into by accident. I don't even remember how I learned about him, but maybe 5 years ago. Intellectual history, dude, Jacques Barzun. This motherfucker, in my opinion, everybody pales to him. This motherfucker is and he was so cool. Besides, so I'm gonna start talking about Barzun a little bit more, and then I got a Francis Fukuyama that just premiered. Maybe we'll get to it tonight. All told, between the two, it's about another hour, and I'm in the middle of making a pizza. So it may actually work out. I've already got the dough made, and I've already got the vegetables chopped. So who knows? But I don't know. And this is what I love to do, and I'm gonna be honest. There's 7 people in the audience, but I'm having a good old time drinking Coors Light, making a pizza for dinner, and listening to intellectual history. What more could a brother ask for on his birthday? I am in heaven. So those who are rocking out with me, Natasha and CKJ3 and the others, I'm actually having a good time. And there's no N-words, there's no. And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, this is, like, in my mind, what this channel should be. Just give me the facts. Just give me the ideas, ma'am, and let's think about them. It doesn't have to be, I likes me a good argument. I like a good spirited uh round of ad hominems on a panel, but this is about damn near perfect. So I'm having a good time. And if again, if you're new to the channel, kick the tires. We may be your cup of tea, we may not be, and all's fair in the marketplace of ideas. Support the show by supporting a host. Tomorrow is Friday. Saturday's coming, and we need our healthy dose of fuckery. But it's gonna be a Black Historian Day, and it's gonna be something about bulldozers, bulldozers driving history. And I have been instructed that we need to talk about culture, and it's going to be a lot of kind of American culture, but the Black facet of it. I'm still putting together stuff, but it ought to be fun.
But my point is that there's also no teleology, right? Nothing is foreordained. That it is not guaranteed that the Western tradition will succeed if we turn our back on it, and that it has been in threat. It has been in peril many times before, for all sorts of different reasons. And it seems to me in the time we have left.
Yeah, let me tell you something. CKJ3, did you see Aramis? Showed Aramis live from yesterday. If you didn't, tell me. I'll drop the link so you can watch it. He kind of reminds me of you and vice versa, with the kids and the sports, and the sports being something that completes the package. Black kids need to be scholar athletes in the truest sense. And sounds like what you're doing. And Aramis doing it. I think Aramis just a little bit, more quirky about it. Yeah, I'll drop the link.
We should talk about that. Like, I spent most of my professional life having fun arguments with lefties about why they were wrong about the Western tradition. They were wrong about liberal democratic capitalism. They were wrong about, for whatever faults Christianity had in human history, they were wrong to make it the villain of the story rather than the hero of the story in terms of the improvement of human life according to their metrics and standards. There's almost nothing that progressivism stands on in terms of idealism, human rights, in conscience rights, all these that basically do not come from Christianity to one extent or another. Now we are seeing a rise of people on my quote unquote side.
See, this dumb fuck, and Jonah Goldberg's smart. I'm being a little tipsy and being, all ad hominem-y. It's ad hominem grits right now. Dude, Christianity has done as much good as it has bad. Okay, the Protestant Reformation literally was one of the birth parents of American slavery. These dudes want to talk about all the good, but they're never balanced. Christianity did a lot of good, but my God, it's a 50-50 proposition. Not all of it was good. Literally 50-50. It just so happens that the good has done more, I don't know, advancement than the bad. But dude, capitalism is a bitch, and we're dealing with it even now. So let's not forget what Western civilization actually is. It is a mixed bag. It is not any sort of shit. Thomas More probably has it best. Utopia is no place. And that's what Western civilization is. It's no place. It is by no means perfect.
Who are also they're less wholesale in their rejection of the Western tradition, but it is certainly much more popular to reject the liberal tradition than it was at any time in my lifetime. And I'm wondering, how do you feel if the ideas are everything and their persuasive power and their appeal to natural rights is something that makes humans want to grab hold of them? Why are we having such a rough time of it right now?
Get some starch. my advice. I hear the things that you're describing from a number of people who have said, look, we haven't made any progress against the progressives. We haven't made any sufficient progress. The Marxists are still with us. No one's quoting Mein Kampf with any, well, nobody serious anyway, is quoting Mein Kampf on a university campus with any kind of authority. And yet there are plenty of people who are busy quoting Marx. How is it that of the totalitarianisms of the 20th century, Marx seems to be the only one that's bulletproof?
You want to know why? Because there is a George Washington. Okay, people want to act like Karl Marx started the Bolshevik Revolution. Motherfucker, he wrote a book. He wasn't on the front lines. Dude, what an idiotic comment. Like Marx was fucking there? Marx was dead long before 1917. Son. Damn. Such a bad argument. I thought this dude, if his shirt and his attire is to be believed, he's supposed to be smart.
And after a while, people of good intentions and of goodwill grow weary, and the hands hang down. And as much as we have blamed,
see, this
Marx,
dude is a fucking moron with that point. Dude, Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, but he was also directing the Nazis during World War II. Marx never did any of that shit.
now we begin to wonder, is the real problem someplace else? Have we met the enemy and he is us?
Yeah, there's more anger at Locke these days than Mark on the right.
Right. And that is the moment at which the weariness takes its toll, and we turn on ourselves. And we said, well, maybe we were predicating our argument on a weak.
I was kind of enjoying this until that dumbass argument comparing Hitler to Marx. That is literally the quality of argument I hear on a Sharon Bracey show or a CT show. Dude, it's literally the dumbest, most uneducated argument, and both these dudes are supposed to be smart.
Foundation. Maybe Locke is not sufficient to deal with Marx. Maybe Montesquieu
is
not sufficient to deal with Trotsky. Maybe Beccaria is not sufficient to deal with Gramsci. And it is emerging out of that weariness that we say, well, there is no such thing as natural law. It's fantasy on stilts. All that really matters is power and who has power. As soon as we've said that, we just gave the game away. As soon as we've said that, we have stopped being participants in the Western tradition. We have become the barbarians at that moment. Because the barbarians are all about power. The barbarians are...
Dude, this man is pretending that Western civilization didn't have barbarians opening the gates. Dude, all you need to do is say King Leopold II, and you have your barbarian who is knee deep in the Western history, the Western civilizational history. dude, this motherfucker wants to act like all the horrible people in the West were dressed like him. All suave. They were suave and rico. The fuck? Dude, see, this is why you need Black Americans in these sorts of conversations, because these two idiots literally are forgetting some details. This is the perfect argument. This is the perfect example of why diversity is needed in these United States. These motherfuckers are sucking their own cocks, forgetting the barbarism that Western civilization, it's intrinsic to Western civilization.
Tribal. And the moment we succumb to tribal identities, the moment that we succumb to the barbarian outlook, that all of this art stuff is really just good for a cave.
The minute we
if it's even good for
succumb to it,
that's the moment
it's
when
in the
we
fabric,
really have
you idiot.
surrendered what we can't afford to surrender. So the people who come to that conclusion seem to me to have in an odd way.
This is the sort of you heard him earlier. Well, yes, we had slavery, but you know, you have to remember that we gave it up. Dude, motherfucker, people had to die to make Western civilization give up slavery. Oh, wow.
Gone over to the other side. Because what else is Marxism predicated upon except the worship of power? And then what are the faint of heart now telling us we should do? And that is, let's pay attention to power. Jonah, I will say this. I am not interested in power. Power is not what I want to exercise over
Oh my
other
God,
people.
like you would ever
Now,
have
when my
it.
students are taking a quiz or an exam, they may have their doubts about my because it seems like I've got a great deal of power at that moment. Oh, all right. Well, I'm exaggerating. I do not want to control other people. Why? Is it because I don't have any confidence in my own ideas? No. It's that I don't have any confidence in the way I might be tempted to deploy some of those ideas. It's because at the end of the day, I understand that human nature has these flaws, and the flaws run all the way through us all, as Solzhenitsyn said. And Solzhenitsyn could say that after the Gulag. And he could say there's no exception. So not just the keepers of the Gulag, it's not just the designers of the Gulag who have evil running through. All of us do. All of us do. It poisons all of us. And I'm conscious of my own limitation. I do not want that power. And what the great tradition of modern Enlightenment politics says is that instinct, that fear, that anxiety is right. That what should have priority is eleutheria. It's that Greek freedom. It's that spirit of freedom that led the Greeks at Marathon. While the Persians were being driven into the battle by whips, it's what led the Greeks to charge at the run, eleutheria. That's one of the threads that runs through this thing we call the golden thread. And it's one of the things which is a component part of the Enlightenment. And that's what I think is important. I don't deny the importance of power. I'm not a libertarian, if that's how a libertarian is defined. But I do understand that power is like plutonium. It is toxic to the use and toxic to the touch. You need a little bit of it in any society. Even Madison and the Federalists said, if men were angels, there'd be no need for government. Someone has to keep the traffic lights on and working, all right? So there's got to be some power. There's got to be some authority. But the priority has to run in the direction of freedom and consent. I mean, for Locke, consent was the great word. For Jefferson, consent was the great word. For Lincoln, consent was the great word. He said that was the sheet anchor of American republicanism, and it is. And to find people of goodwill growing weary and saying, no, we need to go back to power. We need to make people do the right thing. I think that betrays first of all, a weariness, but more than that, it says there's a certain confidence, lack of confidence in our own ideas, that our ideas are really not any better than anybody else's. And I don't think that's true. I think that when Jefferson speaks about self-evident truths, I think he's accurately describing human nature. When Thomas Aquinas talks about a natural law that everyone really, at the end of the day, understands and respects, I don't think he's wrong. When we push back to the Greeks and the Romans, yeah, we read in Seneca, we read in St. Paul about a law written on the heart. And I think that's true. So I have not given up on natural law. I've not given up on natural right. I've not given up on the Enlightenment. I've certainly not given up on Locke and Montesquieu and Beccaria, just to name three. I haven't given up on them. They are
Listen
more
to
an
that
example not of ideas that
pretension.
were
Montesquieu. Okay, Montesquieu. You know what? I'm not going to go there. I'll just leave it.
tried and failed, but ideas that haven't been quite tried enough. And yeah, there are risks. There's the risk of human nature, the risks of human mistakes, the risks of human stupidity that are attached to them. Fine. I'll take those risks. Lincoln took those risks. Many others took those risks. Washington took those risks. When he writes to the Jews of the Truro synagogue in Newport, and they're anxious, they want to know, is there room for us in this new American republic? What is his response? It's a marvelous response. He says, this American government, this new government, gives to bigotry no sanction, gives to persecution no weapon. It asks only that its people be good citizens. And yes, there will continue to be debate about what a good citizen is, but that at least is a debate that's put on the right path. And I hope I can say this without sounding too jejune, but if it was good enough for Washington, good enough for Lincoln, I'm happy with it. If it was good enough for Churchill, for winning the Second World War against the Nazis, if it was good enough for Reagan that day in 1987 at the Berlin Wall, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. If it was good enough for them, I am willing to set my name down underneath theirs.
I could go on in a bunch of different directions from this, but I promised to keep this to an hour for you. I hope you'll come back, and I hope, Jim, you're
just try to keep me away, okay?
Fair enough. And that was just a great peroration to end on that I figured best not try to gild the lily. So, Alan Gelzo, thank you so much for doing this. I'll say more in the close, but the one thing I left out at the beginning is this is physically maybe the prettiest intellectual book I have seen in my, I don't want to say my adult lifetime, because I feel like I'm leaving out some great thing, but it is halfway between what we fantasize about what our college textbooks are supposed to look like and a coffee table book. It is really just when I saw it and I started leafing through it, I was like, my God, are they going to charge $1,000 for this thing? Because the rights clearances alone on all the art and photos. But anyway, people should know if they're planning for their parents' Christmas present or their kids' graduation present, they could do a lot worse than this thing. It's the kind of thing that you will hold on to for a very, very, very long time. And I hope we'll do the same with you. So.
And Jonah, I'll add this. For those of you who are parents of children in school, especially upper division high schoolers, for those of you who sit on the boards of classical schools, for people who have determinations and decisions to make about school textbooks, let me encourage you. You are the constituency that we were principally thinking the most about, because we want young people today to participate in this recovery, this renovation. There have been
We want people to buy the book, especially if you're an AP teacher in high school.
renovations before. There were renovations after the fall of Rome. There were renovations after the Great Plague. There were renovations after the 30 Years' War. There can be a renovation today. We would like to believe that the Golden Thread can play one role in that renovation. It can be one tool the renovators are able to deploy. So particularly for those of you who are connected to education in those contexts, we want, in the strongest terms, Hankins and I want to encourage you to the use and your interest in the golden thread, a history of the Western tradition. And yes, the publisher did do a beautiful job with the books. Even I have to say that.
All right. With that, Alan Gelzo, thank you so much for being here, and we hope to have you back.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Jonah.
Okay, two things. One.
All right. Well, I got one more thing. Hopefully it's short because I am tired and I am hungry. Oh, good. It is very short. Shit. Well, here we go. This is my kindred spirit, Francis Fukuyama.
It's hard to overstate what a complete shambles American foreign policy has become since Donald Trump launched his war against Iran on March 7th. Trump clearly believed that the initial decapitation strike would lead to a collapse of the Islamic regime and its replacement by a new leadership willing to work with the United States. He seems to have had Venezuela on his mind as a model, as he referred to it several times during the war's first few days. He and his associates failed to anticipate Iran's capacity to strike back as it launched rounds of missiles and drones at U.S. allies and bases in the region, disrupting Gulf economies and raising gasoline prices back in the United States. What is particularly maddening about this is that anyone who has lived through the last quarter century of U.S. Middle East policy should have understood that the war would produce multiple unintended and devastating consequences. After the Twin Towers attacks on September 11, 2001, the United States had good cause to intervene against the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, since it had sheltered al-Qaeda terrorists who are directly responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans. No such immediate cause for intervention existed in the current Iran situation. The apparent success of this regime change operation emboldened the Bush administration to intervene in Iraq in March 2003 and to topple Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist government. The United States then had two collapsed regimes on its hands. The problem was not one of democratic nation building. Before you can have a democracy, you need to have a state, and the US was completely at a loss as to how to create a state that, by Weber's famous definition, could exercise a legitimate monopoly of force over a defined territory. Both post-invasion Afghanistan and Iraq hosted multiple militias and power centers that challenged the authority of the friendly governments that the US had tried to install. This mistake was then repeated by the Obama administration during the Arab Spring, when it used air power to stop Muammar Gaddafi's attempt to reassert control over Benghazi. The Libyan civil war that broke out thereafter is still ongoing. The Taliban are back in power in Afghanistan, and Iraq is ruled by a corrupt and shaky government that has been more closely aligned with Iran than the United States over the years. The single lesson that should have been drawn from these debacles is that military power by itself is not sufficient to bring about the kinds of political change desired by U.S. foreign policy. This was true in Afghanistan and Iraq, where the U.S. was willing to place hundreds of thousands of boots on the ground. Air power by itself has an even lower chance of directing political outcomes. Now, let's be clear. Regime change is often the only solution to the problem of rogue states that oppress their own people and spread instability to wider regions. The disruption they can cause can be contained by other means, like diplomacy, but containment does not solve the underlying problem. The Iranian Islamic regime, a republic, is one such place whose 50 years of rule has produced total oppression inside the country and seeded dangerous Shiite proxies throughout the Middle East. The problem is thus not the concept of regime change, but what is required to bring it about. Despite its deep unpopularity, the Islamic regime is rooted in important parts of Iranian society. The IGRC and Basij that sustain it have strong self-interest in not losing power. Such a loss would mean not just an end of their economic livelihoods, but possibly an end to their lives as popular forces take revenge. It is hard to judge the strength of religious ideology that remains today, but it clearly motivates a certain core of regime supporters and is something that did not exist in either Latin America or Eastern Europe as they were transitioning out of authoritarianism. Conversely, the opposition in Iran is highly fragmented. There is no organized leadership, much less a democratic one, comparable to Marina Corina Machado's movement in Venezuela. Like Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan, Iran is divided into Kurdish, Azeri, Baluch, Turkmen, and other ethnic minorities clustered in different regions. During the Eastern European transitions, the US was working with a European Union that served as an inspiration to democratic populations or opposition forces. Today, it is working with a right-wing Israeli government that is widely distrusted in the region. Replacing the current regime with a more US-friendly one is thus an enormous task, and it cannot be accomplished by air power alone. Indeed, earlier experience indicates that it could not be accomplished even with large numbers of ground forces in the country. As I noted in a previous video, the US and Israel have by now taken out most of the visible military facilities in Iran and is moving, for lack of other targets, to attack infrastructure that serves ordinary people. These include oil storage facilities, electrical grids, desal plants, and other dual-use civilian targets. This shift puts the United States directly at odds with the Iranian people that it claims to want to empower. The US has thus far avoided an attack on Iran's major terminal at Karg Island. Why it has done so is not clear. Perhaps some of the Trump administration were thinking that they would have access to Iranian oil under a new regime, and they didn't want a drop in oil output to further raise gas prices. But the temptation to go after the economic base of the Iranian regime's power will only increase over time as the regime fails to capitulate. The Trump administration is behaving as if it were born yesterday, innocent of the accumulated understanding of regional politics and the sources of earlier American policy failures. Indeed, it has expressed contempt for experts coming out of the establishment and excluded them, diplomats, intelligence analysts, military officers, and many others. Instead, it has relied on a small circle of sycophantic Trump loyalists, none of whom are likely to give the president reliable and realistic assessments of a way forward. Consequently, the administration is making it up from day to day. At one moment, Trump says the war is essentially over. Later that day, Pete Hegseth says that it's going to continue for some time to come. One day, President Trump says the U.S. objective is unconditional surrender. Another day, his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, says that the U.S. will decide when it is that Iran has unconditionally surrendered. The world has become a very dangerous place because the most powerful country is under the control of a 10-year-old boy. That boy discovered a flamethrower in his parents' backyard and is now enjoying the ability to burn things up with it. I think that his parents really need to get him under control. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed the video, please subscribe to the Frankly Fukuyama YouTube channel and read the Frankly Fukuyama blog on America.
All right. Well, actually, this is a repeat of the Substack point, but I'm kind of glad I replayed it because, dude, in a civilization or society where people are eager to be martyrs and plan to be martyrs, No, this is typical Western civilization hubris. Take out the sun too, because there's going to be people volunteering to be martyrs as well. This is literally white boy hubris. So last up, my buddy, well, he's deceased now. This is an intellectual idol of mine, and kind of come lately in my life. But this is the great Jacques Barzun.
Cultural historian and teacher Jacques Barzun has been at the center of America's intellectual life for 6 decades. Born in France in 1907, he came to the United States in 1920. After graduating from Columbia University, he joined the faculty there in 1927. He spent the next 50 years there, ultimately serving as the dean of faculties and provost. At Columbia, he led the charge for a new core curriculum and devised.
Now, my darling Natasha, there's a dandy, a classic looking dandy. Alan Guelzo pales in comparison to a genuine French dandy.
A colloquium on classic text that came to be known as the Great Books. He has written more than 30 books himself and received the gold medal for criticism from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. His latest work is entitled From Dawn to Decadence. It recounts the religious, political,
I
artistic,
read
and
the
social
book, believe this or
revolutions
not.
that have
It
shaped
is
Western
like
culture
1,000
for the
pages.
past 500 years. I am pleased to have him on this program. Welcome to the program. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
By the way, the man lived to be over 100, and he married a woman who was like 40 years his junior. Good-looking woman. She was like an artist, and he wound up retiring in San Antonio. Dude lived a great life. I envy this dude.
Decadence?
Frightening word.
It is.
But I don't regard it as such because it's obviously the beginning of resurgence by clearing the ground. Everything
Oh
that
my
falls
goodness.
apart, which is
Well,
all
thank
that
you.
decadence
Oh,
means.
hold on. Now, see, Ponder, this is the type of person I know you've read Jacques Barzun. You cannot be like a philosophy person or a culture person and not know him. But I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ponder. I kind of miss you, actually. So don't be a stranger.
Makes room for such new ideas as will arise quite
Well,
inevitably.
ma'am, my game plan is to finish this video and then make my pizza. And that's literally going to be it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll show up if I'm awake at that point in time. Maybe I'll watch RLM's show. But you know what? I could just as easily be asleep. So ending this show and watching me some Jacques Barzun is Barzun. Barzun is how I pronounce it. That's pretty much my plan. And it's gonna be I think it's turkey kielbasa for the meat, fresh tomatoes, which I've just sliced, red onion, black olives, of course, the mozzarella, and then I'm gonna top it with feta. I've taken a liking. Oh, by the way, I have spinach. I need to remember to cut up some spinach to sprinkle on top. So, I get spinach and tomatoes, and then the onion and that sort of stuff. So it should be a pretty decent pizza. Now I have homemade marinara, which I'll probably use as a sauce.
History doesn't stop.
Yeah. So then you could say that.
Oh, and it's going to be a thin crust pizza. By the way, homemade crust, of course.
Decadence is the last step before Renaissance or something like
yes,
that.
exactly. And that's the way I think to look at it, rather than to imagine that everything goes down into chaos. It conceivably could, as it did to the Roman Empire, because there were hordes of barbarians who invaded the territory. But any barbarians are already here.
All right, let me just talk about this book. Why 500 years? What made that the magical number?
It's partly traditional. The modern era for professional historians begins.
Well, this is actually something, and I guess I knew it, but I'd never heard it articulated. The way time or history works is, some movement starts out raring to go, kind of like a child, raring to go, fresh faced, ready to, conquer the world. And then in the end, you wind up some decadent 61-year-old resting on your laurels, and it's time to go, and a new era or new age takes over. But I don't think that the Patrick Deneen's of the world have the intellectual firepower to take over from liberalism. I don't think liberalism is done yet.
Around 1500.
Now, why is that?
Precisely because the preceding century was one of decadence, institutions falling apart, the church itself, which was the most important institution, corrupt and full of abuses, which made it ineffectual. The officials of the church itself said it needed reform from top to bottom. And the people who had strong religious feelings were looking for something new to believe in. Cults proliferated, new schools were established, efforts were made to create a new life. And it didn't happen until what I call the Protestant Revolution rather than Reformation, because it split Christendom in two and started all sorts of new things. Not to mention the fact that about the same time, the New World was discovered with all the potential of new activities, acquaintance with new peoples, exchange of foods and ideas. And
You know what? I just thought of this, Brian. Now, it's not going to be exactly the same thing, but a bon vivant. That I think you could probably stretch dandy, because into food and culture and all that sort of stuff. Bon vivant. Now I I know a bit about Barzan. He was like some super teacher at Columbia forever. He was like um dean of one of the schools, probably humanities or something. He was an educator. He was also an administrator, spent his whole career pretty much at Columbia from student to retirement. But let me tell you, I read From Dawn to Decadence. I also have maybe 2 or 3 of his other books. He has a book on writing called Simple and Direct. It is it's really a classic of how to write. And you have your Warreners and you have, books about how to write in high school. Again, I didn't discover Jack Barzan maybe in the past 10 years, maybe even 5. I can't remember. But Simple and Direct was his guide to writing. And I love the title. I love the book. Simple and Direct is how you write. So this dude is a master, like scholar. He is what scholars should be, and humble too.
Problems, the notion of utopia came from
Closer to
discovery of
nerd.
the New World, which was pure,
Yeah,
sane,
something like
noble.
that, Juan.
Now, what do you mark as the discovery of the New World?
the
1492
dude
or
was a
92,
legend.
okay?
In an actual fact, but the influence began about 25 years later in Europe.
All right. What was in place in Europe in 1500? Obviously, Queen Isabella was in place. Who else?
Well, Luther, the Pope,
Martin Luther, the Pope.
Yes,
Yeah.
and various monarchs who were then only kings as one among equals. The king develops into the absolute monarch as a result of partly the Protestant Revolution, which upset a lot of things, brought new forces into power, the bourgeoisie feeling its oats and saying we can't go on, mutual massacre, we have to have order and system. And that led to the nation state as we know it.
Now, there are some who are saying in an interesting way, as I had a whole series of interviews on this program marking the end of the millennium or the beginning of a new millennium, there were those who were saying because of the internet, because of technology, we were going to witness in the next century the decline in importance of the nation state. So if you take this 500 years, you've seen the birth of the nation state and now the end of the nation state.
Absolutely. It's already.
You know, it's so funny. I literally came in a way, it was kind of like a Hemingway thing. When I was a kid, I was kind of a big, it's funny because I loved Faulkner, but Hemingway was how I wrote. You know, the short dude, I don't use, even today, I don't use anything more complicated than a period or a comma. You can write great paper. Shit, you could write a book just using periods and commas. That's simple and direct. You will never fuck up even a high level college paper by being simple and direct. Now, I have had criticisms that sometimes my sentences are too short, but that's always been a criticism. It's never affected a grade. So, yeah, simple and direct. Yeah. And I tried to impart that to my son as well. You don't need to be Faulkner writing these the only time you need to be Faulkner is if you are writing a novel or something where you get to make your own rules, like on academic papers or, you know, something you're turning in school or, you know, as you said, Juan, you know, these actually super important, like what you write could change history sort of things. Yeah, you want to be simple and direct. You want to write it in plain language. So anyway, I'm talking too much. I've had a couple Coors Lights, you can tell.
In decay. If you look all over the globe, separatism is the dominant emotion and desire, and many places action.
You mean like the Balkans, for example?
The Balkans, but
what's up,
look at
Juan?
England.
How you doing?
Good old,
Doing good, man. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
I wanted to, and I'm sorry for interrupting right in the middle of this gentleman.
Nah, don't worry about it. I'm kind of
talking. I just wanted to
kind of hanging out.
Oh, nice. I need to hang out after this long, stressful day. H-1B season has opened up, and Stanley.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I let me tell you, this shit is so stressful. I can't talk about much, but what I can say is it is stressful AF right now. But
well, I mean, I'll make it real quick. Is there good money in immigration law?
It depends on if you have a certain specialty toward it. For us, we where I'm seeing that our niche is headed for the guy that I work for, is certifications of citizenship, because we're dealing with a lot of people. Some of them crossed into the United States and what they thought was illegal status, and we're like, when we do their intakes, we're like, dude, you're a U.S. citizen. Like, let us help you apply for your passport, or let us get your citizenship certification. What the heck?
Wow, really?
You know, yeah, that's the main thing in that sense. And the other big thing is employment-based visas and the gold visa, the I-140G, they call it. Those are, if you are dealing with multi-millionaires or billionaires that want to come to the United States to hide their capital, and those people trust you enough, then yeah, you're good, you're golden, pretty much. Where we're at right now, it's more or less. I mean, I'm not going to complain. We saw roughly $30,000 last year on people that took on cases with us. The problem in why what we saw was so low is there were a ton of people that would come in and do intakes, and they wouldn't qualify in that regards, because there's something that basically got them hung up, unfortunately.
Did you hear about this case? I talked about it, maybe it was last Monday, about a guy who wound up in detention for quite some time, but like he came here as a kid, and somehow or another, he was actually a citizen. It was like his mother became a naturalized citizen or something like that, and he was underage, so her citizenship should have trickled down to him because
If
he
it was
was
a
a minor.
Honduran guy, I know exactly which one you're talking. If it was that guy, I know that case.
It sounds like no, I know he was from south of the border, and
Right.
it probably is him. It was such an odd case.
Well, that one, if it was him, I've been following that one, and I'm still following that one really, really close, because the thing is what they're saying is that they didn't meet all of the requirements. And I'm thinking, dude, they both had green cards, if I remember the facts properly. If they had green cards and the mom naturalized before he turned 18.
Oh, yeah.
citizenship-
He was like 16 or something.
Yeah, he was 16. So citizenship immediately derives. The other requirement is that you have legal custody of the kid. She had legal custody of the kid. Like,
Right,
she was signing all of the school paperwork, and I'm like, wait a minute, like, he's a citizen. Because there are cases like that where the dad's trying to claim citizen, and it's like, dude, you don't, just because you see the kid every other weekend doesn't mean that you have custody of the kid. Sorry, but the kid's not a citizen. It sucks, but it is what it is in that regard. But the reason why I came up here wasn't to talk about that real quick. It was to comment regarding writing. I guess I call it dumbing it down. Writing in such a way that if my kid, when she was a little girl, could understand it, then that means I did a good job. If that makes any sense. And
no, it makes sense.
I was what I wanted to bring up was I think what the problems that kids are running into is when they hit high school and college. When you're in 11th grade or 12th grade, the teachers in the high school set the tone, and then in college, the professors exacerbate it, if this makes sense. In the way that they start is, I want you to write your first research paper. Oh, great. I get to write a research paper. Nice. We need it to be a minimum of 1,500 words. And so the kids are only focused on the word count. And when you're focused on the word count,
I've done that.
Me too. That's the problem. But in college, it's on steroids. Like when I went to the college that I graduated from, every other paper that I had to write, Stanley, was a minimum of 5,000 words. And so now instead of trying to get my point across, it's let me get point across, and then did it meet the word count? So let me go ahead and be as verbose as possible. And then when I went to law school, it was dumb it down. You're saying too much. You're too in the subjective philosophy. You got to stop. And that, I think, ruins it for people that are coming out of college, and they'll write these verbose papers, whether it's for big tech or whether it's for big law or whether it's for big compliance or big medical or what have you. And people, even myself, I find myself reading some of my friends' papers. And I found myself reviewing my daughter's papers, and I'm like, dude, what the hell is this? Dumb it down. But it's only 3.5 pages if I dumb it down. Dumb it down.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the book, and unfortunately, when I bought the book, I couldn't get it on Kindle, so I actually had to get like the soft cover. But this book, dude, this book is awesome. Barzan is like, you know, I wish I could have taken one of his classes, and dude, I swear, if I could take his class and like make an A in it, dude, I might have just quit college. I don't need a diploma. I made an A in his
I got an A in one of the top writers in a class from the top writer at Columbia University. There, I win.
Exactly. Fuck
Well,
the diploma. I don't need it.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't get it on Kindle, and the reason why is because I'm noticing my bar review materials and some of the books that I have on Kindle, Stanley, they're changing them. And so if you have
Yes.
you have the soft cover book, you actually did yourself a favor, believe it or not.
Yeah, I went to one, those old like Abe books, or I think that's how you pronounce it. You can get there's some like online used bookstores. So
Yeah, there was before they went crazy was I went to chegg.com before they went crazy. Now they're basically like the Walmart of the internet, small scale. But you're basically doing yourself a favor there. I have two things that I have on Kindle that I noticed that changed. Number one was Hamlet by Hamlet by William Shakespeare. I'm not thinking straight. I had a long day, Stanley. William Shakespeare.
oh, don't worry about it.
And the word choice had changed in order to meet with what they call the woke times of today. And normally I would be fine with that for new writings. But the problem is when you do that with the 17th century piece, I'm sorry, but you ruined the story at that particular point. And the other one that changed was I have the King James Bible, and that royally messed everything up. And so
Well, let me tell you something that's really weird. I have the soft cover of from Dawn to Decadence, the Barzun book. Let me find it right quick. And I got it on Kindle as well because it's just I'm a Kindle person.
Right.
I can read it in the middle of the night. It's backlit and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, they fucked up, dude. The Kindle version is just totally screwed up.
Yeah, night and day.
I don't understand how they could possibly do that.
Well,
But they figured it out.
what they're trying to do is they treat it like the judicial philosophy of the U.S. Constitution, that they believe it's a living, breathing document and subject to change with the times. They're doing the same thing with certain writings, and I'm sorry. There's a difference between having different judicial philosophies, for example, versus changing a work that came out, let's say, in the 13th century, like Beowulf, right? Like those types of things, changing the wording, you're going to literally change
yeah.
the story. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, this book, I cannot recommend this book enough. It's I have a thing for intellectual histories too, but this dude is just a god of fucking literature and of history.
Well, but and that goes to the other question. It looks like you have another gentleman up, and I'll drop so that you can speak with him.
It's JB Smooth. He's no gentleman.
Oh, what's going on, Smooth? But the thing that I noticed is
well, hey, how you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Pretty good. You remember JB?
Why you say I ain't no gentleman, Stanley?
Long time ago, man.
Just a joke.
Well, don't play with me, man.
But going back, Stanley, and this is, I guess, my question for you. because and the reason why I asked this question is because the gentleman that you had up that you were showing on the video was saying
Oh
that
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
nation.
Let's go back to it.
He was saying that the nation state would.
That is the Jacques Barzon.
Oh, France.
Or are you talking Fukuyama? This guy,
Well,
right?
that gentleman, the gentleman that looks almost like a cross between Jimmy Carter.
Dude, this dude,
And
he's in his 90s right here, I think.
he does not look 90. I will say that.
Dude,
He looks like he's in his.
he died at like 102. I'm pretty sure. I have to go back and double check, but he is right at 90, maybe even older. He dude, but he died happy because his wife was like quite a bit younger. I mean, I want to say she was like 20 years younger or something.
So she
And
was in
she
her
was
70s.
like an artist.
Uh-huh.
He retired to San Antonio. I have to find. He did an interview in San Antonio. Dude, I think he lived a great life.
Well, damn, I missed him because I'm only 4 hours south of San Antonio. Damn, I could have talked to him. But
Right.
but the thing that he talks about, the nation state dying, I don't know if I could subscribe to that. What I do
Well,
see
no.
throughout. Go ahead.
I didn't hear that part. I think you know what? I'm not going to say anything. I couldn't imagine him. I'd have to go back and listen to that.
Well, he had said it, or I could have swore he said it a couple of moments before I jumped up here.
Let's
So
rewind it.
but the thing that I question is does the nation state or the state of the nation state pause, does that change? Because you look at things like Rome was what, from Italy all the way to darn near the western part of the England, and then it fell, and then all of these other mini countries formed, and then you had other countries that came up out of nowhere. You look at America, it had these little mini areas, and then of course we have what we have today. So I'm wondering if it dies or if it just transforms.
Let's replay that because look, part of the nation state basically came to be pretty much right after the Protestant Reformation.
Right.
Places like Germany, all these little princedoms or fiefdoms, whatever they were called. It wound these nation states wound up coagulating mainly because they had to take part in colonization.
Exactly.
If I
And
recall.
that happened post what, 1070 more or less, post William the Conqueror.
Oh, dude, I would venture to say pretty much right after the Dark Ages.
Yeah, that's around that same time. So anywhere from
Yeah.
the 9th century, so the 800s, all the way up until now, basically.
Yeah, it was a long, slow process.
Germany became a nation in 18. We know, but there were little mini areas that were Germanic tribes prior to 1870. To the person in the chat,
Right.
Brian, what's up, Brian?
Yeah, Brian's been keeping me straight all day. This motherfucker fact checks the shit out of me. And actually it's appreciated because, dude, you know what? I sometimes, everything that I try and talk about is rooted in some fact. Sometimes some of this shit I haven't thought about in decades. So, I need the Brian Nichols, basically essentially a producer of the show.
Which makes these chambers interesting because my question is when I'm jumping on, as weird as this sounds, can I have a beer or can I have a gin and tonic with you guys and talk about things like this without things going left? And if the answer is yes, then at that particular point, I'm jumping in these channels, whether be it I'm listening quietly while working or whether me being up here on StreamYard with you guys.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Have you tuned in? Because you work and you're probably not up at the wee hours of the morning, but I've been enjoying RLM's show. She has a cast of characters, and every now and again I'll go up there just to sharpen the iron a little bit. Dude,
Well,
she's got she's got some idiots that she entertains, and she does it with a plum, I guess.
she was the one that was talking to you regarding the Jasmine Crockett Tallarico debate, wasn't she?
No, I don't know that she's ever been. I don't think she's ever been
Okay,
on
then
my
no, because
show.
there was a
You're
channel that
thinking of
you were
Queen
on.
Sunkissed.
Yeah, no, there was a channel. It may have been Sunkissed. I don't remember. I know that there was a channel that you were on. You had published it on your posts, and I saw the
Yeah,
StreamYard
it
link
was
to it.
probably Queen Sunkissed.
Okay, then it might be it might have been her. Como quiera, what had happened is I jumped up because I wanted to talk about that debate. Me being in Texas and basically my thoughts
Actually,
about.
I talked to texted back and forth with Portia. Actually, um, I'm actually interested in your perspective, to be honest.
Well, the problem is the point that I was making is before I could even say anything, there were a couple of people that jumped up on that panel and it went left. And when I say it went left, it went way left. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to exit stage left and leave. At that particular point. Jasmine Crockett's problem, and I was going to bring it up on her show, was yes, she tailored to the black crowd, which she did beautifully, but she wasn't tailoring to herself to anyone else in Texas, if that makes any sense. And Tallarico played that card beautifully, and as a result, Jasmine Crockett lost the Latino vote. All of the Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, and Dominicans that live in Texas all went toward Tallarico, and as a result, Jasmine Crockett lost.
Well, I'm going to be honest, and it's something Big J and I disagreed with Queen Sunkissed on weeks before the primary. She was probably great for her district. She's just not. She's not the kind of candidate I imagine Texas would ever go for.
Not for Senate. Not for Senate. For her
Unless,
district.
yeah, it's a statewide thing. She would have to be Barbara Jordan. You remember Barbara Jordan?
Barbara.
You wouldn't remember her.
I was going to say she was before my
You're
time.
not old enough, but I mean, look up Barbara Jordan, dude. In Texas, she was a black female lawyer, if I recall. She won. She was a congresswoman from Texas. And if you ever listen to her, dude, she's like Jean Kirkpatrick level. Like she just knew her shit.
No comment. No comment. She would have been coded out in her district, but if she were to have run for Senate based on how you're describing her, she would have actually given everybody a run for their money.
No, she's not. No, she was like Shirley Chisholm level. Like you look at a woman like her, dude, there are men who couldn't hold a candle to a Barbara Jordan or a Shirley Chisholm. They were just dignified.
Yeah, then I would still hold my position on that. If she were to run for Senate, the way that Jasmine Crockett ran for Senate this go round, she would have actually given everybody a run for their money. She might have actually won, because we have on the Republican side, there's a battle between Kim Paxton and John Cornyn, and it's getting ugly. And she would have been able to pull a.
Did you hear what Cornyn's doing?
Yeah, but
as far as the SAFE Act.
Well, he's doing what Walter Jones of North Carolina when I started voting back in many moons ago did. It's basically I'm going to support the SAFE Act, but it's because I already know that it's not going to pass. So I got I'm in a padded space. Basically, you can't do anything to me because I supported the SAFE Act. I don't see anything.
Well,
I mean,
what Cornyn's gonna do? Look, the Republicans are looking to change the rules so they don't have to do 60 votes for the SAFE Act.
Oh,
Trump
the
is
filibuster
basically
or the I'm sorry, not the filibuster, the nuclear option or whatever the heck.
no. I think they want to change the rules or add. They want to modify the rules so they can go simple majority on this particular SAFE Act.
Well, that's
You
what
know
the nuclear
what
option
Joe
is.
Manchin and Kristen
Kristen
Sinema,
Sinema. Yeah.
they were just nope Democrats. You can't change it. We're
Yeah,
not
that's the
going
new
to support it. The Republicans want to do the same thing with the SAFE Act. And I'm going to
right.
be honest with you. I think there's some things that the SAFE Act, it's unconstitutional.
I was going to
Okay.
go there. I was going to say real quick,
Go ahead.
not to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but real quick,
No,
two
go
things.
ahead.
Number
You're the
one,
lawyer.
no, I'm not a lawyer yet. I failed the bar exam by 10 points,
Well,
man.
you got the legal education.
The thing is well, that simple majority thing, that's the nuclear option. But the thing is I think that's going to backfire. That's going to blow up. But the other thing, um, regarding the SAFE Act, the problem with it, and a lot of when I try to explain this to your average person, they get mad at me, and it's that tribalism bullshit.
Go ahead and
Pardon my
explain it.
cursing. The Article 2, I forget the section, but in Article 2, the power to regulate the elections processes in each state is given to the state legislatures. So for Congress to pass a law that would give federal ID or what have you, as much as if I didn't have the legal background or the constitutional law background, if I were in my 20s, Stanley, I would be like, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. But no, I don't think it would pass. I think it would pass, but somebody would challenge it. And in Texas, you have a group that would be willing to challenge it legally. They're funded by,
Jim Paxton would be there, at the forefront.
he would be at the forefront in opposition to it, but the group of people that would challenge it legally actually is funded by the same group of people that funded Beto O'Rourke. And I think that they would actually win because of that specific thing. If that specific line weren't written in Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, then okay, all day, every day. But I don't think it's that simple. But me explaining that problem to everybody else, it's, oh, you're not MAGA. Well, for starters, MAGA is not a cult. It's it simply means make America great again. And so if you don't think I'm in your cult, well, I was never in your cult. I voted Republican because I believe in some of the stuff that they do. I'm not going to run around and switch aside, if that makes any sense, just because you are one specific way. It's just like with Iran. I don't agree with what we did in Iran. I'm not sitting on a certain country's lap per se. And this thing is the same. This thing is the same difference. It's what? If I see that there's going to be a constitutional problem, I'm going to spot the problem. That's what I was trained to do. And I'm going to let you know what the problem is. If you're not happy with me on it, well, then fine. Don't be happy with me. I don't care. That's the issue.
Well, all I have to say is, look, the left does it as much as the right.
As the right.
We lean on the Constitution when it is on our side, and the opposite side does the same thing. But that's why there's a goddamn Constitution, dude. Both sides have to lean on it. That's the whole point.
You just hit the nail right on. You hit the hammer right on the nail directly. That's the whole. That's exactly the whole thing.
It's supposed to be a brick bat for both sides. We got to beat each other over the head with it.
Well, don't beat each other over the head with it. But the thing is we have to understand.
Make it hurt. Make it hurt.
By making it hurt, we have to understand and respect the limitations that we all have. Right. I mean, there is this thing called separation of powers. Sorry, the federal government cannot force an ID to vote. An ID voting. I'm sorry. If you want to make these changes, as I've told people, and I've screamed it to at the top of my lungs until I was hoarse. Call a constitutional convention. Oh, you can't. And the reason why you can't is because good luck getting 75% of the states to ratify your side.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be our little quandary. Look, I don't know. Lately, Juan, I've been like doing the refresher course on liberalism, the capital L, the Rawls, I'm basically having to kind of. I've never taken political philosophy, so I'm having to do a little autodidact stuff. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I think Patrick Deneen and the post liberals, dude, they please, dude, I will do. I will become a Bill Buckley Republican before I before I let these post liberal like Patrick Deneen sort of people.
Right.
Dude, I don't care if you're Catholic. We're not doing theocracy.
No, hell no. Hell no. Absolutely not. Pardon my cursing, but absolutely not. I'm staunchly against that.
Dude, and you know what? Dude, I'm a cradle Catholic, but no.
Well, I'm a Christian, but I see the issues that would happen. It's like, no, you already know what's going to happen. We already know what's going to happen. History has shown us what happens.
Dude, dude, why do you think there was a United States? Oh my
to
God!
avoid that shit, remember, it all started from Henry VIII. That started the Anglican Church only because the Catholic Church would not allow him to divorce his wife. So he forms the Anglican Church, now the Presbyterian Church. Throws his wife in the London Tower, all because he's mad that she's not birthing boys.
Dude, by the way, have you ever seen Wolf Hall?
I have not, unfortunately.
I need you. Dude, you would love it. It's basically Thomas Cromwell. There were two Thomases. One was More, one was Cromwell. They were both like lawyer, like super scholar, lawyer, cunning people. Both were advisors to Henry VIII. I most highly recommend it. You got to watch it if you like legal slash Henry VIII slash it. You would love it.
Well, text it in the chat so that I can screenshot it, so that I can screen grab it. I'm not a fan of legal shows anymore. I used to love law shows.
It's not quite that. It's just a bunch of. It's really more like, dude.
It's more like a period piece, right?
Oh, absolutely, it is.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was. That's where I was hinting at. I when it comes to law shows like Law and Order, I loved those before. Now it's
not
spot
that.
everything that's wrong.
It's a lot bloodier.
Yeah, but period
People
pieces.
lose their heads.
I have crap loads of movies that are period pieces that go from the Civil War all the way back to the Revolutionary War. And I have period pieces, believe it or not, Stanley. A lot of people, they're not that popular. They were on PBS when I was a kid, that deal with New Spain. So from Spain all the way to the Caribbean, all the way to South America, with the likes of Juan Ponce de Leon, with the likes of Simón Bolívar, with the likes of Cortés. The people that have discovered the Caribbean, the southern part of North America, and then South America, respectively. Oh, today's your birthday. Happy birthday, sir.
Yeah, the celebration, I think the bigger celebration will be this weekend because responsible people don't party on Thursdays.
It's 5 o'clock, Stanley.
I'm sitting here sipping on some Coors Light, just having a good old time. But dude, how do you think people learn history? They read the books, they see the period pieces. Dude, people, look, I will never. History is like the blood and gore. Dude, history's like the world's biggest soap opera. It's like people lose their heads, they lose their families, they lose their countries. Dude.
other people are so in love with him that they put their heads in purses. Yes, that happened. If you don't believe me, look up the history of Sir Walter Raleigh's wife. King James had him decapitated, and she put his head in a purse because she loved him so much.
Oh, dude, it gets gory and weird.
Yeah. Suffice to say. Well, it was nice talking with you. I just got an email, which means I got to get back to work because I finally got a response
All
from
right.
one of my clients, Stanley. But please text that movie or type that movie in the chat so that I can go ahead and screen grab it. I'd like to watch it.
Okay, yeah. I can do that.
All right, stay blessed, man.
You too. Well, AAE, Ponder, I'm here waiting for you. Once we're done talking, I will kind of bow out because at some point I have to get dinner. But we can go back to Dr. Bazoum.
As one among equals. The king develops into the absolute
Monarch.
monarch
The world turns.
as a result
Thank you,
of,
Lupin. I appreciate it.
partly the Protestant Revolution, which upset a lot of things, brought new forces into power, the bourgeoisie feeling its oats and saying we can't go on. Mutual massacre, we have to have order and system. And that led to the nation state as we know it.
Now, there are some who are saying in an interesting way, as I had a whole series of interviews on this program marking the end of the millennium or the beginning of a new millennium, there were those who were saying because of the internet, because of technology, we were going to witness in the next century the decline in importance of the nation state. So if you take this 500 years, you've seen the birth of the nation state and now the end of the nation state.
Absolutely. It's already in decay. If you look all over the globe, separatism is the dominant.
I got to hear this. I don't see the decline of the nation state. Let me see when this interview was done. This is from 2000. So I don't know whether this is before or after. I suspect this is before 9/11.
Emotion and desire and many places action.
You mean like the Balkans, for example?
The Balkans, but look at England, the good old
Scotland.
England, Scotland, and Wales
Yes, they
have
want
parliaments of their own.
Yeah. Well, they want to create independence.
Oh, yes.
Well,
in France,
suspect it's before 9/11.
Brittany has always felt that way.
What's up?
Alsace-Lorraine.
Oh no! Hold on one sec. Here is ground zero. This, folks, this man is literally the first. I think DiCaprio is the first person to ever appear in my chat. DiCaprio, salute. Let me put up the banner. Dude, your support has been crucial. So it is so good to see you. And how are you, by the way? How you been, DiCaprio? Hopefully, health is good. Ms. Ponder, how are you?
Happy birthday, Stanley.
Well, thank you. I am 61 years old. We don't do young anymore. We do old.
The years.
How you been?
No, fine, good.
Good.
Thank you for asking.
Boy, it's been a while since I roasted you. Where have you been hiding yourself?
That's why I came up here to say just happy birthday, Stanley. That's all.
Oh no, I'm not gonna roast you. I'm actually glad to talk to you. I miss you. Now look at Shanard says I am too old to celebrate my birthday. I actually beg to differ on that. Anytime you're like over 55, you should probably celebrate that you're still around to celebrate that birthday. So, Shenard, um, I honestly think that is a very, how would I put it? Um, I think you're just messed up in the head, sir. So, so what have you been up to? How's John doing? I actually haven't. How's the show?
Just watch the channel, Stanley. No, nothing new, nothing different. He's
You know
approaching.
what? I probably should, but I've gotten out of the habit. John and I had our rapprochement, so I guess he's left me alone. I've left him alone. So out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, correct. Clearly. Yeah, everybody appears to have moved on.
In a way, that's how it should be. It's the natural order of things.
When you're both too old to be going back and forth overnight.
Yeah, you don't have to remind us, ma'am, especially me.
Hello, CKJ3. Congratulations again. Congratulations. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you.
Oh, you know Natasha?
Well, she made a nice comment.
You know what?
In the chat.
Let me tell you, one of the more disappointing things about getting old on YouTube.
What's that?
Do you remember the old song? And I cannot remember who sang it. All the girls I've loved before. Who was it? It was like all these old crooners. All the girls I've loved before. Dude, sometimes I feel like that on YouTube. So many wonderful women, and all I get to do is flirt with them on a panel.
Stanley, it's YouTube. It's all virtual. Everything comes and goes.
Oh well, I know. It's just I'm getting old's a trip, but you gotta have fun with it. Dirty Dude says you have the best voice on YouTube. Wow.
Dirty Dude, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's an interesting little place, this spot of YouTube. Everyone seems to kind of know each other, and as crazy as some things, as some back and forths, I should say, it doesn't get too wild. It doesn't get too wild. But from time to time, I think people do need a break.
Well, I actually try to kind of stay out of that way. I like mixing it up and all that sort of stuff, but I literally do boring stuff, which kind of suits me fine. I'm sorry, you're just not going to be able to, hold an internet beef over whether Jacques Barzun was a better intellectual historian than Alan Guelzo, for instance. No one knows who either of them are.
Stanley, that's not where internet beef even originates.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's how I stay out of the way of these folks. We're not going to hold a beef over intellectual history.
The beef just comes from simple human interaction. It's no different than the real world. People can just have their limits, and once limits are crossed, people just move on.
Well,
it's easier virtual. It's just easier virtual. But I will say, I guess like this, someone mentioned, they brought up Cheers. It is kind of like Cheers here a little bit. Sometimes you kind of want to go where everybody knows your name. At least here, it's not as crazy.
Well, the problem is no one here has a sense of humor.
CT and like the other channels where everybody kind of came from. Everybody, people start to know each other over the internet, virtual knowledge of each other. But we're still human beings. As much as people say I'm AI, like everybody knows I'm real. And, people just have their limits. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Maybe they do, maybe they don't.
Well, let me tell you something. I grew up, if you want to say so, in a community. Let's call the Navy a community. And no, you wouldn't know a bunch of your peers. You meet them over the course of years. But dude, it literally, and I talked about this earlier, the one thing you would appreciate, say, people in your peer group, is what they know. A lot of times you have had the same schools, you've had the same training, you're in the same community, and a lot of times you've had the same captains or the same XOs. It literally tended to be a lot more meritocratic. It was who you knew, but it was also what you knew. And I see it somewhat differently. I think I do. I don't see equals. I see a lot of people who love making factless arguments. I think some of CT's views, for instance, are boutique. Like outside of YouTube, he'd be laughed out of whatever company, and he has been for that matter. He'd be John Galt, same thing. Sharon, all these people, they really would never make it outside of a YouTube panel because people would look at them as odd.
Stanley, let me ask you a question. How is he any different from like radio talk in the 90s? How's he any different?
Well, he's not. I mean, he's really no different than someone like and I, believe it or not, I was introduced to Rush Limbaugh by a friend of mine, an old college friend that I, still talk to every now and again. And he is probably more left than I am. He's like, you got to hear Rush Limbaugh. The difference is CT is a lot less talented than Rush Limbaugh. He's not that level. He doesn't know the people.
What is the difference? What is the difference between a Rush? So okay,
I literally just told you that CT is not as intellectually gifted, neither is he that connected. Okay, CT can't call up some politician and go, "Oh, hey, can you come on my show?" CT knows Angry Man. He knows John Galt. He knows Sharon. I noticed Sharon and somebody, Lapeef or LaBeouf or whatever. Dude, this is small ball. CT is small ball. That's the difference.
Stanley, and I am no CT defender.
I understand you disagree, but
no. It's not that I disagree. I'm no CT defender.
You do realize if CT were on this panel and occasionally he does come up here, I'd say the same thing if he were up on the panel. He is small ball.
Okay. What CT, well, on a high level, CT doesn't have that type of background when it comes to political science and government.
Correct.
That's not what he studied.
Let me ask you a question, and I don't mean to cut you off, but let me just ask you a quick question. He's got the background. He was an African American studies major. He could have that background if he worked at it.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
I mean,
That's really true.
African American studies is one of these, it's almost interdisciplinary.
Correct.
He could do the like post Bachelor of Arts degree. There are plenty like public intellectuals, most of them, and I'm going to go out on a limb here. There's plenty of public intellectuals who have, uh, thinking of Coleman Hughes, for instance. Coleman Hughes has like a BA in philosophy. He
Okay.
doesn't have some fancy graduate degree, and Coleman Hughes is bigger than CT by a long shot, and way younger, but not. I don't think Coleman Hughes is any more or less intellectually equipped than CT is. CT could be Coleman Hughes.
I don't think CT, just my opinion, I don't think CT wants to be a Coleman Hughes type.
Well, then he has no ambition.
My opinion, I believe CT is moving more just my opinion, just me. I believe CT is moving more in the direction of a Howard Stern type. Like a Howard Stern, Phil Donahue, Jerry Springer, Montel Williams. These are just my opinion. With that dash of Jenny Jones and Sally Jesse Raphael, Ricky Lake.
How many of those people, he doesn't have that kind of talent. He doesn't have Montel Williams' background. Montel Williams graduated from the Naval Academy, I believe.
Okay. Yeah,
double check me. Let me look it up right quick.
It's just how I just see.
Montel Williams was Navy Intel, and he was in 04 when he got out. And you don't become in 04 if you're dumb. Hold on one sec. I want to say he went to the Naval Academy. Hold on, I'm looking at.
CT clearly moves with his audience.
And that's the problem.
He moves with the audience. I mean, this is what he does full time. He moves where the money resides. And and he's Catholic. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he went. I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, he Marine Corps, completed 1 year Naval Academy prep school, which is next to Navy OCS, by the way, and then Marine 4-year officer training program at the U.S. Naval Academy. CT's not in Montel Williams' intellectual league, let alone any other league.
Okay. CT has his own unique brand, which is solidified. And he has been consistent.
CT will see. Look, I understand what you're saying, and I'll stop here. CT is small ball. And if he's moving with his present audience, he will stay small ball. Angry man, small ball.
Okay, so define large. So large ball or someone big.
Okay.
Would be like a Coleman Hughes type, or.
Okay. Well, let's. Do you know who Coleman Hughes is, right?
The one he writes, or he does work with that free press.
Well, do you know who Glenn Lowry is?
I'm familiar. He's okay.
Do you know who John McWhorter is?
I've heard of the name, but I haven't watched him. But I've heard that.
Okay, well then, these are black, like serious intellectuals. Whether they tend to be fairly conservative, but Glenn Lowry's a motherfucking legend. Glenn Lowry, and there's a reason he's not. But Glenn Lowry is Thomas Sowell, Clarence Thomas level. John McWhorter, they know who John McWhorter is. Clarence Thomas knows who John McWhorter is. Thomas Sowell knows who Glenn Lowry is. I'm sorry, knows who John McWhorter is. They know who Coleman Hughes is because Coleman Hughes is a protege of probably a mentee of like the Glenn Lowry, Coleman Hughes is like Clarence Thomas knows who Coleman Hughes is because he is a mentee of Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter. CT is small ball. And let me have a look right here. Coleman Hughes, 247,000. Hold on one sec. 247,000 subscribers. And that's just on YouTube.
That's not CT though. That's not CT.
Correct. That's my whole point. CT is small ball.
Sure,
No. Come on now, Ponder. I'm not saying CT shouldn't do what he wants to do, but you asked me the comparison. CT, Howard Stern, if that's the comparison, if that's the direction he wants to move in, that's perfectly fine. But CT is small ball.
Okay.
Especially because, Howard Stern is big, way bigger than, I wouldn't say Howard Stern is bigger than, say, Glenn Lowry or John McWhorter. They're kind of two different animals.
Right.
Glenn Lowry's an actual public intellectual. He knows people. He knows people like Cornell West. He and Cornell West have done shows. Like they know each other because Lowry's PhD MIT economist. McWhorter, PhD linguist, Berkeley in Columbia. He teaches at Columbia. Coleman Hughes, graduate of Columbia, he's got his little Bachelor of Arts. Howard Stern is none of that, but he's like public, like exponentially bigger than CT. CT at CT's age, Howard Stern was exponentially bigger.
I don't know how old Howard Stern is, but
he's in his 60s at least, if not his 70s. So let me look it up.
So CT it's just a different energy. He's just more shock jock, having fun, and he is consistent.
He is small ball. He's all those things, but he's small ball. That's my point. I don't make comparisons. CT is CT, and I love CT. What do you think? The first time I was ever up on a panel talking politics, it was with CT. I love CT. He gives shit. If CT small ball, I'm just like some little bat with the little ball with the rubber band. I'm not anywhere near CT. Yeah. Excuse me.
It's just a completely different energy.
So Howard Stern is in his 70s.
So Howard Stern 30 years ago, which would have been 95,
is way bigger than CT is now.
70, we went 40. Yeah, and he had his, he already by 96, he was in syndication, and he had, so I think, so if you go back to 88, when he was, I think 88 or 89.
CT is in his 40s. CT's in his 40s.
I think CT's 84 or 85. So
CT is in his 40s currently, correct?
CT's like 84 or 85. So he's like
Okay,
40.
you're not actually addressing the point I'm trying to make.
I know. I don't know what your
If
point
we're
is.
to compare Howard Stern in his
I'm not
40s
trying to compare. I'm saying like that's kind of what's like his energy, like the direction he's trying to go in. That's just my opinion. I'm not trying to
right.
compare
Well, I
one
think
to the
CT
other.
I think CT has all of the energy but none of the influence.
Yeah, but that's I mean I can see what you're saying, but then when it comes to influence and where we are right now, it's a very different world from when I mean well, also we have to bring in the fact like these like when it comes to your opinions of CT, like it's like two different generations. Like it's just very, very
Oh,
different
wait, hold it. Are you saying I'm a different generation than CT?
Oh, substantially, exponentially,
Okay,
absolutely.
let me put it to you this way. I have a brother who is still in his 40s. Intelligence, knowing your shit, that's not a generational thing. CT simply he has not made the best use of his education.
I know, but you're not really explaining how, like how what.
I think CT is a YouTube host.
Okay.
I think CT could literally have taken Kent State is not a trash college. It's not a commuter college. Kent State is a pretty decent university. He has an African American studies degree from, let's call it a major university in the Midwest. He could be doing more with it. And again, it's my opinion. I think if you have that kind of intellectual firepower, what he's doing as a main job, dealing with his particular audience, I think it's a waste of an education.
I mean, that's your opinion. That's your
It
opinion.
is.
That's your opinion.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just someone from when, CT's a millennial, and from my perspective, he's being consistent on a platform that he's done very well on. And
Consistently what?
he's been consistent. He's been consistent.
Consistently what is my
I
question.
mean,
He's
I
consistent.
said yours. I'm
He
being
is
consistent.
consistent.
The
But
verb.
what is he doing consistently?
Okay, I'm saying like he is being consistent. The verb. You're saying consistently what? Like an adverb. So
Okay, well, no. Let me make it
I'm not
easier
trying
for
to
you.
qualify.
What is he consistently accomplishing? Let's bring it back into the verb. What is he
I am
achieving?
bringing it to the verb. He's consistent.
Okay, well,
Say.
that is his talent. He is consistent. I
Hey,
get you now.
it's 80% there. Be consistent, and he is consistent. When he's ready to make his
Okay.
next move, he can make his next move, whatever that may be. Whatever that may be. But from what I'm seeing, he does remind me of like 90s radio talk shows. He does remind me of that.
Except it's 2026. Gotcha.
Yeah. That's what it reminds me of from the podcast world. Or like the YouTube channel world, the podcast world. Radio, I mean, what podcast killed the radio star? Podcast really
No, it was video killed the radio star.
No, well, and now it's podcasts. Podcasts kill the radio star.
Dude, I'm afraid podcasts, everyone has one. There's a
Right.
lot of competition. And by
Right.
the way,
And
I will bring you back to the point. There's a Coleman Hughes out there. There are people that are bigger
CT
even
and Coleman
in the
Hughes are very
podcast.
different. Why are you trying to compare CT to Coleman Hughes?
Well, what
Like
else would I
that's
do?
you.
CT
That's what you're doing.
CT Ponder,
You're trying to compare
why
CT
do
to
you
Coleman
have a
Hughes.
problem
That's
with
you.
comparing? Why do you
I
have
mean,
a problem
I'm
with
just
the
saying that's what
comparison?
you're doing. I mean, that's what you're
Yes,
doing.
that's what I'm doing. But why
Right.
do you make comparisons?
I'm
So
not
you
making.
get an idea of where
Um,
he is.
okay,
It's
that's
really
your
not that much of
opinion.
a criticism. Please don't think I'm criticizing. I'm just
I'm
saying
not
he's
saying
small
that you're
ball.
criticizing. I'm just saying that
Right.
that's your
He is small
comparison.
ball.
Okay. When it
He's
comes
not
to
making waves. He's not
sure,
he's not putting ripples in the pond.
that's your opinion, though. If you're saying he's not
It
putting
is my
ripples on the
opinion.
pond,
I have to admit, it is just my opinion. But I know who Coleman Hughes. I know who Coleman Hughes is to make the comparison. I know where to go to size CT up. I know stuff. And I
so
also know that even if you wanted to compare CT to someone like an Angry Man or a Lapeef, or CT's not even big within whatever sphere he is. He's not Sharon big, in my opinion.
no, oh no, he's no. CT, yeah, CT first, just subscriber count. He is bigger than Sharon. Sharon does have consistent views. Have consistent views, but when you're
You
looking
have to remember, Sharon has lost a channel or two.
when you're looking at if you're going to look at numbers, when you're looking at analytics, you do have to mention one thing, which I will say about CT. There are only about 2 million channels on YouTube that have over 10,000 subscribers.
Mhm.
So from 10,000 to 99,000 subscribers, there's about 2 million channels.
Mhm.
Um, and YouTube has over 138 million YouTube channels as of yet. So
Mhm.
it is still pretty rare, and it's significant for where he is right now, and his channel is just entertainment. Like his channel is not specific to like a skill or a trade. It's not finance. It's
Mhm.
just basically CT up there talking, just talking for
Mhm.
hours on end. And he has been successful at that. It's not easy, especially, I mean, I will bring in race respectfully that you don't find that many channels that are just Black people talking at over 10,000. And he does have
Mhm.
consistent numbers. And the fact
Mhm.
that his channel is still very, very um, salacious, is very, very salacious, and it is
Mhm.
very easy to be demonetized with his type of channel. He has done well, and he is
Mhm.
consistent with his numbers, even
Mhm.
though like some of his views have fallen. He is consistent, and he does remain to do this every single day.
What is he known to be consistent about?
Those numbers are consistent. His numbers are
Okay,
consistent.
no. What is it says Chaotic Truth Live
That's
conservative talk. So
right.
that is an angle. If someone said, "Hey, CT has interesting ideas about," what would that about be?
Dude, CT's salacious. That's what he is. He's
Okay,
salacious.
I
That's
understand
all I
that.
know.
What
That's all
is
I
he
know.
salacious about?
Stanley, you would have to ask him. When I think of his channel, I
Okay.
use it's
Well,
just
you
so
know what? Next time I go over there, and I'd probably go over maybe once a week to listen for a bit, I'll ask him.
he's just salacious. That's all I know from him, what I experienced.
Well, salacious for salacious sake, that's okay.
Stanley, I come and go when it comes to his channel and the people he associates with. It's exhausting.
And what have you been doing lately? I mean, are you still,
I
uh,
work.
you
I
know,
work. I work.
well, no. I mean, YouTube wise. I know you have a real job.
Hell yeah, I do.
Do
Oh yeah.
you still co-host John's shows? I heard you might even be getting a channel. RLM has a channel, which, by the way, I actually like her. Um, I never really talked to her like at Bob's or, Art actually has a channel, which Art's not my cup of tea. And frankly, Bob, I like Bob personally, but, that aesthetic, that he has on his show, Not My Cup of Tea. RLM, I like her vibe. So I was I all that to say, I heard you were going to get a channel, and I guess you probably don't have time to do it, but it'd be interesting to see you get a channel.
Yeah, if I got a channel, it would be completely work related. I wouldn't do anything like this, like just like what those people do. I would never do that. I don't do social media. Like I don't even have a real YouTube channel on my own. Like it's not the type of thing that I do. I literally just do this content for content's sake. It's just
You don't
like
do it for salaciousness?
no, it's just chat. It's just chat. It's just
You
like
don't
chat with
slake
people.
your salacious with these shows?
Yeah, like it's just not my cup of tea to like this would never be like a job. But if I were to have a channel, it would specifically be the type of work that I do. Like I wouldn't be like like what those Bob people do. I would never do that. Like I would never do that. And they're not bright. They're not bright. None of those people are.
Wow.
No, I
Talk
know what
about
I bring.
judgmental.
I know what I bring. I know what I bring in the virtual world and the real world. I know what I bring. And I bring views and I bring heightened conversation. So I'm going to like pick and choose where I would go. And if I don't fit in anywhere, then so be it. Like it
Well, my
doesn't
lord, I guess I should be honored that you came over you came
100.
over to little old me to say happy birthday.
Yes, and Seven mentioned that it was her birthday, so I came by to say happy birthday.
Well, that's so sweet of you.
That is why. Since Seven mentioned it. And I'm always following. I'm
Well,
always
Sin Seven's the most interesting woman in the world.
She is. Since Seven is great. Like the only people, like the only people I seem to consistently get along with are really is majority of the women here, except like a handful of women, and those are those Bob miscreants, those Bob characters. Everything else is
Miscreants.
yeah, I
Now
want to
there's an old-fashioned word.
I want to go anywhere near that. Like that's no. But but everything else, like it's just high level misogyny. It's high level misogyny. But the best
You
thing
know
is
what? And that kind of surprise. You don't think CT's a misogynist?
oh, big time, big time,
Oh, okay, all right.
big time.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is something I'm glad you kind of brought it up, and I of course, I'm gonna take that ball and run with it.
He's not
I
verbally
think
abusive towards women. He's not,
right.
unlike most
Well,
people.
no. CT does have class. I do have to
Yeah,
give him that.
yeah,
He's
he
a
does.
gentleman, generally.
Yeah, he gets that. And plus, that's bad for business. And he has some views, but to like verbally be abusive, that's not his character.
Well,
But
I'm gonna say something that and I try not to I don't think I'm part of the crowd, but I'm probably not the best judge. I honestly think I cannot think of a black male content creator that, is in whatever the sphere we are. I think all of them are misogynist in one way, shape, or form.
yeah,
I think Sharon is a misogynist. I think Nightish is a misogynist. I can't think of anyone who's not.
Sharon
And
doesn't
I think
really. Sharon doesn't really have a lot of like the women who go there are just. I mean,
well,
just my. They are rats. They are ghetto rats. Ron's like he could do better, but he gets views, so whatever. But that's his channel. Nightish just kind of does what he does. See, like when it
no,
comes to
I think
he's
if
really the
you
best
really
at what he
press
does.
Nightish,
He's
he's a
really the best at what
misogynist too. Let me
that's
and
just how a lot of
I don't think putting women up on a pedestal means you're not a misogynist. In a way, putting women up on a pedestal is misogyny.
Okay, Stanley.
You don't agree
Shanard,
with that?
Shanard, it's hilarious how some of these freelance white YouTube podcasters justify calling this a full-time job. Shanard, a lot of people on YouTube, this is their full-time job. Like they are making income through monetization, cash apps, and super chats. Like
Are
it is
you
their
running away from my point? Nard's a clown. What do you think about the point that putting women up on a pedestal is a kind of misogyny?
I,
The Southern
like
Belle trope, that is misogynistic.
how is it misogynistic?
Thinking women aren't tough enough. They get a case of the vapors every time the going gets tough. Chivalry honestly is a form of misogyny.
Oh Lord. Okay, Stanley. I'm not even gonna get
Okay.
into that. Yeah.
Okay. I know you won't agree, but if you actually decided to go and research it, it actually is. And it's not like a critical theory thing. Um, Pretending women aren't competent enough to deal, say, with mice in the kitchen.
Oh hell no. No. No, it's
Okay,
gross.
what I'm saying is that you may not like them. What I'm saying is pretending women aren't competent human beings a lot of the time, putting them up on a pedestal like, oh, they get a case of the vapors. Ooh, let me help you up on that pedestal. It's misogyny. And I would think you would get it more than most women. It's kind of surprising you don't.
No, I the type of work that I do, I I have to. There's no special. There's no special. Like I don't know how to say it. Like it's. I don't receive any special favors. I have
Okay,
to.
but you're not the person I'm talking about. I'm talking about the male black content creators who I think are misogynistic without exception, who think putting their queens up
Say okay. Well,
on a
I don't see that
pedestal
happening
is
at
not
all.
misogyny.
I don't see that
Sharon,
happening at all. I don't see that
okay, well,
happening.
let me,
And
how,
Sharon doesn't
how,
put queens on a pedestal. Sharon just knows the audience of Black women. And
correct. You are 100% right, and
he's
funny
not,
you
yeah,
bring it
he's
up.
not. Okay, and look,
When Brownsville comes to Sharon's panel, he needs to shout out all these women, the queen, the supreme vaginal vessel, which I think is a disgusting term, by the way. That woman has a PhD. It sounds
okay,
yucky when she calls herself the supreme vaginal vessel.
okay, she's
But
ghetto.
what I'm trying to say is that show of putting women up on a pedestal is misogynistic.
He's okay, yeah. Stanley, when it comes to Sharon, those women are verbally
I'm
attacked
talking
other women.
Brownsville. It's Brownsville who does that, not
Okay,
Sharon specifically.
okay, I know that. I'm saying is that his channel is just a haven of misogyny. Those are just a group of Black
Okay,
women.
then you and I agree.
Yeah, but not for the same reasons. It's just he just
Well,
knows
okay. I'm
Stanley.
not begging for the
Stanley,
same reason.
I
Why
I
do
was
you
just,
think it? I'm interested. Why do you think it's
I was just
misogynistic?
there and I just
Mhm.
said something and that one of them
Mhm.
like Bob Cherry just like cursed me out. It happens to me all the time over there. I just stopped going there. It's just like it's just a
I'm
haven of like
listening. I'll be right back. I'm
it's a
listening.
haven of like a particular type of Black women who just like scream and shout at each other, use profanity. It's not that that's not what I do. And from my perspective, the type of women, more Black women who go to CTs are a little bit more my energy, how they speak, how I address them, and how they address me. And really the women as a whole who go over to CT's channel. When it gets too much, I just exit, move away from that space. But CT is the least ghetto of YouTube, of like, I guess, quote unquote, Black YouTube. He is smarter than most. And he may not be living up to his potential, quote unquote, But for what he does, he is one of the best. And he does have a very diverse audience. So it's not just always Black people, even though his subject matter is always Black women. It just seems like all the issues and problems everyone wants to complain about is always Black women, always Black women. Everybody has like all these issues with Black women, whatever. But
well, that's
just the easy content, because most people are not smart enough to actually have content. Like, for example, Coleman Hughes. Coleman Hughes is not going to use Black women as content. And I've gone through his page before. Like,
Dude,
he doesn't.
Coleman Hughes doesn't talk about
race,
relationship
like
dynamics.
race. Exactly.
No, he talks about race, but he doesn't. You're right.
But not in the relationship dynamics that you and I may be more familiar with.
Yeah.
More like he's going so more to intellectual, sociological, like like someone with like a PhD. Like, we're going to actually study, look at data and assess the data and analyze like real adults. Like, he's like, there's nothing about Coleman Hughes that is anything remotely red pill or manosphere, any of that nonsense.
Well,
So
no, he's
above
red
all
pill,
of that.
but he's probably, look, he is colorblind. His big thing is being colorblind, which is problematic in and
He's
of
also
itself.
a musician. He's also a musician. I know
Correct.
that
That's
he's
musician. Yeah.
I think his instrument was a trombone. So he played that in college. I mean, he's a very talented young
Correct.
man. So he comes from a completely different,
As a matter of fact,
very, very different background. Very
he
disciplined.
actually almost went to Juilliard or something like that. He's that kind of talent.
Yeah. So like, when you're having someone with that level of intellect, I love musicians. I love musicians. Everything about them. I really do. There's just a way that they see the world. Plus, these are people, like, to be a musician really is like the best study of life. You really can do almost anything high level. If someone like you, like even music theory, you can easily do number theory and then actually do like not only computer science, but also like cryptography. Like, these are highly, highly intelligent people. It really it's what they are able to do, like the regular person cannot do without practice. Like, I mean, to read music or to even be autodidactic and like to just pick up on like sound. Like, let's say like an Eddie Van Halen type of person, or from Oasis, Noel Gallagher, like people who just learned music just by listening and playing an instrument. Like, these are very, very.
You understanding essentially what you're talking about is the theory of intellect. If we have to do that. And you are fascinating in that you think CT is in that league. I honestly don't get
CT is in that league. I didn't say that. I'm just saying is that CT is just smarter than the average bear from the environment that
you and I just thoroughly did.
I just think
he is not CT.
He can do more. I have my opinions.
No, I literally think CT is doing the best he can. And I'm not even being, I think
well, that's where you and I disagree. I do believe
we'll just have to disagree.
That he can do more. I don't like who like, I have my own personal issues, but I still always eventually go back there once things start calming down. And I do believe CT realizes those who bring a certain level, like they're like he's still CT. What do you want the brand to be? Who are the type of viewers you want to listen to your channel? Who are the type of people that you want panel, like the panelists? He like little by little he's figuring that out. Like, he's just like,
okay, so I get what you're saying there. He's still trying to figure it out. But the thing is when you're figuring it out, you have to commit. Look, I know my limitations. To use me as an example, I will never be able. I've been doing this for, I think, a little bit, between John and my independent channel, probably it'll be 2 years, probably next fall. My channel in and of itself, maybe a year and 3 months. I'm never gonna get, if I get 1,000 people to subscribe, that will be a resounding success. But I know who I am. It's also a function of being older. There's some things I won't do. I think CT at his age, in his 40s, if he's still trying to figure out who he is and what the show is going to be about, I'm a little worried. I think he'll figure it out, but I know by the time I was in CT's probably 45 or so. When I
CT's
was
not
CT's
45, not at all. No way.
yeah, he's
CT is
he's
not
not
45. No.
okay. Please listen to what I'm going to say. He is not he's almost 45.
CT is not almost 45. No, it's not.
He's not 39.
Yeah, it's not 39, but he's not 45.
He's all dude, if you are 40, you're almost 45. I was in my 40s, ma'am. I know what it's like. Shoot, my son was born when I was 41. Time flies.
Yeah.
If you're 40, you're almost 45. Whether
I
you
see
like
what
it or
you're
not.
saying, but he's not 45. And a lot, no.
Yeah, I know.
No,
I
he's
understand what you're
just,
saying.
yeah, but
But
he's
try
just,
and
he hasn't
try
hit,
and take it.
he hasn't hit mid yet. A lot he still has
If
like
you're
a good
40, you have hit mid or you're about to. Please understand the context I'm trying to do.
I see what you're trying
If he is 40 plus a day and he hasn't figured out what type of show he should be doing, he might as well be a kid.
Okay, touche. So CT is running out of time to figure out the
I'm
direction.
not saying I'm not going to
I'm not even
commit to he's
disagreeing with
running
you.
out of
I'm not
time.
even
But
disagreeing.
let me just say this: he doesn't have unlimited time.
Okay, touche. Understand. Touche.
And I think dude, I will never talk bad about CT. I would not have this show if it weren't for CT because I never thought of doing a show. First time I encountered CT, it was some political point, and it was me and him up there. And he probably won't remember the compliment he gave me, but he's like, "You're okay for a liberal." And that literally, it's like, well, goddamn, if I can deal with, this level of conservative and he thinks I'm cool. I took myself a little bit more serious as I don't want to call myself a pundit, but I have opinions about politics. And CT he got my attention. If this dude thinks I'm, okay, maybe I am. So he will always have a place in my pantheon. But I'm also a 61-year-old Black man who knows American history and, how at least I have my idea of how the moving parts work. And I don't think CT uses his education the way he should. And I burp, sorry. I am kind of sipping on beer here. He should stop pandering to the lowest element. He's got to take an intellectual stand.
Okay, that I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
And I think he's smart. I just don't think I don't know. And far be it for me to tell someone who's way more successful than I am numbers wise. I'm kind of being grumpy old man here, but CT could literally be a Coleman Hughes. CT could actually be a conservative who's on Fox News and talking, smack. If Charleston goddamn White can do it, and that dude is a moron, CT's not Charleston White. Why the fuck is Tommy Sotomayor on on Fox News and CT isn't? That's what I want to know.
That's a good point.
See, and you think I'm dumb too, but dude, I think about these things.
That's a good question. Yeah, Charleston White made it to Fox News and Tommy Sotomayor.
I'm pretty sure. Well, I know Sotomayor has.
Oh
Absolutely.
wow! I know Anton. I only know Anton
Wait,
Daniel.
hold it. Tommy Sotomayor, I think he screwed himself out of Fox News. Yes, Tommy Sotomayor on Fox News, he was kind of a fixture. And I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Charleston White has been on Fox News as well. Someone help me out here because I can't really. I'm pretty sure Charleston White has been on that Fox News thing, like in that orbit, if not actually on Fox News. Sin would probably know. I know someone like a Brian Nichols would know. Why has Tommy Sotomayor been on Fox News and CT hasn't? Maybe, maybe it's a choice. I don't know that CT made. I don't know. But they'd love to have him, I would think.
I would think so too. That's a great point. That's a good point. Like the direction. I mean, that it really is a good point.
Every now and again I have something to say.
I'll let you go, Stanley. I actually have to I have to get ready for tomorrow, like work-wise.
All right. Well, don't be a stranger.
We'll see, Stanley. Let's see.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening.
You too. Sleep well. Well, who's the next victim? I hope so. It'd be nice, Kimmy. But it's I don't know. The slow build, I agree with you, ma'am. The slow build. And by the way, I do have to go and eat dinner. I kind of hate to leave now. I'm all in my cups. Let's see. At a minimum, since I'm already over 6 hours and I can't get my clips automatically cut, we'll just have to listen to more Jacques Barzon.
Basques in the Southwest.
Yeah. Now, here is the question, though. Some would argue that you're saying that that Western civilization has reached a point of decadence. Apart from what we have observed about the nation state, there are others who say that we are entering a new era because of the new internet revolution that will make the West even stronger in its power, in its influence, in the transportation of its values.
Rather less, I think, in the transportation of its values than the transfer of its techniques and technology. That is going strong. There's no decadence that I can see in science, although we're not getting very powerful ideas as happened at the beginning of the century. But the amount of ingenuity and resourcefulness of the scientists and the technicians is marvelous. So that will continue very strong. But the arts, literature, social thought, political sagacity, they're all in decay.
Ooh, political sagacity.
Let me take some four seminal events if you look at the last 500 years, starting, for example, with Madrid around 1540, Venice around 1650. Pick up on Madrid first, then Venice, then what else?
I'm not sure I quite get your question.
You said that, you said that you divided the last 500 years into four distinct periods, which are to make four revolutionary.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
The first revolution is the Protestant Revolution, which deals with, on the one hand, the system of the church, on the other, the belief of the people. The next revolution is the monarchs, and I sketched a couple of points about it a moment ago. The king no longer has to cope with any number of dukes who want to be his equal and perhaps succeed him with the help of a little assassination or two. The monarchs establish and confirm the nation state. The test is the king, has the king the monopoly of war and taxation? When he has those two things, no
He reigns supreme.
No rivals can attack him. Yes. Then the third revolution is the liberal revolution, the French of 1789, which had been in preparation for a good long while, and which goes on to this day. There are people who still want the minimum liberties that it established.
Carried forward by the American Revolution.
No, the American War of Independence, not revolution. It was a nowhere revolution. It was reactionary. It was going back to the good old.
Yeah, but who am I to argue with?
Go ahead. It's fun.
Person. But Jefferson?
Yes.
His principal sources for shaping his thought came from France.
Oh, perfectly true. But the motive power, which was distributed among the states here, was the desire to get back to the autonomy that they had and the ancestral liberties. It wasn't the ideas of Jefferson or the French.
Okay, but I would argue that the American rebellion was against was for religious freedom, was against a system in England.
No,
No, would you tell me? But it was also for. I mean, it was also for something new. That it was a reaction against something old, but for something new. And for something new were those ideas put forward by Jefferson and others.
You're assuming that the Constitution, as it finally was framed, was a desire that started the war. And I don't think it was.
No, I don't think it was either. I agree with that.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, but what started the war was rebellion.
Yes, rebellion in order to get back to where we were those happy days before England bothered us.
Okay, but taxation and all that.
Yes.
Without representation. But added on to that were some of the ideas that Jefferson incorporated from his reading of French philosophers.
It's difficult to measure the amount of each. You assign to those ideas more power than I do. And we will agree to disagree.
Okay, fair enough. Now, and so the next period is after the French Revolution. What's the next period? You got
the next period is the social revolution, which begins early in the 19th century with the theorizing of the so-called utopian socialists. Right. It's utopian socialism, Marxist socialism, the welfare state, finally. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, the Western world now is quasi-socialist under different names.
A kind of quasi-welfare state.
Yes. Well, wholly welfare state, but quasi-socialist.
Right. Yeah, welfare. You also, and you maybe these ideas all kind of come and connect together.
Yes.
You suggest that there are maybe 10 or 12 powerful themes that have been part of the last 500 years in Western culture.
Yes.
What are they?
The main one I call emancipation. And I don't call it freedom because to be emancipated from some constraint that one feels, which may be genuine or imaginary, doesn't necessarily make you free afterwards. You suddenly discover all sorts of other constraints and difficulties.
With freedom and responsibility comes bounding into you.
Yes, and we can see it all around us. Everybody wants to be rid of something or other. Moral rules, for one thing, two-piece suit in offices. Everybody wants to get out. And the cult of nudity, I think, represents something of that desire to get rid of civilization. And that brings on the second theme, which I call primitivism, which is a recurrent thing in the 500 years. At various times, somebody, then groups, and the mental set all demand getting rid of civilization. The key document is Edward Carpenter's very interesting little book called Civilization, Its Cause and Cure.
Mm-hmm.
And in the early 16th century, the Protestant Revolution was based on primitivism. Let's get back to the early church when there weren't any bishops or popes or decretals or rules or anything of the sort, just worshippers happily together.
So you got emancipation, you got primitivism, and
Yes.
what else?
Then with the advent of science, you get, and the philosophy that went with it, you get two new, more abstract impulses, which I call abstraction to begin with, and analysis. They're connected. Science analyzes, that is, it takes things apart and tells you what's inside. We got down to the atom, then we broke the atom, and then we've got any number of particles, and it can go on forever. It's the endless onion that you peel with no end in sight.
Same thing in biology.
Yes. And the habit of analysis then begins to attack everything else. We get criticism, for example, literary and artistic criticism takes things apart. And what results when you're not dealing with material, as in biology, say, is that you find the product of analysis to be an abstraction. Abstraction takes the form of words, and then people begin to live by words. And they get farther and farther from the real thing, the feel of the real thing. And that, let's say in politics and economics, in human relations, is a destructive thing. At the end, we arrive at what we call virtual reality, which is an admission that we're not here in this world. We're floating above it
That's right.
inside a dictionary.
You're following everything that is current. Who is the prominent figure of the last 500 years? Who is the most influential figure?
You're asking a question which historians are generally unwilling to answer. That is, which is the first? Which is the oldest? Who is the greatest?
I realize I'm doing that, but just give me who would be at the top of, near the top of your list, without making it a thing of a choice.
Since I haven't thought along those lines, in conformity with the professional ethics, I find it hard. In one way, and this may surprise you, Napoleon was such a promoter, partly conscious, partly unconscious, of the libertarian ideal, career open to talent, institutions to be razed to the ground and built up again according to the revolutionary ideal of 1789. He probably was such a tremendous influence, it'd be hard to find a rival. But if you go into the arts or philosophy or science, then there are other people. And that's why the one man in 500 years is not a tenable idea.
You have always in your life, turning to your life rather than the life of Napoleon, been a strong advocate of a liberal education.
Yes.
As the best thing that a citizen needs to carry forward and fully function in our society. Tell me why.
To make it a brief answer, because properly taught and learned and acquired, a liberal education awakens and keeps alive the imagination. And by the imagination, I don't mean fanciful things, but I mean the capacity to see beyond the end of your nose and beyond the object in front of you. to see its implications, its origins, its potential, its danger, its charm, all the things that enable one to navigate in this difficult and complex world with a modicum of wisdom, with calm, not to be alarmed at every little thing that happens, and with resources that in moments of stress and after retirement, in illness and loneliness, keep one's soul and body alive.
The great books idea.
Yes.
Was that your idea?
Oh, by no means. Oh, no.
Where did you, what role did, I'm taking the great books idea as now, and sometimes Robert Hutchins and others.
Yes.
Articulating it as a curriculum for a liberal arts education.
Yes. No.
Did you sign on to that? Did you have anything to do with that?
I can tell you in brief the history of the movement. A man who became a professor at Columbia named George Woodbury found that the curriculum in his day was made up of snippets of this, that, and the other thing.
You know what? I'm going to replay this. I think that is the best argument for liberal education I've ever heard. And I've seen this interview before, but it's been some years now. Dude, even scientists, even people trained in chemistry like me, that liberal education is literally a temper to the passions. And unfortunately I'm not that articulate, but I got to play this.
With resources.
And Dawn, it's good to see you, by the way.
That in moments of stress and after retirement, in illness,
what is Brian
loneliness,
said?
Keep one's soul and body alive.
Listen to this.
The great books idea.
Yes.
Was that your idea?
Oh, by no means. Oh, no.
Where did you, what role did, I'm taking the great books idea as now, and sometimes Robert Hutchins and others.
Yes.
Articulating it as a curriculum for a liberal arts education.
Yes. No.
Did you sign on to that? Did you have anything to do with that?
I can tell you in brief the history of the movement. A man who became a professor at Columbia named George Woodbury found that the curriculum in his day was made up of snippets of this, that, and the other thing that had no coherence, and that left the student with not a trace of the college courses that he'd taken. So he inspired one of his students, John Erskine, who also was at Columbia, but in the next generation, to create a group course. That is, it was a group because students had to be selected owing to the difficulty then of managing such a course, who would read the great books from Plato to William James, skipping.
Okay. By the way, whilst I'm thinking of it, if you are a content creator, and I really need to start doing this more often because I forget. If you're a content creator and you want, always feel free to drop links, or you honestly don't need my permission. Just if you got something you want people to see, please feel free to do it in this chat. And the reason I'm thinking about it is Kim's boutique thing. And of course, it is always nice to see good looking women.
Of course, from peak to peak. Along the way, you read Aquinas and Dante and Voltaire and Rousseau and so forth.
I
that
wish.
was a course in
God
Columbia
damn it.
College.
You know what? Dude, this is why I think Barzoon and these guys are just fucking so good with words. I wish I could do it.
Established 3 years before I entered the college, and I took it. I was lucky to be admitted. There were 2 groups taught by 2 instructors, and we read a book a week. And that's why the students had to be chosen, because not all the students wanted to do that or were able to stand the gaff. From Columbia, it went to Chicago by way of Hutchins, as you said, simply because Mortimer Adler, who was one of the instructors in that course, became acquainted with Hutchins. They worked together on a book, and Adler, as he always did, proselytized and converted Hutchins, who said, when he became president of Chicago, we're going to turn Chicago upside down and inject the great books, which they did. And then, since there was faculty resistance to making the great books a curriculum, St. John's College, which had been in a bad way, was revitalized with somebody's money, and it established the great books as a complete curriculum.
St. John's College somewhere down in Maryland?
Yeah, Annapolis.
Right.
Yes. Now, I do not believe that the great books constitute a liberal arts curriculum. They contribute to it,
yes.
But there has to be history, the social sciences, and and some of the principles of the great books curriculum are quite wrong. For example, you cannot learn science by reading Euclid and the science of Nicholas of Cusa in the late Middle Ages. It's not modern science, and modern science requires.
Let me. I actually have had a brush with. I had a comparative lit professor, and yes, why is a chemistry major taking comparative lit? I took 2 comparative lit courses, by the way. 1 and 2. There was a guy that I knew, a professor, taught me comparative lit, the first course. He was a Columbia PhD, but he got his undergraduate degree from the St. John's that Barzun is talking about. And you know what? It's the only literature course I ever made a B in. All the others I made A's. He just did not like my writing. He said his comment, and I remember it to this day, your writing style has a disturbing quality of being prescient in some places and childish in others. And dude, it fucking devastated me. I'm like, what in the fuck? But nope, he was a St. John's, great books, Columbia. I think his degree was comparative lit. And this is what happens when science majors take fucking literature courses, but I made A's in all the others. This dude just did not like my writing. But you know, I don't know that I learned anything from the course. He was never like, well, here's, most professors will be like, this is what I want to see. This is how you could correct. Of course, I don't know that I asked him. I was offended. I'm like, motherfucker, what'd you say?
Laboratory work and so on. So that the great books and the liberal arts curriculum are 2 distinct things that overlap only in part.
My last question, this is Time Magazine from June 11th, 1956, some 34 years ago. Here it is, you, and the title is America and the Intellectual, the Reconciliation. Has the role of intellectuals in American life since 1956 increased or declined?
It depends how you look at it. Starting with the New Deal, the intellectual and academic world, particularly, have been involved in government. They go down to Washington. And the Second World War intensified that relationship. Now, whether the world corrupted the intellectual or the intellectual world is for somebody else to decide. But what the world takes from intellect has always been a fact. It's only whether it's done at first hand or indirectly through the current of ideas. If we look at the history of ideas, we see that they've influenced the world from the word go. I never understood what was meant by reconciliation.
Okay, in that article.
It may simply mean that there was less making fun of the professor with his domed head, the egghead, or the highbrow. Highbrow is a word you hear less and less now, and that may be all that's happened.
Back to something you chastised me for earlier. It is that most people, in choosing Time Magazine, in choosing the most influential person of the millennium or of the past 100 years, chose Albert Einstein, an intellectual.
Yes. But one could question his influence, couldn't one? In a broad way, he influenced all of science, and he's made us all aware of certain words, relativity, time, space, and so on. But has the life of the ordinary individual been much influenced by Einstein? Certainly his political and social ideas were very naive. He never spoke to the world on those topics.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you in this program. The book is From Dawn to Decadence, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Let me tell you something. I literally have the book. Let me tell you something that's rather interesting. The one thing that actually grabbed me about From Dawn to Decadence is he has one-liners. It's like, if you could write a fucking intellectual history and make jokes, like, if you can make jokes about intellectual history, I'm on board. So I highly recommend Barzan. The problem is From Dawn to Decadence is like 1,000 or more pages. It is, and that's not including the motherfucking I have to go back and check. It might be 1,000 pages without the footnotes. I'll let you know. I got it on Kindle too, but I hated the Kindle version. They just cut it. It was just disjointed. The format just did not flow to read. So anyway, let's fuck. I am over 6 hours. I almost have my dough rolled out. Recommendation for what? Saw? Sin, hit the link, god damn it. I've been wanting to talk to you for quite some time. The link is pinned, ma'am.
We're going to be a situation where I'm like handing it to Donald Trump anyway. But there was a headline I saw a couple days ago, maybe last week, that I thought to myself, you know what? I think this would be a bad outcome, but he kind of has the right idea. Here's what I'm talking about. It's a rumor, I suppose, that Trump is considering Ted Cruz for the Supreme Court should he get a vacancy, and he likely will get a vacancy. There are whispers that Sam Alito plans to retire this year. I don't think Clarence Thomas is retiring anytime soon. That guy's going to die on the court. But whispers that Sam Alito might, and so there'll be a vacancy, and it's like, who's he going to appoint? And the rumor, or one rumor at the very least, is that Trump is thinking about appointing Ted Cruz, Mr. Cancun, you know? And I think Ted Cruz is one of the most insufferable people in American politics. I think he has awful politics. I wouldn't be surprised if he were appointed, the confirmation would be quick and easy sailing because his colleagues just want to get him out of there by any means. Get him out of there. Put him on the court. And I think a Supreme Court Justice Ted Cruz would do a bunch of rulings, have a bunch of decisions that would drive me insane. I'm not sure that he'd be a total Republican apparatchik, but I do think that he'd be a net negative for the American people. But I do think that it is a problem that the current justices of the Supreme Court, every single one of them, comes basically out of three places. They either served on federal courts, they either come out of legal academia, or they come out of the executive branch. And that's their kind of main government experience. But their principal careers have been as lawyers. That's what they've done, lawyers in a professional capacity. And this is a relatively recent development in the history of the Supreme Court. This basically only takes shape in the back half of the 20th century. Prior to that, prior to the modern court, the backgrounds for people who served in the court were much more varied. Yes, there were state Supreme Court judges. Yes, there were people who were primarily lawyers in their careers. But a large number of justices, I want to say close to the majority of justices up until very recently, did not have a ton of legal experience. They had law degrees, but they weren't serving on courts. They were often politicians or people involved in politics or part of a revolving door between the practice of law and politics and other endeavors. Some of them even had grand political ambitions to be president. Someone like Justice Charles Evan Hughes wanted to be president, and he took the Supreme Court job as basically a consolation prize because he wasn't going to get the nomination. Famously, William Howard Taft was president before he was Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And it's not that the past court was like great. The Supreme Court has, as a general rule, been pretty terrible, especially if your interests are in something like equality of any kind. The Supreme Court has not been great. But generally speaking, political experience has been a part of the resume of a justice. And I think it needs to, again, be part of the resume of a justice. I think political experience offers a perspective that is useful. And that perspective is this, that what you're doing on the court isn't high-level legal reasoning. These aren't wizards. This isn't a graduate seminar. This isn't a place where you're debating the fine points of legal theory. You're dealing with cases and controversies, with practical things, with practical consequences. You're balancing practical concerns and often concerns for which there isn't a clear and easy answer. And who knows how to do that best but people with direct political experience, people who have served as governors. And I'll note, one of the great chief justices of this country's history has been Earl Warren, former governor of California. People who have served in executive branches, people who have served in the legislature. Sandra Day O'Connor, who I disagree with on many things, but who is a pretty decent justice, former legislator. Having direct political experience, I think, provides experience and a perspective that is sorely lacking on a court that right now treats everything as if it were a seminar, as if what they were doing is engaged in high-level legal thinking, and who are more concerned with their little pet theories about how interpretation ought to work than with the actual practical consequences of the decisions that they make. Right now, we have a court that looks at, for example, decisions that result in thousands of people losing their jobs, never to get them again, as basically an interesting little legal question and not something that has to be taken deadly seriously. Funny enough, and I think this might be counterintuitive to a lot of people, a court with fewer lawyers and more actual politicians might be a court that takes its actual job way more seriously than this court currently does.
Oh dear. Sorry about that. I did not time this right. So let's see what we got. And yeah, you know what? I am I'm going down rabbit holes here.
Got my grocery bag with Gus's face on it. I'm going to take you to my favorite butcher, Hudson and Charles. I always say that it's a good idea to get to know your butcher because they're going to point you in the best direction of what to get. Can I get some of your chicken breasts, the skin on, boneless? I'll take 6 of those, please. So get to know your butcher, your fishmonger. Even if you're in a supermarket, there is a butcher department. There are people behind the counter that are preparing all the things. So talk to them. Bye, thank you. Good to see you all, thanks. Being nice always goes a long way. We're gonna make roasted chicken breast with crispy pancetta, garlic, and rosemary. This is one of Ryan, my cameraman's favorite meals. This is skin on boneless. So I really like having the ease of boneless. I'm just putting it on my baking sheet first to be able to season it. And I'm going to use that same baking sheet to cook it. Ah! And now we're going to season them up. So be generous with the salt, a little pepper. Now I'll show you one of my favorite parts of this chicken, the tenderloins. All right, now I'm going to flour these, and I'm going to add to that some garlic powder. So season it, little onion powder, and paprika, or just for like a little touch of color.
You just eyeballing all this?
Yes, I'm just eyeballing it. But you probably would put like a teaspoon of each. You can just use, my whisk is dirty. I'm going to use a fork to stir those up. All right, chicken is going in. I'm going to do about 4 tablespoons of butter, just like that. Put that in the oven while the oven's heating up. And when it's all melted, that's when it's time for the chicken to go in. We want the skin to be totally covered in flour. All right, now my garlic, I've got my pancetta here already cut up. So this recipe was inspired by a restaurant in East Hampton called Nick and Tony's. And they make a roast chicken with pancetta, garlic, and rosemary. It's amazing.
Now,
So
see,
that's like
her.
I think I can smell
No.
that that butter is melted.
Roast chicken is a whole goddamn chicken, not chicken parts. Damn it.
So don't let it go too long. Oh, it's perfect. It's actually just starting to brown. So it's kind of like a brown butter
No.
roast chicken.
Oh,
Oh, my
fuck.
goodness.
Really?
I'm actually going to take a brush. You want to make sure that like all the parts of the pan have butter.
No.
So chicken's going to go on to the pan,
Oh my
skin
God,
side
really?
down to start off with.
You know, this is going to make a huge mess in your oven for starters. I would never do this. Oh, fuck. That pan is going to be ruined.
That way it has plenty of time to get nice and brown and crispy. And it gets kind of schmaltzy. So like all of the fat in the chicken skin renders out and it mixes with the butter. It gets the best flavor. I always come in and like pick all the little crispy bits out afterwards.
Dude, this is really not how you want to do this. Dude, if you want roasted chicken, motherfucking cook a chicken, not the parts. This is embarrassment. I'm glad I'm not her mother.
Oops, wrong side. Get my garlic on there.
This is like,
I'll just kind of
oh,
infuse
God
the
damn it.
flavor.
Dude, this is literally where we're going with how we teach our children to cook. Motherfucker, if you want And yes, I said it. My signature phrase. Dude, this is embarrassing. No. Cook a whole goddamn chicken and call it roasted chicken. This is roasted chicken breasts in this pan. You know, part of cooking is also understanding the mess you're gonna make. It's a conceptual thing, and all she's doing is fucking up a pan, and the chicken's not gonna, it's not gonna be anything special. Dude, if you're gonna fuck up your cooking vessel, make the food that you're cooking like, oh, it was worth the mess I'm gonna have to clean up. And you know what? The other thing is, God damn it, she has no kids, obviously. There are all kinds of problems. Her theory of cooking. there is an epistemological or an ontological zen of cooking, and she's a mess. The zen of cooking, the zeitgeist of cooking, the fucking ontology of cooking. This woman, give this woman a bologna sandwich and let the adults cook.
Extra olive oil, dump that on there as well. I've got my rosemary sprigs. They're just gonna perfume the chicken.
It's faster?
Now, into the oven. I've got it at
Oh my God,
425.
it's messier.
So we're talking like 20 minutes on the first side. Here we go. Oops.
The most interesting woman in the world asks me, how would I know? Ma'am, I've been cooking like this sort of kind of fucking fake fancy meal for damn near 30 years. I started when I was 25, so shit. I hate to say this. I'm 61 today. She's not going to make better chicken with this recipe, and she is making a grand mess. She should be using a fucking easy bake oven. She does not know how to cook. How would I know? Because I've been cooking for a while, ma'am. And chicken, she's fucking up her chicken in an expensive oven.
While the chicken's cooking, we're gonna make our pancetta.
This is in you know, Lolo's gonna be mad when I say this. If Lolo was cooking, this is what it would be like. And the reason I'm thinking of Lolo is because of the voice. And you know who would go yummy, gimme dinner? It would be Universal Jones. He would eat the slop this silly little girl is cooking and be satisfied with it. That's why he's Universal Jones. He wouldn't know a good meal. And yes, I'm being messy, but I'm having a good time. Make sure this gets back to Universal and Lolo.
So that it gets nice and crispy. I've kind of played around with this. I've put the pancetta right on the sheet pan with it. That works as well, but I find that you get the best cook when you do it separately. So I've got my skillet going, medium heat. I like to go in before the skillet really heats up too much and add the pancetta. I find that starting in a pan that's not too hot actually helps you render the fat.
Jen, I'm just guessing. I don't know.
You kind of want to cook this.
I'm just guessing.
medium low.
It's
And
ad
that helps to
hominem.
render the
Sometimes when you do ad hominems on a YouTube panel, you have to reach and hope you're not wrong. I don't think she has kids because this is not even a kid-friendly meal. This is faux. I think this sounds good in my expensive looking kitchen, and I'm not. Hey, I'm dressed in like a $1,000 outfit, dude. She's not even dressed to cook. She's not. She's not. She doesn't know how to cook.
fat out
You don't
without burning
when
it.
you want a meal that's worth eating, you don't dress like that, even on TV, god damn it.
All right, I'm gonna turn these down and just let them get crispy. This is a great recipe if you're having people over. I've done this for a dinner party before and everybody loves it. So get as prepped as the chicken and the flour. Get your garlic cloves ready to go. Do this in advance. And then when you're having cocktails, come in the kitchen, put the chicken in the oven. And then when it's time to eat, it's done and it's perfect. Your house smells great and you look like a domestic goddess. So this is actually looking pretty daggone good. I'm gonna use a slotted spoon. Oh, it looks so good. And a meal like this, I can easily serve to Iris because she's so happy to eat the chicken. She won't eat the pancetta, she won't eat the garlic, but that's something that dresses it up for Ryan and me. And it also makes her happy. So I'm always looking for meals like that. There we go. Oh my God, it smells amazing. See how the fat is cooking out of the chicken. It's mixing with the butter. The butter is browned, so you get this wonderful nutty smell that's happening. I'm gonna use is browned, so you get this wonderful nutty smell that's happening. I'm gonna use a spoon. To just kind of drizzle this over the chicken, just to kind of infuse it with a little bit more flavor. This is completely optional. All right, I'm gonna flip these over. You can see they're starting to brown. And when they go back in, they're gonna get even prettier. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, just hit the camera. Back in, I'm gonna say like 15 minutes. Keep an eye on them. See when
I'm
that
never
skin starts to
gonna
get nice
visit
and
this
brown
woman and eat her
It's
food.
fun, isn't it? I'm kind of digging just like being in my own kitchen, cooking, and
Oh
like
my
cooking
God.
in real time and coming up with ideas on the fly and like not having a bunch of swaps. I mean, listen, it was
You know what? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna let this video play through. I think I subscribed to this channel. I'm gonna unsubscribe now. Yes, Katie Lee Kitchen, and I subscribe. This is embarrassing to humanity.
wonderful in the kitchen to have everything cut for me and swaps and, you know, it's like, and magic of television. This is no magic. We're just here cooking. So take a peek. The skin's starting to get
We're
really
just
nice and
here
brown.
cooking.
It is bubbling.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That shit looks dry as fuck. And it's raw in the center. I can tell just by looking at it. Dude, this woman is... I can't believe anyone who knows cooking knows you would never be able to get a decent chicken breast without covering it. Look at the top. It's dry as fuck. And it's probably raw in the center. The fuck?
It's gorgeous. I did
Oh my
make some
God,
polenta
it's not
earlier,
gorgeous.
But I have a side dish to go with it. Oh man.
There's
Perfectly
no
browned,
fucking way.
crispy.
That shit is not crispy. It is raw in the center. Look at the chicken, dude. It's raw. to quote the great Gordon Ramsay.
Deliciousness. I've got some polenta here. I am gonna put that on
polenta?
the platter first. There we go. Just gonna put that down. I put a lot of butter, a lot of cream going in, and a little Parmesan. I like to take the chicken and just give it a little toss, like kiss the skin in that buttery mixture one last time. Ryan, if you got that in a restaurant, you'd be real happy, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This is the part I really like. See those browned bits? That's my jam.
Oh my God.
Okay, right onto the bed of polenta.
There is no way I would eat this
let's
shit.
go in
That
with the
look at
pancetta.
it's fucking pink. That's pink right there. Okay. This chicken is anyone who's ever actually cooked. This is amazing. I'm unsubscribing. That's how bad I think this is. And I'm not even being persnickety. I can't abide by this. That's a bad recipe. You never cook chicken breasts like that? All right. Well, I've probably gone too far with the gossiping, though. This looks interesting.
Today I'm making a French onion tart from Alsace. The Flammkuchen I shared a few months ago actually originated in Alsace as well, where it's not.
And Sin, hit the link. Let's talk about your bath. I guarantee you probably used Mr. Bubble. Do they still make Mr. Bubble? I have to look that up.
Known as tarte flambée. I came across this recipe in one of my French cookery books by the wonderful Elizabeth David. What I love about this onion and cream tart is how simple it is.
Hey, Sin, I watched an episode of JP where he cooked chicken fingers or something. It was disgusting. No, I don't need to watch JP cook. I heard he doesn't wash his hands after taking a shit.
Really just pantry ingredients, and yet it feels quite special. I've made it several times now, but I've never actually tasted it myself. So today I finally do, because in this video I also make a gluten-free version and it works beautifully. So I've been reading up a lot about pastry and I think I'm getting better at it. So this is 4 ounces of flour, just all-purpose flour, which I weighed in at 115 grams, and just sieve that into a bowl and make a little bit of a well in the center. Then add a good pinch of salt, 2 ounces of butter, which I've just cut up really small, and that weighs 55 grams, and 1 whole egg.
Oh boy.
Now, this part should be done as quickly as you can, but it's not difficult. So using your fingertips, bring it all together. Now, you may need just a little water because the less water, the better. So that's like a half a teaspoon. Just enough so the mixture comes away from the sides of the bowl. And that's enough. Lightly flour your surface, just lightly. You don't want too much flour. And then take that dough out. And this is the trick. Then just grab a piece of it, put it down, and flour just the heel of your hand here because the palm is too hot. And little by little, just smear it forward and put it aside. Grab another little bit, using the heel, push it forward. Join it up. Another little bit, using the heel, push it forward. And this sort of smooches the butter into the flour. Forward, just little by little. And this is the rest of it. Forward. And do that one more time. And that's it. Now form it into a ball, and that's your pastry. And this needs to go in the fridge for a minimum of 2 hours because what that does, it prevents the pastry from shrinking when I go to cook it. And put that in the fridge for 2 hours at least. Now have a clean up and try the gluten-free one. And do you know what I read? That cold water, not hot water, is the best to remove any pastry from your bench. And I'm just using regular gluten-free flour, the same amounts of everything. And it'll be interesting to see if it turns out. The butter, the egg, the salt and the flour. And just maybe a half a teaspoon of water. Maybe a little bit more. Gluten-free flours can be more absorbent. Just a little bit of gluten-free flour on the bench. And the same as before, just using the heel of my palm. I'll get a little bit of mixture and push it forward. Gather that up and do that one more time. And you don't want to introduce too much flour on your workbench. Just a little bit, lightly, because that will change the ratio of the flour to butter. Okay, that should come together now in a ball. I'll try and get the dough off my fingers. And I'll also put that in the fridge for 2 hours. I'll clean up the mess and I'll work on the filling because the filling needs to cool down before you put it on the pastry. So for the filling, you'll need 1.5 pounds of onions, which weigh around about 700 grams. And you want to peel these and slice these as thinly as possible. And at work, I use a food processor, but at home, it's easier for me just to peel them and slice them because my food processor is on the way out. And once you've done that, then you go over to the stove. Now, in a heavy based pan on the stove, place 2 ounces, which is about 55 grams of butter, and a little oil, just to cover the base. And once that butter is melted, or almost melted, tip in the onions. The recipe says you must not fry these. The goal here is just to soften them and they will be a really pale golden colour, not brown. And so once you coat them all in butter, put on the lid and over a low heat, I sweat these now and cook them, and this will take about 30 minutes. And check on them every now and then to make sure they're not sticking to the bottom and to give them a stir. So this has been 30 minutes now, and the onions have softened and they're a lovely golden colour. Not golden brown, but like golden yellow, and they're ready. Now season well with cracked black pepper, as much as or as little as you like, some salt. You know, you could always serve salt and pepper with it, and a little grated nutmeg. Now, nutmeg is really strong, so probably about 1/4 teaspoon. And into this, the recipe says a good 1/4 pint of cream, heavy cream, and that equates to about 150 mils, which is a 1/2 cup Australian plus 2 tablespoons or thereabouts. And you'll need 3 large egg yolks. So you don't need the whites, just the yolks. And because the onions are still warm, slowly add these, stirring well, so you don't get scrambled eggs. And now this mixture needs to come to room temperature because you never put hot fillings into a cold pastry. So I'll leave that until the pastry is ready to roll out. And then it's just a matter of baking it. That's for my gluten-free. The onions are nearly ready. And if you're a bit nervous about adding the egg yolks to the hot onions, just leave them cool for 10 minutes and then add them. Now the recipe actually calls for an 8-inch tart tin or flan tin, but I've got a 9.5-inch one here. And I've also made it in quite a bigger one, and it also works. What it does say is to grease the tin. So I'll start with the gluten-free one so I don't cross-contaminate. Now I have a feeling that this won't roll out well. And yep, this gluten-free one, I thought that would be the case. It's not rolling out, but that's okay. Because what I do instead, when I make any gluten-free pastry, is I press it in, and that usually works. And this tart tin is much bigger than the recipe suggests, which means this pastry will be super thin. And my filling's not quite room temperature, and it doesn't hurt to put this back in the fridge and let it harden up a bit. And now for the regular one, just using regular flour. So the recipe says to roll it out as thin as you can. And now I just carefully roll it around the rolling pin and roll it back on the tart tin. Beautiful coloured pastry with the egg yolk, well, with the egg and all that butter and a small amount of flour. And using the heel of your hand again, just press it in. And I'm going to pop this back in the fridge just to set up that little bit while I clean the bench. And then I'll bake it. So you'll need to put the tart on a tray and then pour over the filling, which is now cooled down. And that goes in the middle of the oven. I'm using the conventional setting of 200 degrees Celsius, which is 180 with a fan. And it should be ready in 30 minutes. So I've made this a 6 times and never tasted it. Today I will. And it smells delicious. Now that took 35 minutes. The recipe says serve it very hot. I like to leave it 10 minutes just to let it all settle before I slice it. When I make any pastries, I always just leave the base on. It cuts easy. And this is very hot. Slice is lovely though. And the pastry is just so thin. And I think that's the lovely part about this tart. And that's a gluten-free one. And because we love condiments, I'll just put a little sprinkle of salt on the top, a little bit of homemade mayonnaise, and a little bit of tomato relish. That's very yum, hey mate? Very yum. And you know, really quite easy. And it even tastes delicious, gluten-free. Thanks so much for watching. Have a great week. Hopefully I'll see you again soon.
Well, it looks like I have lost my core audience. Let's see. I have a need for more Jacques Barzon. Let's see. What is this?
Have you ever seen these super viral cooking videos on YouTube where it's always just a pair of hands, there's some peaceful music, and they have like 1 billion views? To be quite honest, some of these recipes look amazing, while some of them look absolutely terrible. In my series, we'll see about that. I put such recipes to the test to find out if they're worth the hype. Now let's go. Today's recipe is coming from the channel Essen Recipes, and I see that their banner says, "Be aware, I'm not on WhatsApp." A lot of questions are being raised with that one. What does that mean? Some kind of scam. She's trying some not her. She's not the scammer, but it's. We're not on WhatsApp either. We're not on WhatsApp. I'm not on WhatsApp. And we're cooking their most popular recipe called "It's So Delicious You Can Cook It Almost Every Day." And it's kind of intriguing because the thumbnail is like raw chicken with some kind of batter being poured over it. So as always, let's watch this video. Blind reaction, we've never seen it before. Here we go. She's using a sharp knife. Sword. Sweet little blade. Olivenol. It's German? It's gotta be German. Zwei Kartoffeln. I love foreign words. They're so silly. Then we're going in a pan here with the onions, the potatoes, a little bit of seasoning, olive oil. Nice knife. Looks enormous. I think maybe she's just small. Yeah, like 4'4". You get a smaller knife. 4'4". Chins on the countertop? No, they filled the countertops lower for her, obviously. Very white kind of seasoning. Salt, pepper, red pepper. Not that it's bad. Oh yeah, right on top. Looked like there was zero heat in that pan. Yeah, there's no heat in the pan, so they're just like layering all this stuff up. I'm having trouble believing like the potatoes will cook at the same time the chicken does, you know? This cube of chicken? The chicken would be done way sooner. Okay, now cream and eggs. Salt. Curry. What are Provenical herbs? Oh, she put in herbs to Provençal. All right, so ice cream. Let's do a hard steam on this bad boy. Nice and steamy, no color. 40 minutes for 1 pound of chicken breast. Well, you would think it's going to be overcooked, but it's also sitting in this wet kind of batter, so maybe that keeps it sort of hydrated. I use $15 of Gruyere. So 40 minutes, huh? We ain't done yet. So it's an omelet. So it's a 40-minute chicken omelet. Look, you know, but we sit here, we poke fun. But the thing is, we cook it like it is, and then we try it, and then we really, if it's good, we're going to tell you guys it's good, you know? Is it worth 32 million views? Blown away that this is 32 million views. Okay, so then cheese and tomatoes and bake. Okay, so there it is. Hey, you know what? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's, I don't think it's going to be amazing, but maybe it is. Maybe the Gruyere saves it. Why does this have 32 million views? Let's find out. Let's cook it. And let's start with the vegetable prep. And what I like to do here is just take off the bottom and just a little shave off that root end so it stays intact. Then we'll slice in half. And from here, we can peel off a layer. And if I were to be dicing this onion, I would leave the root in so it all stays together. But because we're julienning it, what we're going to do is just make a little V cut right here into this little root end just to remove it. Then we can turn sideways and at a little bit of an angle, start slicing in. And then as I get up here, I'm leveling off. And when I'm about 60% of the way through, flip for stability. And then we'll just slice the rest exactly the same, just like that. Potatoes next. And a little trick here is you can put a fork in one end and then you can peel it really quickly without having to worry about slicing your fingers. It's also great for kids if you have kids. And we just do the bottom here and then just get that little part where the fork was and boom, easy as that. Now when it comes to slicing the potato, for stability, you can shave off just a tiny little piece from one side because now when I go to slice it, I just feel much better. It's really stuck down. And then we'll go across. I did mine about this thick, seems pretty good to me. Next, I'm just slicing our chicken breast into cubes here. And another question I have for you guys is, have you actually found some incredible recipes from these kind of channels? Because I've done a lot of them at this point, and there are quite a few recipes that we've really loved, which I'll link at the end of this video. But just let me know, like, do you guys have any go-to recipes from those kind of channels that have actually worked out? Because a lot of them obviously just look like clickbait. Now, before moving on, I think we can all agree that comfort is king. And that's why I choose Bombas, who is the sponsor of today's video. Bombas makes premium slippers, socks, t-shirts, and underwear using high-quality materials like merino wool and extra-long staple cotton. And they're all designed for comfort plus durability. And the gripper slippers are my absolute favorite because they're super warm, really comfortable, and I love that I can quickly toss them in the laundry. But if you prefer something with a real sole, you'll love the Sunday slippers with Cozy Sherpa. And if you live somewhere that's warmer, the Friday sandals are super light with a cushy but still supportive footbed. I'm also a huge fan of their athletic socks because I used to have a huge problem with getting holes in my previous socks, and with Bombas, that's just not an issue. I also love that there's a real mission behind every Bombas purchase because they donate the top 3 most requested items at homeless shelters, which is socks, underwear, and t-shirts. So every item you buy means one is donated to someone in need. Upgrade your essentials with the comfort of Bombas. New customers get 20% off their first purchase. Just go to bombas.com/thatdudecancook and use code thatdudecancook at checkout. Now back to the recipe. So I've got my cream here for the batter or whatever it is. I'm going to add the eggs, salt, curry powder. Interesting, but I like it. I like curry powder. And she doesn't have it in the description, but I think it's herbs of Provence. So that's what I'm putting in. And we'll just get to beating until we have a nice smooth batter. So I've got my pan here. I'll be baking it in, putting some olive oil down. Onions going in. Not sure if she did more olive oil, but I just want to. Next, potatoes all the way around. See if we can get one nice layer to fit the circumference. Don't you love when it just works out like that? That's nice. Beautiful. And then we're going in with a little bit of salt. And of course, Sergeant Gilbert reporting for duty. That's black pepper. And I'll tell you what, sometimes Sergeant Gilbert has a bad day. Just like a human, sometimes he just underperforms. But today he seems pretty on it. And we'll go on with a little bit more olive oil. And now we'll go ahead and season up our chicken here. Salt, pepper, and some red pepper flakes. I can definitely give props to the creator of this recipe for a lot of good seasoning throughout all these steps. So I'm hoping that can really push it in a positive direction. And on we go with our chicken. Look at this, a nice bake. I mean, I would never do this. So in that respect, I find it interesting because I want to see, you know, I don't judge. Well, I do, but I'm definitely going to try it. There we are. And here we go, my friends, batter going on. This is interesting, isn't it? Going on with our foil, and then straight into a 390-degree Fahrenheit oven. That's 200 Celsius for 40 minutes. So here we go. And here we are. 40 minutes has elapsed. Let's take a look. Wow, would you look at that? Yeah, it smells pretty good, to be honest. Next, we're going on with our Gruyere cheese, and I happen to absolutely love Gruyere, so I love that this creator used that. And finally, I'm going on with my tomatoes. I'm using these little tiny sugar bomb tomatoes because these are the only ones these days that taste like anything. So it's literally all I use, especially in the winter. Sugar bombs are the bomb. Sugar bombs are the bomb. It's like a chicken, egg, pizza, omelet, frittata, bake, curry. I think all these layers of seasoning the creator uses will actually do this recipe a lot of good. Let's see. And then back in the oven for another 10 minutes, same temperature. And there we are, my friends. 10 minutes has elapsed. See, quite a lot of fat around the edge. I think a lot of that came from the cheese, but also just from the oil that's in here. Let's see if it sort of reabsorbs here as it rests. All right, so it's been resting for 10 minutes. I'm just gonna go ahead and scoop some out like this. Got a little juicy. I wasn't expecting it to be so juicy. All the juices from the chicken coming out, as well as the tomatoes. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe German chicken is drier. All right, Marcus, here we go, dude. Yummy. Yeah, so, okay. I'm gonna get a little bit of everything here. My potatoes not cooked through. What's yours?
I got one that was cooked through, I think.
My potatoes are al dente.
Yep. My bad was a little al dente.
You're always running a danger when you make this kind of dish and you use raw potatoes as opposed to like blanching them in water first. Just the timing of that it is really difficult. I will say
the chicken was like insanely tender. My piece, like perfect.
Martin thought the chicken was gonna just be kind of dry because it's breast and it's baked and for 40 minutes. But because it's sitting in the cream and the juices, the egg and the cheese, it's actually hydrating it. I like the flavor.
I don't know how I feel about the like puffy, like cream egg thing. It's a little unsettling to me.
We're gonna see. But as that sits, you know, everything will solidify more. We did let it rest for like at least 10, 15 minutes. But the biggest thing is like, man, you can't have al dente potatoes. Don't serve it to other people. Our potatoes were the same thickness as hers. I don't know.
I just got a harder one.
Like, I can't push through it with my fork. Like, look, it takes some serious force.
It's almost something.
I like the flavors. I would not make it again. You know, I would give this is like a 6. It's like a 6.
It's got 32 million views. Does
Yeah.
it deserve some of the highest YouTube recipe views on the internet? No.
If you like the We'll See About That series, here's 2 more recipes from it that we actually love, right? So they're not all like duds. Some of them are actually extremely good. Until next time, you know I love you, and I'm out.
All right. Well, this will be the last one. Let us see. Because I have to.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and today I thought I would start at probably one of the most visited places that I go to almost every day, which is the market. So today we are at the Place Maubert market on Boulevard Saint-Germain, which is probably one of the most, I would say, famous and quintessential markets in all of Paris. When we're not at this one, we do go to our other one on Place Monge, because the markets in Paris alternate days so that people can go to a market every single day. That's why our apartments and our kitchens are so small, because we really do use fresh ingredients every day. We don't really store them up in our fridge. So today I'll show you what I'm getting for our meal today, because I want to do a simple French meal that uses seasonal products. So today I'm going to make a leek gratin with a veal breaded chop. Let's go get the ingredients.
Non, mais elle est toujours. Voilà. Prends le filet, comme ça je mets un peu de dedans. T'as rien de retirer, ouais. C'est vrai. Merci à toi. Allez.
I am absolutely sure that I will have to. I'm absolutely sure I'll have to trim out this music, but we'll see what happens.
Du gruyère si vous en avez. Gruyère aussi.
D'accord.
Trois côtes de veau. Ok, super. Ça vous va comme ceci?
Nice.
Ouais. Merci à toi. Bonne journée.
So I'm first going to start with the leek gratin, which is really nothing too complicated. You just add your leeks, cook them for a little bit in butter, and make a bechamel sauce. And you put it all in a pot, put it in the oven till it's nice and bubbly and crispy and beautiful. So first thing we need to do is we need to chop our leeks. So you just want to cut them into about 1 centimeter slices. And sometimes leeks can be very, very sandy. So if you have some that are very sandy, you want to make sure to wash them before. These aren't too bad. And I don't use the whole stalk. I just use right till it starts to, I guess, open. But if you do use the whole thing, you would want to clean them. But these are actually quite fine. Also, I don't use this because once it gets to this, it's kind of a bit bitter and tough to eat, but I wouldn't throw these away. You can wash them to get rid of the sand and then keep them to put in your stock. If you make a vegetable or a chicken stock, these are really great to have. So we're going to cook our leeks first. And just a little bit of butter on about medium heat. Just add our leeks to the pan, and you're just trying to slowly cook these. So I'll cook them for about 15 minutes with a lid partially on top, because you don't want them to get too watery, because sometimes when you cook them they become a little bit too watery. So letting the steam evaporate helps them not get too soggy. And I also add a bit of salt. So I'll put this to the back and I'll let it cook for about 15 minutes, just till it's tender and completely cooked through. And then while that's cooking, I will make the bechamel sauce. So for the bechamel sauce, you need about 30 grams of butter that you're going to melt. And then once that's melted, we are going to add the same amount of flour. So about 30 to 40 grams of flour that you whisk. And then we'll add the milk. And then it'll thicken and be really lovely. Now I'm going to add the flour, which is about 2 tablespoons of flour. And you just want to whisk this so it comes to a paste. Once it starts to bubble and it looks like the flour has cooked through, then you're going to add your milk. And for all of my recipes, I do use a full fat milk. So just use a whisk to break apart any of the lumps that form. And we'll put it on medium heat. And we'll eventually, because of the flour, start to thicken and turn into a really, really nice creamy sauce. Also gonna add some salt and pepper and a little bit of grated nutmeg. Now that it's nice and thickened, there's no lumps, I like to add a little bit of creme fraiche. This is also I think one of my other favorite things about France. Not only the butter, but the cream. So when I have a chance, I like to add this in everything. And it just adds a nice, I don't know, it helps the texture, and it also adds a little bit of a tang to it that I like. So I'll add about maybe a tablespoon or so. Always have to taste to make sure if it needs more salt, and a little snack. So now I'm just gonna add the cooked leeks to my dish. And I just kind of like to arrange them face up. Just kind of makes it a little bit prettier, but you don't have to. You don't have to do that. And then we're just gonna pour our bechamel sauce right over the top. And last but certainly not least, to add more to this creaminess, we're gonna add the Gruyere cheese that we got at the market. It smells so good. We actually, for Christmas, we went to Switzerland for part of our trip, and we went to a town called Gruyere, which I actually didn't know.
Well, I have to say this. I find her annoying and just outright twee. If twee could be applied to a YouTube video, it would be this lady.
I know there was a town called Gruyere, but it was
Twee.
probably one of the cutest, most beautiful little villages we've been to, and we bought
Oh,
lots of
Jesus
Gruyere, so
Christ.
this brings me back to
It
really,
brings
it was a really fun time.
her. It brings her back to nothing much. Twee. Oh, Jesus Christ.
We'll put this in the oven at about 220 Celsius because the leeks are already cooked. You're just trying to get everything to get all melty and bubbly and to kind of give a bit of a
Melty and bubbly. Jesus fucking Christ.
brown, crispy top. So in the oven for about 20-25 minutes. Just depends on the strength of your oven. Now we're gonna move on to our meat.
No.
Make sure is room temperature and that
No.
it's pat dry, just so there's no excess moisture on top. This recipe works well for any other type of meat that you might like instead, like
I
pork
bet
chop,
she does
lamb
not
chop.
like meat.
You just have to change the cooking time based on the meat that you have. So then you
Oh
just
my
want to
God.
season both sides with just salt and pepper.
That's how she's seasoning? Okay.
So now we're just going to bread our chops. So we need a plate for the breadcrumbs and a bowl for our egg and for our flour. I just like to put just a pinch of salt in each one, just to make sure everything is seasoned well. Put it in our flour first. Make sure to press it down so it gets on every surface. So to a pan
Oh,
over
my
a
Lord,
medium
really?
heat, have a little bit of oil and butter. And once the butter melts and it starts to foam, that's when we'll then put in our chop. Also, my stovetop is a bit smaller. So I'm only doing one at a time, but if you have a bigger stovetop that disperses the heat a little bit more
kidding.
evenly, then you could probably do two at a
Or a
time.
bigger pan.
Also-
You could do two.
I did get my chops are a little bit bigger than anticipated, so I don't think I
Oh
could
my
fit more than one. But again, just kind of work with what you have. If you have a bigger stovetop, feel free to do both of them or 3.
Oh yeah, failing.
So you just want
Now, let me tell you something. This young lady is not failing to just like what she's failing to do is express the point that this is not living. One chop at a time in Paris is not living.
cook it on each side for about 3 to 4 minutes until it's golden brown on each side. And then we'll put it in the oven to cook for a little bit longer,
it's
about like
veal.
5
It's
or
not.
so minutes. Still want it to be a little slightly pink. So now that they're all golden brown, we're gonna put them in
Oh,
the
that
oven
is
for
funny,
about
Dawn.
5 or so
Oh,
minutes. But
that
before
is
we do,
funny. This is funny. They are generally anything but awkward in the kitchen. Oh yeah, she's baby steps. Yep, that is funny. I like that, Dawn. That's funny.
do that. Put them back in the pan with a roughly chopped garlic.
Oh yeah,
little bit of
let's make it
thyme.
look fancy.
And
She's
then I'm going
stuffed them.
to slightly baste them in the butter
Oh, that shit is cold.
and
What on
put
earth?
them in the oven until they're cooked.
Where's the je ne sais quoi? She, that's not cooked with that je ne sais quoi. Really?
I wish there was smell vision. If you could smell how good this is, I think you would make it right away. But it is definitely one of my favorite dishes. It has everything I love: leeks, butter, cream, cheese. It has everything that you could want. So I did about 180 degrees Celsius, and
These people have read, this lady has read Hemingway, but they did not bother to read James Baldwin or Richard Wright. This is Hadley and this is Hadley Hemingway. This is not. This is fail.
we'll do it for about 5 minutes. You can be more specific and put a thermometer inside to see if you reach the right temperature.
Yes,
but I like
Dawn.
to do it just about 5 or 6
Make
minutes.
fancy. That shit's not hot. That's not hot food. Woody! What in the hell? Oh, it's so good to see you, Woody. Awesome. Man, you're a sight for sore eyes. This is the not so choosy boyfriend. Cold food, but a good vintage. Hey, does the boyfriend speak? I bet he speaks. I bet. Okay. Dude looks French. No, that does not look delicious. They ate the candles. The candles tasted better than this lady's cooking. This very young lady's cooking.
Thank you for watching, and I hope you
Oh my
enjoyed
God.
this cooking video.
They ate the dog because the fucking veal. This poor dog She's dinner.
Today. I hope it gives you a little inspiration of maybe what to
No.
use leeks for
No.
while they're in season. But
Why does
if
the
you like
dog
this
have
video,
its tongue?
like and subscribe. And I'll see you next week for another cooking.
No, absolutely we will not. I'm pretty sure I'm not subscribed. Thank God. Ainsley DeRose is her name. Look, I love her. All right, and this is going to be the last video of the night. These people wandered into my algorithm. They look interesting, so I'm just going to go with it.
Subscribers sent us an email. She wrote, I believe that we should keep our mouth shut, move in stealth, and let the United States fester. I'm not from Texas. I'm from the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. Nevertheless, I'm not bothered that Jasmine
Oh,
Crockett
wow.
lost.
You know
I'm not
what?
bothered
I
how she
forgot to
lost
do
or
it.
what
Let
kind
me,
of cheating
start
occurred.
up the banner
It's
right
a
quick.
telltale sign that we all need to get the out of here. Let the pale colored man have his piece of country.
All right. Well, this is going to be the last video of the night. Woody, damn it. My Cash App is at the bottom, but I'm not sure. Dude, you are the Cash App. Motherfucker, subscribe to this show and come around more often. That would be my Cash App, damn it. And for all the folks who have contributed, and there will be a Saturday show, these are the guilty parties for the Saturday show. Woody, you best motherfucking subscribe to this channel. Oh, well, why aren't you here more often? We miss you, Woody. So
Give up and let him win. This country is not worth the fight. Sometimes one can win by losing. We can hear her utter frustration with a country that has said time and time again, do as I say, not as I do.
Utopians, she's right. We should move in stealth and keep the details within the community. However, even though we know that it may feel like we're just trading lounge chairs on the deck of the Titanic, we Black folks must be strategic.
When the U.S. makes bad decisions,
The entire planet feels it, including those of us who live abroad. Our life here in Portugal and the life of millions of expats can change dramatically based on how the EU, Iran, Israel, Russia, China, and other global powers respond to American policy.
this is not about hyperbole, y'all. This is geopolitics. And if you're Black American living abroad or planning to move abroad, understanding this is part of our survival strategy. All right. So for those of you who ain't been around long, y'all know,
with this point.
may not know that we've been living here in Lisbon, Portugal for nearly 4 years. We help Black Americans build financial freedom and design a life that is not trapped in the American system. And one of the biggest lessons we've learned since moving abroad or moving here is this: leaving the United States does not mean you can ignore the United States.
No.
Unfortunately. So before we get into this, we want to hear from you. Put this in the chat. What is your biggest concern about living abroad right now? Type one of these numbers. Number 1, safety. Number 2, finances. Number 3, family back home. Or number 4, whether Americans will still be welcome. And here's the trivia question for tonight. What percentage of the world's foreign exchange reserve dollars are held, what percentage of the world's foreign exchange reserve are held in US dollars? All right. A, 20%, B, 40%, C, about 60%. We'll give you the answer at the end, so you're going to have to stick around. All right, let's introduce ourselves. Hey, y'all, my name's Halisi.
And I'm Rick. Welcome to our Black Utopia.
On our channel, we talk about money, travel, and life abroad. All right. We help folks who look like us who are getting close to retirement age and forgot to plan. We help you get your money straight so that you can retire on time or maybe even early.
And abroad ain't bad either.
Abroad is real good. All right, y'all, who's coming to our annual meetup during the Juneteenth week? Let us know in the chat if you're watching from the future. Hey, y'all. Let us know in the comments. All right, sweetie. So what are we talking about today?
Today, we're talking about the hard truth about leaving America. So tonight, we're going to talk about 5 realities that every Black American living abroad must understand. Number 1, why you cannot just check out of American politics, no matter how crazy they are. And how U.S. policy can directly impact your life abroad. Number 3 is safety concerns for Americans overseas. Number 4, whether Americans will still be welcome globally. Number 5, what steps you should be taking right now to protect yourself. And then we'll end with a practical action plan.
And the answer to that trivia
And
question.
the answer to the question. It's no panic, just motion.
All right.
That's right. That's
Let me stop this right now. This weird idea that Black Americans are expatriates from the 1920s. Do not leave, Black Americans. Stay and fight. Stand your ground. Do not let these people tell you you're not fully American. You fight. I'm unimpressed, to be honest. Yes, they're soulmates, and as well they should be. Motherfucker, stand your goddamn ground. You are as American as any American.
right. But first, if you're new to our channel, then you might not know. Back in 2018, Rick and I got a wake-up call, y'all. We were getting close to retirement age. We looked at our money. Ooh, it looked crazy.
Fight.
It looked crazy.
It was crazy.
But we got our financial act together.
You
and we went,
literally went to Portugal? All right. Well, Black Americans fight. This is an option, of course, but you could also just stay. You're American.
from negative 22,000 in net worth to over 1.1 million, y'all. If we can do it, when we say, you can do it too. All right. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, you know what to do. You need to subscribe. It's almost our 4-year anniversary. Help a sister and brother out. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers, and we know 50% of the folks who are watching, y'all ain't subscribed. We see you lurking around. Y'all ain't subscribed. All right. Hit that like button, hit that notification bell twice so that you know every single time we go live.
Well, I'm going to say this.
Drop
Look,
a new.
I would love to go to Lisbon. Never been. Look, there is no way I would not go. I've been to Spain, haven't been to Portugal, but there's the one thing, and maybe it's my Navy experience. You're American. Don't ever, if you're going to stand some ground, it's going to be in your home country, come hell or high water. I don't see me living anywhere other than my country. And my country, right or wrong, that's not my motto. If America's fucked up, you stay and you fix it or do your level best. So anyway, I am not going to fuss all night. We're going to watch this video, then I'm going to be out of here. And Mr. Woody Johnson, motherfucker, I damn sure better be seeing more of you. You are what we need on this show. Never be shy. You are a day one as well, sir. So let me add you. And let me also, honestly, Y'all are too good to me. And you will be responsible for this horrible Saturday show coming up. Now you're gonna have to be responsible too, Woody. So salute to people who actually support this show. I can't imagine a better group of people. And you know, I'm a dumb, quirky old person who has a lot of ideas about American history. But I can't tell you how much I have enjoyed really the last week. I just had fun with y'all. And you know, it is just fun these days.
Video. All right. So let's get right to it. You know, today is Thursday where we answer one question and we don't take questions from the audience. We do that on Sundays. All right. And of course, on our Legend Thursdays. So, number one, you cannot just check out of American politics. All right. It would be nice to turn off the TV.
Uncle Fatty, good to see you.
Ignore the nonsense coming out of Washington, but we don't have that luxury. Because even if you leave America, America does not leave you.
Sure don't.
All right.
Oh, my Lord.
The United States is still the world's largest economy. It's the issuer of the global reserve currency for now. And it's still a nuclear superpower. So we would love to ignore it. But there are 4 reasons why we can't. Global power. The United States still dominates global finance for now. The dollar is still primary reserve currency for now. When the U.S. economy moves, global markets move.
That's right.
When sanctions are imposed, banking systems change. And when dumbass tariffs are imposed, partnerships between countries adjust accordingly, playing a dumbass game.
Right. See, what was it? India and Canada, right? They have a new deal.
Yeah. If you are retired or living on investments, this affects you directly.
That's right. That's right. So let's talk about taxes. The United States is one of the only countries that taxes its citizens no matter where the hell they live. All right. That means you file U.S. taxes as long as you are a U.S. citizen, even if you never live there again. Yeah. So the United States has tax treaties with a plethora of countries, a lot of countries, right? If they have a tax treaty, the idea is that you are not going to be double taxed. That still means you still have to file in the United States. And anything that they don't tax in the country you're living in, they don't tax you in the United States. Okay, that's how that works. But at least you do not get double tax. However, if the tax laws change, if who America is friends with changes, because we got dumb behind melon felon in there and nobody in Congress holding him accountable, right? Changes in tax treaties could become null and void. And I don't know about you, but I'm not trying to be double taxed. No. I don't know about you, but I don't have access to another passport yet. Yet.
So family ties, most Black Americans abroad still have family in the U.S. We have our parents, we have children, we have our grandchildren.
Sometimes great-grandchildren.
And if policy hurts them, it hurts you. It can hurt you emotionally and spiritually, of course. But what if you need to get them out quick and in a hurry? It's going to cost.
Right.
So money flows. Social Security, does it still exist?
Will it still exist? Will it always still exist?
Will they deposit it in a foreign bank?
Again, if we're not friends with some of these people,
hey, they can say nope.
They can say nope, right? Or the United States may say, we might be sponsoring terrorism or some such nonsense, right?
Yeah.
Believe me, it has already happened. We told you about a subscriber who was living in Russia, and all of a sudden they stopped depositing his check in that Russian bank, and he was out. He was out there. He was out like SOL.
Yeah. Will they exempt expats?
In general, no matter where you live, that all depends on who's in office and are they going to hold the melon felon accountable.
Yeah. Investments, all in a depreciating dollar.
Right? All of our investments are in the United States. If you are not diversifying into ETFs and index funds that are invested in companies that are housed outside of the United States, right? That could be a bad thing. That could be a bad thing. Either way it goes, our investments are in dollars and the dollar is depreciating, and the moves of the melon felon are taking down the value of stocks everywhere because folks can't afford stuff. And it's a ripple effect.
Yeah.
It's a ripple effect.
Yeah. Did or does your retirement depend on the dollar remaining strong?
Ours does. But what we are doing is we have already started taking steps because we knew this was going to happen. We've been telling you guys since before the November 2024 election that this stuff was going to happen. We knew it, but still.
Yeah, your property, does your well-being depend on a certain amount of equity being obtained from the sale of your home or other properties?
Right? If you are depending upon that equity, when you move abroad, or you're keeping it for a little bit and then you're going to.
And by the way, folks, I'm actually interested in this. Not so much because, there is wisdom, or I'm interested in what they're saying. Got to know a lot of stuff to, you just have to know a lot of stuff.
Then you thought you were going to sell it because it was going to go up, right? All of this is affected by the policies that are made both on the state level and at the federal level.
Yeah. It's banking. Can you access your bank from your preferred country?
We talked about that. That just ties in like with the Social Security check, right? All that banking stuff is tied together.
Yeah. All these ties connect you to the U.S. economy. The answer to the questions is directly tied to who is in office. We cannot simply opt out.
No, we can't simply opt out, y'all. I wish we could. It is so tiring. Like the amount of time we have to be concerned with what a dementia titty baby is doing in Washington, D.C.
Did you call him titty baby?
I call him a titty baby. It's just utterly ridiculous.
Wow.
It is so tiring.
I think she's got you beat there for
number
nicknames.
2, how U.S. policy can impact your life abroad. This is where things get real, all right? Diplomatic relations, if the U.S. damages relations with other countries, most especially the allies that utopians have grown up assuming we're always going to be our allies.
Always going to be our allies. Americans face backlash, especially MAGA Americans.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Americans are not always seen as heroes.
Sanctions. If the U.S. sanctions countries, countries, right? Banks sometimes restrict American account holders, restricting access to brokerage or retirement accounts, right? Some are already tired of the burdensome American regulations. This has already happened in several countries, including UK, Singapore, and others, all right? Global conflict, global conflict, let me pause, global conflict. Yeah, what the hell? If this illegal war with Iran has shown anything, it is that your circumstances can change at the blink of an eye. 1 minute, you're getting ready to go out on a night on the town in Dubai, and the next, you're bunkered down in a parking garage as you hear bombs explode because of the actions of a titty baby, a dementia Titty baby.
Oh,
Yeah, wars.
titty
military
baby or
actions can
dictator?
change security
Which
conditions,
is the better
can
nickname?
change travel rules, visa policies, even in non-war regions.
That's right.
These changes happen very, very quickly.
That's right. Now let's talk about number 3, safety concerns, right? This is an uncomfortable truth. Americans sometimes become symbols of U.S. policy. That can create tension. All right. Now, for most people around the world, they are smart enough to know the difference between a government that it's the government as opposed to its people, right? But in times of crisis, emotions can run high, right? Think about the MAGA chick in Ireland, totally unaware of cultural norms, did not know Ireland wasn't a part of the UK, did not know that the Mellon felons, ICE agents, held an Irishman for no reason for an extended amount of time. I still don't know if he's
They
gone
had
home
to get
yet.
the government involved. Yes.
Exactly. And she was around there, her and her husband or boyfriend, whatever, showing her ass. Now, she was talking about, well, I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. What privilege? What privilege, number one. Number two, as soon as when they say, who did you vote for? And you say you don't want to talk about it, they know who you voted for. They know who you voted for. And she could feel it. And that's too damn bad. Because we all feel it all around the world. The actions of 78 million people and the 98 million idiots that stayed their butts on that couch, I bet you they feel it now. I bet you they think about the difference now as they're thinking about the draft. Right? Number 4.
Will Americans still be welcomed? This is the question many people are asking right now. And the answer is probably yes. But it depends on how you show up. Black Americans, we often, we show up and we have a different experience abroad because many countries distinguish between American power and Black American history. But even so, we've seen African Americans show up acting like zip damn foolish colonizers, especially in global South and so-called developing nations.
You know, these are never utopians, y'all. These are never utopians, of course. We must be culturally aware and respectful. All right. Number 5, what steps should you take? All right. We've talked about this before, but we're going to go over it again. All right. This is the part that matters most. If you are living abroad or planning to, you should be building resilience. What does that mean? Diversified finances, right? Multiple banking options, right? Diversified portfolio in your stocks, global healthcare access, strong local community. Are you part of the utopian community? Are you a member of this channel? Do you hang out with us the hour that before we go live on Sundays, right? Are you coming to the meetup? The people who came to the 2025 meetup are still chatting, all right? Strong local community and a real understanding of geopolitics, all right? We don't want you, when he started saber rattling about Iran and knowing that BB probably got something on him, the titty baby, I might have thought twice about flying through Dubai. I might have thought twice. And we've been through Dubai. So simple action plan, no panic, just motion. Here are the 5 things you can do this year. Diversify your banking. Don't rely on one country. All right. We've talked about this. Look at our past videos to see how and where. All right. Have access to multiple banking systems.
Yeah. Build local community. Your network abroad is part of your safety. Friends, neighbors, local contacts.
Right. Understand local politics. Know what is happening in your host country, not just in the United States. All right. We just had an election. Thankfully, we went further to the left, but it could have gone the other way. And we have to be aware of how they are maneuvering around the titty baby, around the melon felon, because that could damage relationships, right? And that would affect us.
And that's another reason why community is so important, because community shares the information.
Yes.
If you miss something, believe me, it won't be for too long.
Not in the Portugal community here, Black Portugal community.
So number 4 is you want to keep your documents ready. Your passport, your residency permits, your financial records, and backups of everything.
That's right. Number 5, build financial flexibility. Side hustles. You all know the side hustle challenge is going on now. Remote income, investments. The more options you have, the more control you have. All right. All right. That's what we have for you today, but we're not through. We are not through. What is the answer to the trivia question? The reserve. How much of the global reserves are held in US dollars? Today, it's about 60%. All right. Which is exactly why American policy matters, even when you don't live there. All right. Moving abroad is not about running away, y'all. You know that. It's about strategically building options. And in a world that is becoming more unstable, options are power. If you want help building those options, we got you. We got you. You should be coming to the meetup during the Juneteenth week. All right. You will meet other like-minded folks. The folks who came, I just told you, folks who came last year are still in community in their WhatsApp group. All right. Now, the tickets are only available right now to the legends, but they will be available starting, what's today? At least by Saturday for everybody else. All right. I've got to give our legends enough time to do what they need to do. And then we are opening them up. We have not created the WhatsApp group yet. I know people have been texting and WhatsApping us and emailing about the WhatsApp group. All right. It has not been created yet. All right. We offer one-on-one coaching. All right. Info is in the description below. If you need help getting your money straight, you know we have Beyond the Bling, which is our financial freedom program for late bloomers like ourselves. Everything that we learned to go from negative 22,000 over 1.1 million is in that program. Plus, it comes with monthly group coaching.
Yes.
All right. If moving abroad seems overwhelming, start with our Move Abroad Toolkit. That too is in the description below, as well as our Ready to Retire Toolkit. It is there. It's free, and that can get you started. All right. And if you haven't already joined the Utopian community, we get together to chitty chat every Sunday before we go live, about an hour before we go live, in a private Zoom, behind the scenes, ask us questions, talk about the crap going on, et cetera, et cetera. All right. That's live every Sunday. And then our legends get to go live with us on air
Thursday.
every other Thursday. All right. To discuss the topics of the day. All right. So with all of that, I think we did it. We love y'all. I hope this helps. See you Sunday.
See you Sunday.
Bye.
Yeah, before I started the show today, I was watching In the Heat of the Night. It's free on YouTube. So probably won't get back to it tonight, but certainly will in the morning. And so this is where, what's the Al Stewart song? There's a song that just popped into my head. Buy me a ticket on the last train home tonight, which is where I am. So such a wonderful birthday. Dawn and Uncle Fatty and Woody. My buddy Woody, I have not seen in quite some time. Andre, good to see you too, sir. I hope Questions to Ponder will drop by more often. We didn't even fuss and fight that much. So, and all the other usual suspects, CKJ3 and Brian Nichols and the Dirty Dude. Let me pop this back up and thank all the show sponsors for the weekend. the Brooklyn Watson, the Deacon Dave, the Savage Entertainment. Such a great birthday. So it is a wonderful 61st birthday show. And I should be back around, I don't know, 3:00 or so tomorrow. No idea. It'll probably just be news. And then the Saturday show, some form of Black Historian Day. So I think this is good night. And by the way, Dawn, yeah, it is always lovely talking to you, ma'am. Mr. Beak. I don't know. I think I may wind up, at least in the audience of RLM tonight. Oh, motherfucker. You've been in the clouds all this time. What? No one-liners? I need show titles, DiCapriono. I need show titles, sir. So I will probably wind up over at RLM's if she starts up, or I will wind up asleep reading a book. I am going to recommend on YouTube In the Heat of the Night. It holds up. The movie holds up. Sidney Poitier, Rod Steiger's pretty good too, but Sidney Poitier, he plays good cops. So see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. I enjoyed it. And Savage, this is your song.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Crow.
own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
Smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know
books
what it
full
was,
of
but
rain.
the thing is
Talking a
that
plastic crown.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
"Prove
you
it,"
kind of
he
read
looked
these
back
people's
down, thinking
biographies,
his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get MAGA
Cross and my
blacks
life is
who
doomed.
will
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I